The first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the impact of renewable energy zones on rural and regional communities and industries in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benaziak. I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, so I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those procedures. To each witness, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
My name's Clay Precia. I'm the Executive Director of Planning System Reform at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name is Matthew Riley. I'm Director of Energy and Resources Policy within the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name's James Bolton. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Regional Development and Delivery within the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Ash Albury. I'm the Executive Director of Planning and Communities with the Energy Corporation of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name's Liam Ryan. I'm the Advising Executive Director in the Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability Group of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Susie Matthews. I'm the Executive Director for Skills and Workforce Programs at the Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Anthony Hayes. I am Head of Regional Integration at Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Noting that we have two committee members participating via video conference as well, so you may see some heads pop up on the screens there in front of you. We've agreed to have free flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere. But before I do that, does anyone from the panel want to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I'd like to make a short opening statement.
Sure.
Good morning. My name's Ash Albury. I'm the Executive Director of Planning Communities at Energy Co, and I'm based in Dubbo. I'm responsible for renewable energy zones, strategic planning, planning approvals, community benefit sharing and land and property management. That means a big part of my job is about making sure we're doing the right thing by the REZ communities and their people, and that's something I take very seriously. We have offices in Sydney, Armidale, Newcastle and Dubbo. This is important because it means many of our people are part of these communities we work in. Upgrading the grid will benefit everyone in New South Wales through delivering more affordable, reliable power. For regional communities, however, the work being undertaken is more significant. We recognise the critical role these communities will play in hosting electricity infrastructure. That is why we're working tirelessly to minimise impacts and maximise benefits for these communities. Open and genuine engagement with communities is central to the work we do at Energy Co. When it comes to engagement, we understand different communication channels suit different people, which is why we use a range of methods. Energy Co's regional consultation strategy is extensive and thorough. The recently released Regional Communities Consultation Guide confirms that our approach is aligned with best practice consultation. We listen, and where we can, we minimise impacts during construction and operations and provide long-term community benefits. These benefits will be significant. Regional renewable projects will create jobs and generate private investment for host communities. The Central West Orana REZ will support more than 5,000 construction jobs at its peak and bring billions of dollars of private investment into the region by 2030. To ensure local workers, communities and industry reap the economic benefits of this massive investment, generators with access rights have committed to creating 266 apprenticeship jobs throughout construction, along with First Nations business and employment opportunities. As well as encouraging investment, we are delivering funding through grants, working directly with community, funding projects they want and need. $60 million has been awarded already to 54 local government and community projects in the Central West Orana. This money is going directly into the community to fund things that locals need and want. It will be used to upgrade preschools, housing, training programs, water infrastructure, as well as support sports and cultural events. There will also be significant opportunities for landholders hosting transmission lines and renewable energy projects. Renewable energy can contribute to farm diversification by supplying an extra income stream, can coexist with primary production and enable farmers to host infrastructure to have an additional source of income. Whether we live in the regional areas like Dubbo or in a city or suburbs, our move to renewable energy will ensure that everyone has access to affordable, clean and reliable energy now and for generations to come. And for those communities that are hosting it, will provide genuine and lasting benefits. Together, we're building an energy system to be proud of and one that will keep the lights on and put downward pressure on energy bills for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aubrey. Was there any other opening statements for anyone, or that was from all of you?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the committee's resolved to have free-flow questions, so I'm looking for someone to
Yeah, I'm happy to
start the questions. Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, I might start with Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes, can you tell us about the government's Port to REZ program of road upgrades?
I can certainly do that. Thank you for the question. The commitment from the New South Wales Government and the Australian Government at this stage, the government has invested $128.5 million in the Port to REZ project from Newcastle Port, with specific focus on the Golden Highway, where a lot of the challenges will be. An additional $12 million was also committed for overtaking lanes along the highway near Merriwa, and there is $10 million additional funding, combined Australian and New South Wales government funding for planning to investigate New England. The focus for us has obviously been very much on the initial challenge, which is the Central West Orana, where the route that has been defined and that we're working with Energy Co, there are 19 points along the route requiring various works to make sure that the oversize overmass equipment can get to the Central West Orana REZ. So that has been a clear priority for us, is to make sure that works. And then on top of that, there is a broader conversation regarding social licence and how we take into account the various challenges that the communities based in the middle of the route, how we work with them to make sure that we are supporting those communities through what will be, obviously a fairly significant movement of oversize overmass equipment.
Thanks for that. And Mr. Ryan, the electricity infrastructure roadmap, what are the key aspects of that?
So the roadmap itself has a number of different features in it, and those are legislated underneath the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act in 2020. Renewable Energy Zones are a core part of that, but there are a number of other features as well. Briefly on the other features, and I'll come back to Renewable Energy Zones. That Act establishes an energy security target for New South Wales, which is an amount of firm capacity to help supply consumer demand throughout summer. It establishes a Renewable Energy Sector Board to help improve, local supply chains and employment outcomes out of energy infrastructure. It establishes the ability for the Minister to set guidelines for participation and engagement with First Nations communities, people and businesses. It also establishes an underwriting mechanism to de-risk private sector investment in new wind, solar, other renewable energy sources, long duration storage, which could be batteries or pumped hydro, and it establishes targets for those things. Then we come to renewable energy zones. So the Act establishes a framework for declaring both the geographic area as a renewable energy zone and specific network infrastructure as that zone. It establishes the ability to control who can access that new network infrastructure in that zone. And that's important for a couple of reasons. It means that generators can have confidence that they won't be crowded out from connecting into new infrastructure, but it also establishes the mechanisms for generators to help contribute to the costs of that new network infrastructure. And so that's sort of the REZ access framework. And finally, it establishes a New South Wales specific cost recovery mechanism to pay for the new network infrastructure needed to facilitate both that energy security target, so to make sure we have enough capacity to meet consumer demand, and to pay for the new network infrastructure that I guess is part of the renewable energy zones. So those are, I guess, the fundamental building blocks of the roadmap that are established in the Act.
And in the past, it was solely the responsibility of the ECCS Division of Treasury, isn't that right? And now it's changed to a whole of government approach, is that right?
Yeah, so in 2023, Minister Sharp commissioned an independent review of New South Wales electricity supply and reliability from the firm Marsden Jacobs. It became known as the checkup. That review gave recommendations back to government in the third quarter of 2023, and one of those recommendations was to establish a whole of government steering committee to help coordinate the rollout of renewable energy zones and electricity infrastructure across the state. And another one was to establish Energy Co as with its own governing board and I guess more separate from the department at that time. And so since that that independent review and recommendation, there is now a steering committee that is led by the Premier's department that involves various different agencies from across New South Wales government that are contributing, I guess, to how we can best roll out this new infrastructure.
Thanks for that. And just the last question I had was for Mr. Albury. The Energy and Water Ombudsman is now appointed to handle complaints regarding the renewable energy projects. Can you take me through that process? How does that work?
So essentially, at the moment, we've joined E1, as has REZ, the network operator for the Central West Orana Renewable Energy Zone. Really, what it does is it gives community another opportunity to, if they're not satisfied with our complaints handling process or don't feel they're getting through to us, they can go to E1, and E1 is an independent body that then can come to us and try to resolve those complaints. So essentially, a person in the street will make a complaint to E1's, outline that complaint. E1 will come to us and ask us for all the details, and they'll essentially mediate between the two to try to come to a satisfactory outcome. At this stage, we've had 4 E1 complaints since we've started. 3 of those, I understand, have been resolved, and 1 is currently being worked through.
And in your opening statement, you mentioned, I think, benefits that are provided to communities when these REZ projects go in. How do you share those benefits with those communities?
So at the moment, we've really had to look at it. We went out and consulted extensively with the community to see what sort of programs and projects that they would like to see. So, for instance, we met with local government for a considerable amount of time to understand what their real needs were and what they saw as benefits. So the program was broken up into 4 components. The first component was the Legacy Infrastructure Fund, which was aimed at local government. That particular fund was a non-competitive round and offered $11.25 million to each of those local councils. That has funded things such as water sewer treatment plant upgrades, water projects, some key worker housing stuff, and also some elderly housing projects in Dunedoo. So it's been an amazing part of the project. The second thing was a larger community fund. That was a competitive fund, and we had significant interest in that fund. And that's funded a range of programs and projects. And I can highlight the program in Dunedoo that in Mudgee that Marathon Health will run to support early intervention services for children in those communities. We've also funded a number of other projects in that. The third fund was a smaller grants program, and that's for things like small community events, small upgrades to town halls, things of that nature, projects up to about $50,000. And the final fund we had, and we're currently under assessment and they'll be close to getting an announcement, is the First Nations Fund. And that's really about trying to give local lands councils and Aboriginal organisations the opportunity to reap the benefits of the renewable energy zone through projects that they want and that they see are a benefit. And we've been working closely with the Department of Regional New South Wales to deliver those programs.
Thanks. Those questions I've got, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Murphy. Noting Ms. Boyd's had her emoji hand up for quite some time. I'll throw to
I did
her
notice
and
that.
then I'll throw over.
Thank you. Modern technology. Good morning to all of you. If I could start with you, Mr. Aubrey. Living on the Central Coast, I get a lot of questions about the Hunter offshore wind zone and how it will be connected in to the Hunter Central Coast REZ. Are you able to give us an update on sort of where the planning is with that, and particularly where, I guess, the best place would be to connect between an eventual offshore wind project and the rest of the energy infrastructure?
Ms. Boyd, I'd have to take that question on notice because that particular the offshore wind project is something that's been run through the federal government, and I'm not a technical expert in that area, so I'd be happy to take that on notice and come back to you with the answer.
That would be very useful. I guess, you know, the impact for us in the state, though, is where exactly those transmission lines would go. And when you look at the geography of Central Coast and the Hunter, it does get a little tricky. Has thought been given to sort of planning ahead of time?
Yeah, so what I will say is that the Hunter Central Coast Renewable Energy Zone is more of a brownfield renewable energy zone. So we're trying to do, rather than create massive transmission lines and upgrading the transmission lines, we're actually trying to just upgrade the network in certain locations. The benefit of that is that it will have, we're really sort of piggybacking off that existing infrastructure and moving forward. As I said, in terms of the Hunter Central Coast offshore wind farm process, I'll have to get back to you with an answer to that, but I'm sure our technical experts have been looking at that process.
Can I ask, do you know if there's going to be, again, and you may need to take this on notice, but when you look at the likely plan for where that transmission line would go from the offshore wind project into the REZ, it does seem to cut across the Hunter gas pipeline project. Has it been considered from that perspective, I guess?
Look, once again, I'll take that on notice, but I do recognise what you're saying.
Okay. I'll just have one more question and then I'll hand it back over. I know that in New South Wales we don't have any offshore wind targets, unlike in Victoria. Is that something that this government has considered in any form?
I might hand that one over to Liam because he looks at stuff that's outside the renewable energy zone.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Look, the electricity infrastructure roadmap establishes objectives for generation, and the Act defines that as renewable generation. And I guess our advice from the department in the past has been the future technology costs of all of these different technologies is uncertain. and it's in the best interest of consumers if they compete with one another, and I guess the system evolves with what ends up being the lowest cost mix of renewable generation over time. And so that's informed, I guess, not putting specific technology-specific objectives into the Act. Those tenders are run by an independent agency, which is a subsidiary of our market operator. It's referred to as AMO Services. And they take that approach as well. Technically, they could choose to have technology-specific rounds under their kind of underwriting tenders, but they've stayed true to that starting principle of not choosing specific technologies and allowing the tenders to I guess to find the best projects for New South Wales. In terms of specific research on offshore wind, I guess we have a watching brief on the technology development overseas. The kind of offshore wind that is suitable for New South Wales is what's referred to as floating offshore wind, and that's because the depth of water off the coast of both the Hunter and Illawarra is quite deep, and too deep for what's called a fixed bottom offshore wind. That floating technology is still in, I guess, a nascent stage. It hasn't been deployed at large scale internationally at this point, although there are some promising signs out of tenders in the UK and elsewhere in Europe. And so we continue to monitor what's occurring overseas with that technology, but until, I guess, we see, I shouldn't say until, at this point, the costs for those technologies don't appear to be competitive with what you could see from onshore wind or solar development. And so our advice from the department to date has been to maintain a technology agnostic approach and wait for those developments overseas to see if that technology does have prospects for New South Wales.
I guess the fear is that we'll miss the boat. I mean, in Victoria, there's been progress with offshore wind because they have actually invested in the enabling infrastructure. A project in New South Wales doesn't have the same viability if the government isn't, even planning, I guess, that infrastructure to make offshore wind viable. Does that concern the department, that it's sort of, excluding one type of renewable energy by not preparing for it in the same way that Victoria is?
I think the difference with Victoria is that their ocean, off their coast is suitable for fixed bottom turbines, and so that technology is proven, and it is well understood what the infrastructure requirements actually are. I think the distinction with floating offshore is that there are some moves by developers overseas to effectively ship in the turbine assembled, which is a different way. So you wouldn't need the same amount of onshore infrastructure if you were developing the projects in that way. And so I guess I'm coming back to my point about it being a nascent technology, and we do have a watching brief to understand its development. At this point, at the judgment the department has come to is we don't have enough information to fully understand what would be required for the government to prioritise its scarce resources on that technology compared to, I guess, known developments around, say, the Central West Orana REZ.
Thank you.
Ms Mitchell?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here. It's nice to see you all again. I wanted to ask some questions more specifically about the Central West Orana REZ. So I might direct them to you, Mr Albury, but if they're better answered by someone on the panel, I'm happy for you to refer to your colleagues. I just wanted to get some understanding about the network capacity of that particular REZ. My understanding is that I think it went from 3 to 6. Now on the website it talks about 7.7 gigawatts, but only 4.5 in terms of the network capacity. And obviously not all projects will be running at the same time. But how many projects in terms of sort of gigawatt capacity are there in planning? Because I understand it's much bigger than the 7.7, and that's what's causing a bit of community concern. So can you just talk us through that?
So what I'll do is, in terms of the numbers of projects, and I think there's, other than the 6 that are approved and the 10 that we're working through on the access that still need, some of those still need planning approvals.
Yes.
I think there's another 36 or something within the renewable energy
So there's
zone,
sort of more
but-
than 50 in planning. Is
Yeah,
that
but
correct?
I will get the planning guys to give you a
Sure.
figure on that.
Yeah, look, I don't have that number straight off the top of my head, so I'd
Well,
have to,
you're in the right range.
Yes.
it's in that vicinity.
Okay. Can you take on notice the specific and provide
Yes, I'll
such a
take that on
opinion?
notice,
Yes, thank you. Okay. And so in terms of the I guess the final plan for the government around what the network capacity will be for that specific REZ, is it still 7.7 or is it higher than that?
So at this particular stage and juncture, that we've announced an access right for 7.1 gigawatts. The network capacity with the headroom, and Liam knows more about this stuff than I do, is around about 7.7, and that's what we've awarded access rights to at this point in time.
Okay. But has there been a decision, and I appreciate it's a decision of the government, but
Yep.
to go beyond that 7.7?
So my information at the moment is that it's 7.7, but
Okay.
Liam, you might have a bit more information on that.
Yes, Ms Mitchell, I might just give you a little bit of the detail so that you
Sure.
understand the various decisions that could be made.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, you just asked about the distinction between the network capacity and the generation capacity. Just want to start by explaining that they are two different things. So there's the transfer capacity that the network can transfer from one place to another, and that's what we refer to as the network capacity. And then there's the generation capacity. So, you know, how much could each individual generator put out if they were all generating at exactly the same time?
Yeah.
The way those two things sort of compare is it really depends on the mixture of generators that are connecting into the network. It's defined by something that's established in the CWO REZ network access scheme called the total curtailment level, which is effectively an efficiency metric about how much of the output from those generators would be efficient to effectively spill or not send out through the network, and that factor I believe is between 4 and 5%. I can't remember the exact detail, but that metric plus the network transfer capacity gives. You use those two things plus the assumed mixture of generation to give an assessment of how much hosting capacity the renewable energy zone has. I guess so. With those concepts in mind, the renewable energy zone declaration for Central West Orana REZ sets out a 6 gigawatt network capacity. So the REZ network that has been constructed now, imminently, is designed for a 4.5 gigawatt network transfer capacity, but could be upgraded to 6 gigawatts in the future. And so that 4.5 gigawatts gives you around that sort of 7.7 gigawatts of generation, but it could be upgraded in the future.
Yeah.
And the declaration that the Minister made last year actually does say that it eventually will be upgraded to 6 gigawatts.
Yeah.
So there's more work that Energy Co would need to do to give you a firm number on the amount of generation capacity, again because it does depend on what the connecting generators are. The more storage there is, the more capacity there is to host more wind and solar as well. But the figures that I guess I've seen in different forecasts end up assuming that about 10 gigawatts of wind and solar are developed in the Central West Orana REZ. And it really depends on, I guess, those forecasts about how much generation, and where it will go across the state.
Yeah.
At the moment, that's not clear.
So I suppose in terms of I guess the community sentiment around this, and I think part of the concern that I'm hearing from some is that, and I think the Energy Co website, you say that the corridor or the area hasn't changed, but the potential number of projects and the amount that might be coming is higher than I think people had anticipated when this was first announced. And so as this is being rolled out in that community consultation, certainly, and Mr. Albury, I'd be happy to get your feedback on this as someone who I know works closely with the community, but it's the size and scale even within that footprint is not what people had originally anticipated, and I think that seems to be increasing the community concern. Is that what you're hearing from landholders and people on the ground as well? And how do you learn from that process, particularly with the Central West Arana REZ, and as this rolls out to the other areas across the state?
Yeah, look, what I am hearing from the local community is, there is genuine concern around the size and scale of these developments. It's really around us being able to sort of how we can give certainty how we're going forward. So we're just working, continuing to work through communities and to give them an understanding of where this project's going and what it's at. But at the moment, the 7.7 is where we're at. And as we go through it, we'll continue to, as things change, we'll continue to make sure that we work closely with the community.
I have a lot. Well, I'm just going to ask one more, and then I'm happy to. We've got a fair bit of time with all of you. But the other question that comes a lot is the decommissioning, and I know that's an interesting thing to talk about at the beginning, but it's actually important.
Yes.
In terms of any kind of consistency around what that will look like, who's responsible for the decommissioning of these projects when they eventually reach their end of life. Is that part of the discussion? Is that part of the agreement? Is there an update you can give us on that?
So in terms of decommissioning, that's usually done through the planning process and through conditions of consent, so I'll hand over to the planning team.
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk to that. Just maybe to return to your question before in terms of the number of projects in CW. I just did a quick count, and we can confirm this later, but I think there's within the CWO REZ, there's 12 wind projects, 4 of which are approved, and the others are in the system somewhere, and about 33 solar projects, of which I think 22 have been approved.
Okay.
So it's about a total of 45, of which about 26 are approved, I think.
Okay, thank you.
So we can firm that number up and come back to you if you like, but I think that confirms what Mr. Aubrey was saying around about 50 projects. There are also a number of projects that are in the system that are not yet, in the system, but which we know about, so the sort of pre-SEERS phase. So there will be even more projects in the coming years, we'd expect.
Yeah, okay.
But it's a bit harder to count those until they formally enter the planning system.
Okay.
So
but sorry, just on that, isn't there an issue there when if there's more and more projects being added, at the moment you've got, the 7.7 for argument's sake, the community is thinking, well, is this what we need to deal with, or are there more coming? Like, at what point in planning do you say, and I guess maybe it's a decision for the government, but that angst, I think, is, or that pipeline continuing to grow is adding to community concern. So how do you stop that?
So I'll answer from my point of view, and I might hand it to Mr. Albury, because the word planning, I think, has a different meaning perhaps to me in the Department of Planning, in the generic sense of the word planning, or in an infrastructure planning sense. From a planning perspective in the Department of Planning, we can't stop people making development applications. Everyone's entitled to make an application, and we are required to assess each of those projects on their merit. We try to be as open and transparent, I guess, in terms of what is in the system. Our website is constantly updated. We meet with the community regularly on all those projects, and we try and explain what the scale of all of the projects in a region might be. But the simple answer from a purely sort of town planning sense is that developers are able to make development applications, and we must assess each of those on their merits. I guess there is a point at which whether or not there's capacity in the network for an individual project might become a relevant consideration to whether or not it should be approved. But at this stage, I guess we haven't reached a point where we're saying, there's no capacity there for a project cannot be approved. We've never had that particular discussion, but potentially in the future, if all of these projects are filling out the capacity on the network, then that could become a relevant consideration from a town planning perspective. But I think you've got a slightly different question for
sorry,
Mr.
I know
Albury.
you're talking about decommissioning, but I think that's sort of the nub of the problem here, is that the pipeline feels like it's just continuing to flow through.
And I think that's one of the angst, and the Dyer report pulls this out quite clearly, that some of the angst around community is this, the constant churn of applications, and then the constant, oh God, this thing's coming next to me, and the angst that creates. I think by the fact that we've now got the access arrangements that we've announced, that almost sends a very clear signal that they are the projects that are going to get the access rights. The issue is with the other projects is that they are going to, in some cases, and it's going to be difficult for them to actually get network access. And that makes it a very difficult proposition for them going forward. So in terms of, up front by sort of saying last week, we've got 10 projects, they're the ones that we think are going to access the line, it really sends a clear message that they are the ones that that are going to be going forward at this stage. Now, some of the other projects might be able to, get some access onto some existing transgrid or existing essential energy lines, but we know there isn't capacity for 50 projects at this stage.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're on. Mr. Lawrence on video conference.
Chair, and thanks to all the witnesses for attending. Just a couple of questions about the Orana Central West REZ as well. In December 2023, I think it was, the transmission line was increased from 3 gigawatts to 6. And I was just wondering if someone, perhaps you, Mr. Aubrey, but feel free to hand it on, could just explain what's the relationship between that decision and the overall capacity, the physical footprint of the REZ?
Do you want to answer that one, Liam?
Yeah, thanks, Ash. I'll have a stab at that. So, the decision in December 2023 by Minister Sharp at that time was around the Central West Orana REZ declaration, and so that changed the intended network capacity from 3 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts, as I mentioned before. What I guess the sort of the impact of that decision was that it empowered Energy Co to recommend a network that had a higher transfer capacity. It didn't necessarily change the footprint of the transmission. It was about the number of lines. So Central West Orana REZ has a 4-circuit 500 kV network. So kilovolt, sorry for speaking in acronyms. And those are quite large towers. That's the highest sort of capacity lines that we have in New South Wales. And what that decision meant is that rather than having a 4-circuit 300 kilovolt network, so basically it enabled Energy Co to recommend a higher transfer capacity. It didn't necessarily change the route in any way. It would have impacted the setbacks that you would need around those transmission lines. 500 kilovolt transmission towers are taller and need bigger setbacks than 300 kilovolt networks. But yeah, it wouldn't have changed the route in any way. It would have changed the size of the substations, and it would have changed the size of the setbacks around the lines. And obviously, it has the impact of being able to facilitate more generators connecting to it. So I guess that's probably the biggest impact in terms of land use change.
Yeah. So is that something that would not have been anticipated by government and industry when the REZs were legislated for back in 2020?
So when the REZs were legislated in 2020, at the time, the concept for Central West Orana REZ was a 3 gigawatt network transfer capacity. But in the intervening period, there was a series of updates, I guess, on the project from Energy Co, including environmental impact assessment information that talked about this potential for a higher capacity network. So it hadn't been decided until that point, but there was information in the public domain from Energy Co about the prospect of having a higher capacity network.
So what changed to make that decision a necessary one? Was it an increase in applications, or was it a change in the assessment of the area, which meant that there would likely be more applications?
I think from memory, and I'm speaking as someone from the department who wasn't directly involved in in the analysis that Energy Co had done at the time, but it was effectively a cost-benefit analysis that a larger network would be a more efficient solution in terms of being able to connect more generators, and so in terms of the cost of the network would end up with a higher net present value, I guess, to New South Wales electricity consumers. That's my understanding of the basis of I guess why Energy Co had been exploring larger options. Is that basically the wind and solar resource in Central West Orana is good, and that there was the developer interest to build there, and that I guess the timeframes to develop other renewable energy zones like New England Renewable Energy Zone, I guess were starting to look further away, and so there was a sort of balance around how much more generation could we host in Central West Orana to meet consumer demand.
Thank you. So just lastly from me, just wondering, would you be able to take on notice providing to the committee the information from Energy Co or from government more broadly that was available at the time that the REZs were legislated for and before December 2023? What was on the public domain or in the public domain about the prospect of the capacity being increased for the Central West REZ?
Happy to take that on notice. I'm also just happy to give a brief outline of some of the background of what was in the public domain.
Sure, thank you.
So I guess for the committee to understand, the concept of renewable energy zones came from the Finkel review, which was an independent review of the national electricity market settings in the wake of the System Black event in South Australia in 2016. That review found that the lowest cost mix for meeting consumer demand in the future would be a mixture of wind and solar and gas and batteries. And it recommended that the market operator produce an integrated grid plan, which has since become the integrated system plan, which you may have heard of, to identify renewable energy zones across the NEM. And so that process started in 2018. New South Wales government at the time put in a submission to that process, calling out the potential priority energy zones in the Central West, Southwest and New England. And then later that year released a transmission infrastructure strategy which identified those zones in a geographic boundary, which aren't the exact same as what's been declared, but are very similar. And I've got some notes in front of me. They had contemplated up to 4.9 gigawatts in Southwest, 7.3 gigawatts in Central West, and New England 5.5 gigawatts. That's generation, not network capacity. And so I guess that first public statement about the renewable energy zones of 7.3 gigawatts is similar to what has actually happened with the access rights in that first round, but obviously didn't contemplate that future expansion. Then in 2019, the government released an electricity strategy that called for a 3 gigawatt pilot renewable energy zone in the Central West Orana. So that's where that sort of 3 gigawatt figure has come from. And then that's what then informed the act in the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act. I'll need to go back and do what you asked about taking on notice what was available at the actual time in 2023, but I wanted to give you that background that the numbers have, I guess, shifted, a number of times, I guess, since the concept was first raised in 2018.
So most of the information you're after is in the network infrastructure strategy, Mr. Lawrence, which we'll provide to you. But essentially, back in 2023, the economic modelling showed that we'd need a higher capacity within 10 years. so from what the original capacity was. So the decision was taken that if we would have less disruption to communities and in construction, and also through the planning approvals process, we wouldn't have to amend that planning approval into the future. The decision was made at that point to extend the capacity.
That's really helpful. So just in conclusion, perhaps, what would you say to the suggestion that the Central West Arana REZ is somehow out of control and has spiralled in terms of its scope beyond what was envisaged by government back in 2020?
Look, I think that what we've delivered is what we need to deliver, which is reliable electricity into the future. There has been some increases, but it's not terribly above the capacity that was originally proposed, and most of the impact in terms of our projects and our line, we've mitigated by making that line within its design, the same as what it would have been in terms of impact to the community. We've just made it a bigger, able to take a bigger capacity, I guess.
Thanks, Mr. Aubrey.
Ms Hurst on video conference.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to everyone for coming this morning. I've got a couple of questions. I think they're probably best directed to Mr. Preshaw or Mr. Riley in regards to planning. We've had a few submissions that have raised concerns about some of the guidelines that have come out from the department, the wind energy guideline and the large-scale solar energy guideline, and the fact that they don't contain adequate protections for wildlife corridors. Obviously, that's vital for maintaining wildlife connectivity in these already fragmented landscapes. Is that something that the department is aware that is lacking in the guidelines, or is that something that the department's doing other work around?
Look, I'm happy to take that question. In terms of the impacts on biodiversity, I would say that New South Wales has one of the strictest regimes of protection of biodiversity, which is largely governed under the Biodiversity Conservation Act. So I guess when we were putting together the renewable energy framework and the wind and solar guidelines you referred to, we were not trying to duplicate or step on other areas of regulation that we consider already strongly regulated. In terms of wildlife corridors, that's something that's absolutely considered in the assessment of all projects, but that's usually, that would be through the Biodiversity Conservation Act, biodiversity assessment methodology, and all the policies that sit beneath that, of which there are many. And so when we're assessing biodiversity impacts of a project, we would always be referring that to the relevant part of government, which is now CPHR, previously the Biodiversity Conservation part of DQ. And we receive, detailed technical expert advice around how a project may impact on biodiversity generally, and particularly in relation to corridors. So in terms of what's in the wind and solar guidelines, I think that's probably not the best place to look for what the government's position is in relation to corridors. And certainly in relation to biodiversity and a number of other technical areas, we weren't trying to cover everything in the one guideline. It is really meant to fill in the gaps of policy that weren't already managed by existing legislation or existing policies.
Thank you. And I will have a question for Mr. Riley about the Biodiversity Conservation Act as well. But before I sort of move on to that, I also just wanted to ask about some of the submissions that we received that also suggested that the developers of renewable energy zones should be required to follow the regenerative techniques outlined in the Better Building Diversity on Solar Farms Guide, which highlights those 4 design tools. It talks about wildlife corridors, connectivity, native grasses, ground covers, protection of creeks, habitat clusters. Is that something that the department is also addressing within the Department of Planning, or is that again just relying again on the Biodiversity Conservation Act in regards to all of those areas?
Yeah, look, I think I'd have to take it on notice, that specific policy you reference, but again, in general, the way that we assess biodiversity impacts is under the Biodiversity Conservation Act with the expert advice of the relevant part of government. Unfortunately, looking down the people in the room today, there's no one actually from that part of government here today. But if we needed to provide details on how a specific biodiversity impact was to be assessed, we could certainly do that. Perhaps just to explain the process of how a project is assessed at the state significant level. It is an integrated development assessment process. So when we receive the first part of a project being the SEERs and every stage of the project at the Department of Planning, we then refer it to all of the expert agencies across government for which there might be a relevant area of expertise. And obviously when it comes to wind and solar farms, particularly where there's vegetation clearing, and for any wind farm in relation to bird and bat strike, we rely quite heavily on the advice of the biodiversity arm of DQ, but we also refer the projects to a number of other agencies. We're talking sort of 10 or 15 different agencies for each project, and we need to take into account their advice in just determining the merits of a project, but also in drafting up the recommended conditions. And we even before we make a final decision, or before we refer to the Independent Planning Commission for a decision, we often will refer the draft conditions to the agency to ensure that those conditions are appropriately addressing the legislative requirements under that agency's expertise and all the relevant policies. But again, in relation to the better building guideline I think you referred to, I'd probably have to take that on notice and seek some advice from DQ as to how that's applied at the state significant level, or whether there's actually some other guideline that's more relevant to the assessment of state significant wind and solar projects.
Thank you. And just in regards to that Biodiversity Conservation Act, because we also received a significant number of submissions that did raise the Biodiversity Conservation Act, and I'm hoping that Mr. Liam Ryan might be able to answer a couple of questions in regards to that Act. We know that the 2023 review of the Act by Ken Henry identified some quite major shortcomings and recommended a suite of reforms to ensure that we have nature positive development in New South Wales that does actually protect animals and the environment. Do you have any information you can provide the committee on an update on where we're up to in actually reforming the Biodiversity Conservation Act? Obviously we've got many developments in the pipeline, and there's a lot of public concern in regards to the issues with that Act not actually going far enough to be able to protect wildlife. Do we have any updates in the next tranches of the review of that Act?
Ms. Hurst, sorry, I'm not able to give you that update. I'm from a different area of the department, and unfortunately I didn't prepare for that question. I guess what I would say is we are working closely with the conservation side of our department on renewable energy zones. They are helping us, or they are developing conservation investment strategies for each of the renewable energy zones to basically guide investments in conservation in each of those five REZs. And in addition to that, they are planning to enter into strategic offset delivery agreements with each of the proponents, I guess, in those zones to basically reduce the make the offset process more efficient, and I guess lead to both better biodiversity outcomes, but at lower cost. Apologies, I can't answer your question though. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Yeah, I did wonder if you'd be able to, but I thought I'd put it out there anyway, so I appreciate that. And I've just got a couple of last question's in regards to housing, in regards to some of the concerns that have come forward. We've got some concerns from local government New South Wales about the impact of fly-in, fly-out, drive-in, drive-out workers on local communities and infrastructure. They'd like to see a focus on hiring local employees to work on the construction operations of these projects wherever possible. Is this something where work is being done to prioritise local employment in renewable energy zones?
Yes, so I'll take that one, Emma. Oh, Mrs. Hurst, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Look, we're keenly aware that we need to give as much opportunity to locals for employment. We have a number of skills programs that we're currently running with the Department of Education with other providers. We've also recently invested in the REACT Centre, which is Dubbo City Council are running to be a centre of excellence for wind farm and solar and renewable construction. So we're keenly aware of it, and we're really looking at how we can get the locals to local employment as much as possible. We're also working closely with the Department of Primary Industry and Regional Development, still working with those guys to actually, working with their regional coordinators to actually go out and work through the process. We've actually employed with the Department of also with the Department of Education a couple of skills coordinators to work within the school systems.
Thank you. There was also quite a few groups that really wanted to make sure that any construction was actually permanent housing for any workers that are brought in, rather than temporary housing, because there would obviously be longer term benefits for regional communities if there was permanent housing. Is there any work being done around that?
So there is some work being done around that, but I'll just go back to the start of that question. So we're looking at 5,000 in the Central West Arana for our transmission line and construction force of 5,000 people. Now, clearly that would significantly impact the towns of, say, Mudgee, Gulgong, those kind of places. In talking with local government in that area, they have asked us to do the workers' camps approach. To see, just because they want to limit the impacts on the housing in their communities. However, we are always looking for opportunities, and we've done some work on this of where we can leverage that housing and move it into a more permanent solution into the future. So we're doing a whole lot of work at that. Equally, if we talk to the councils in the Hunter Transmission Project, they are particularly not keen on workers' camps, and they want us to do similar things that were done in Lismore when the through the floods, to get some more permanent housing in those locations. So really it's a area by area basis on what we try to do, because we need to work with the communities, with the local government, and sort of meet their needs and what they want to do. But you're right, there is tremendous opportunity with these for additional housing in these localities from this process.
Thank you. And just lastly, in regards to the information gap that we're hearing about and community engagement, and I appreciate you mentioned in your opening statement that you were looking at ways of and different avenues of community engagement because people receive information in very different ways. We've received a lot of submissions, I should say, that a lot of stakeholders were hoping to see local energy hubs. I just want to get an update on how many local energy hubs are being sort of considered and where, or if that's something that people.
Yeah, Ms. Hurst, look, we are looking at energy hubs in a couple of places, and for those who don't know, there's a great example of Wagga that Transgrid have a really nice energy hub where community can go in and get information, but they can also utilise that space for community meetings. So there's a VR thing where they can pretend they're working on a power line. So we are looking at the moment at a couple of locations, one in the Hunter, and we're also looking at somewhere in the Central West at the moment. But it's reviewing. They're tremendously expensive to get up and to run, and you've got to get the right people and the right things. So we're just working through that process at the moment, but we are actively looking at a couple of locations, particularly in the Central West and in the Hunter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Hurst. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you. I was wondering, how does the government plan to, and I'll direct it to you, Mr. Aubrey, and then
Thank you.
you
I
can
love it
decide
directed to me.
who answers the question. But how
Sitting in
does,
the middle, that's fine.
how does the government plan to manage effects on regional communities over time? As an example, say many more workers are needed at the commencement of a project, but fewer once the projects are operational.
Yeah, so in the Central West Arana, we think, as I said, there'll be over 5,000 jobs in that construction phase in our projects. Obviously it's things like making sure we have the appropriate, appropriate housing available, appropriate social services in place, and we're working through a whole of government approach to doing that, making sure that there's access to the right water supply, the right sewer supply, and we've invested heavily in some projects around that. I guess in terms of the longer term workforce and those kind of things, out of the access scheme we just announced, we're looking at 890 permanent jobs in the Central West going in through further into the future over the next 30 years, and that's just in those projects, and they're ongoing jobs. So what we need to do is prepare as many of the locals in that community to be able to access those jobs through skills, through apprenticeships, and that's why we negotiated the 290 apprenticeships with the access people, working with skills and training services. But the other big thing we need to do is really work closely with local industry. So REZ, as part of their process, put out 131 packages for work, and we coordinated that through the ICN network. We also did a whole lot of workshops with businesses, and things like when we work with businesses, it's things like, what sort of public insurance do I need? Do I need, how do I write a tender document? And we're really trying to target that through the regional coordinators that are in, I don't know what the title are these days, James, but those guys are going out there and working with that. And we've got a whole range of workshops coming up in the next month as well in the Southwest and in the Central West again. So we need to prepare, and it's not just, it's fencing contracts, it's, cleaners for the workers' camps, it's, and all those kind of trades in terms of electricity, but there's also the higher skills that we're looking at, so things like electrical engineers and those kind of things. So how do we sort of almost transform the local economy to be able to deliver on that? And we're working very hard on that.
Mm-hmm. And so as part of that, modelling has been done so that you can implement and deliver? Yeah,
we have it. We've worked together as a coordinated approach across local government with people like Ian Smith and those kind of guys to actually really sort of work out what we need to target, what skills we need to target. We've also looked closely at where we can see opportunities in First Nations groups. And that's vitally important to us, is to ensure that First Nations and Aboriginal groups get as much benefit from this as well.
So just on that First Nations, how is, so you've mentioned them, how are you ensuring that they are meaningfully engaged, not just consulted throughout the life cycle of the REZ?
So within Energy Co we have an Aboriginal outcomes team. They are Aboriginal people that are working closely with those communities. We have what are they called? The First Nation?
Yeah, we have the Minister sets First Nations guidelines for how developers should engage with local Aboriginal communities, and for developers offering economic participation in their projects that effectively apply the state government's target for projects that it would normally procure. So I think it's 1.5% of the economic value of a project. Apply that to these private sector projects.
Yeah. And we also work closely with them through community reference groups. So each of the renewable energy zones has a community reference group that is representative of those communities. But also we work very closely with the individual land councils and with individual Aboriginal peak organisations in those communities to ensure that we are getting their voice, and we are very keen to make sure that we do meet their targets. But my view is I want to try to exceed those targets. I think it's a vitally important thing for those opportunities for this community.
So you mentioned the First Nations guidelines. So what monitoring or accountability mechanisms are built in to that to ensure that the developers and everybody comply with them?
So it depends which process, thanks Ash. It depends which process the developers are participating in.
Yep.
Those guidelines apply to projects that are successful in that underwriting mechanism that I referred to before. So as part of that process, they have to submit an industry and Aboriginal participation plan. And that becomes tied into their contract, so it becomes a contractual requirement. They have to report against those measures back to the contract counterparty that we've established, and depending on the mechanism, that is Energy Co, or it is another entity referred to as the scheme financial vehicle. And ultimately, once the projects are actually happening and we've got that reporting information, that reporting will be made available publicly through an annual report that IPART is collating. Unfortunately, we're at this early start of the process now where we've got these plans in place for the projects, but they're not actually reporting yet on outcomes because they're not in construction. There's nothing to report on at this point.
Yeah. And in terms of our project, which is the transmission line, we also have to have an Aboriginal participation plan. But equally, what we've done is negotiated within the contracts very clear guidelines. Mm-hmm. One of the big things we have to make sure with First Nations groups is that we're employing local First Nations people. As you know, through the inland rail process and those kind of things, you kind of find that some people from Queensland are coming down and that's how they're meeting their targets. Mm. We've got very strict guidelines around that they have to be from the local community, and we have to work that. So that's going to take a lot of work in terms of particularly skills training, education, and working with those communities. And we have not only the Aboriginal partnership team from DPIRD, but also our own team that are working closely on that. And last week we announced a program that we're starting to work within those communities.
Thank you.
I can just add to some of those comments from the partnership process that we have between our department and Energy Co around supporting Aboriginal businesses. Mm-hmm. Ash talked about our Regional Economic Development Unit. They're out there at the moment helping them with training around capability for procurement, also running workshops with lots of different community organisations around how they can participate in the future. But probably worth Ash touching on the First Nations fund as well and how that's structured to invest in local communities as well.
Yeah, so the First Nations fund, which I spoke about earlier in the thing, has a real strong theme around business and economic development for communities. So when they come to us with those projects, we're able to fund some of those projects through that process.
Thank you. I might turn to say decommissioning. And I understand the government does not support mandating decommissioning bonds for renewable energy infrastructure projects. But so given the long-term land use impacts and community concern around future liabilities, what other way would you seek to assure communities that you're looking at that the site rehabilitation, that the land will be returned to how it was,
and who's responsible for it.
Mm. So I'm happy to take that on behalf of planning. So as part of the renewable energy framework that we introduced recently, we developed up some tools to assist the landowner. So firstly, there's a template agreement that is available for landowners who are looking to work with a developer of a wind or a solar farm that helps them to understand what their obligations might be and their opportunities for the life of the project and in relation to decommissioning. We've also established a decommissioning calculator that they can access to try and work out what the likely costs, etc., might be in relation to whatever agreement they might have with a developer. So there's some tools available that we think are important for landowners to understand what their obligations and opportunities are. when potentially entering negotiations with a developer. But in terms of the way that the project is assessed, the decommissioning and rehabilitation of a project is a key part of our assessment. And from the very beginning of a project in the CEARs, the scoping requirements, it's important for any developer to provide quite a lot of detail around how they would envisage managing decommissioning in the long term and rehabilitation. And so we require that to be provided in the EIS, and then it's assessed through the project, and is part of our merits assessment as to whether a project should go ahead. And then if a project is deemed approvable, there are now standard conditions that we will apply to a project in relation to decommissioning and to rehabilitation, which are very strong and require basically removal of all the infrastructure and returning the site to how it was previously. That's essentially the principles that underpin those conditions. So I think that there are now very clear rules and policies around how we assess decommissioning and closure and rehabilitation. But it is also important to note that the way that we set up planning approvals at the state significant level for renewable energy is that really it's possible to have a project in perpetuity. There is no end date. A developer may actually upgrade infrastructure over time, and it is intended that wind and solar farms could potentially exist forever into the future. It's a renewable resource, it's not finite, and so the approvals are set up to reflect the fact that it's not a finite resource, as opposed to, say, a coal mine or some other type of resource like a quarry. But
So
I think we now have very strong conditions and ways and policies of assessing decommissioning and rehabilitation.
So can I just clarify? So you're not having a decommissioning bond, but have you considered, say, like a risk-weighted bond system, or perhaps like the mining industry they have an industry fund where contributions are pooled to cover decommissioning costs? Have you got just something like that in mind?
So I mean, I think to answer your question directly, there is no system like there is in mining. The government carefully considered whether decommissioning bonds should be required for large-scale wind and solar, and I might ask Mr. Riley to provide some more detail in a minute. But it was decided that it's quite a different situation to mining, for example. The scale of the impact, the nature of the development, the difficulties associated with decommissioning and rehabilitating an open-cut coal mine, for example, or dealing with the millions of tons of overburden that needs to be filled into for an open-cut pit, or managing the millions of litres of mine water make for an underground coal mine, for example, are very different to the potential removal of solar panels and wind turbines. So absolutely the government considered whether a system of bonds that you've described there is necessary, and I think people look to the mining industry as perhaps a comparison, but it is quite a different situation, not to mention the fact that the resource for minerals is actually a state resource and is heavily regulated in a number of other different ways through the resource regulator. So we've decided as government that the decommissioning and rehabilitation of renewable projects can be managed through a different way. The tools I described that are available for the landowner to come to commercial arrangements as to how decommissioning and rehabilitation might happen on a site, plus the way that we assess things through a merits-based assessment and then provide standard conditions. But I'm not sure if Mr. Riley wanted to provide any more detail around some of the considerations around bonds or not.
Yeah, look, we considered a range of models. So this has obviously been a big point of concern for communities for a number of years. We had as Liam mentioned before, we had the checkup of the roadmap, which actually made some recommendations in relation to decommissioning. And so in developing the renewable energy planning framework, we looked into this quite carefully, and we considered a huge number of options. Those were like options of if we were to have a bond, what would it look like if we asked for it up front? What would it look like if it was kind of staged out, like small payments over time? What would it look like if it was just a payment towards the end of an operating life? And ultimately, as Mr. Preshaw was suggesting, we landed on the idea of, well, we shouldn't actually get involved as a government. The reason for that is because of a number of things. The first thing is that there's a very, very low risk until basically 2 years out from the end of a life of like a wind farm, for example. And the reason for that is because a lot of the investment is made directly up front, and then you've got an operating wind farm that stands to make someone basically a lot of money. And so the likelihood of an operator becoming defunct or bankrupt is likely to be in relation to some external factor. Maybe they make some bad investments overseas or something like that. But what that means is that whoever then takes up ownership of that wind farm would stand to make a lot of money. That equation only changes about 2 years from the end of the project, when the cost of actually pulling everything down and returning the site to its pre-existing use starts to approach the remaining profits to be made. So there is an argument to say, well, why not just ask for a bond when you're approaching that time frame? The reason we haven't done that is because the planning approvals that we have actually run with the land. They don't run with an entity. They don't run with a company like they do in mining, for example. And so that means that there's essentially always some sort of risk or obligation on whomever owns the land, which is typically not the renewable energy developer. And so for that reason, we were concerned about having some sort of bond at a point in time, because it might give the landowner this false sense of security to say, well, government's got our back here. They're going to ask for this bond at a particular point in time. But the reality is we're just going to go knocking on whomever's door we can at that time, and that might be the landowner. And so the best option from our perspective was to say, look, this is really a commercial matter to be dealt with by the landowner and the developer, because we don't own any interest in this. We don't, as a government, we don't own the land, we don't own the resource like we do for coal mining. And so it's just another factor that the landowner needs to consider in its commercial negotiations. They're deciding how much they want to lease their land for. That's typically tied to the amount of turbines or something they might be hosting. And in doing that, they should be mindful about the risks that come with that, including the costs. And so what we've tried to do is give them all the tools that they might need to make an informed decision about that.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. McDonald, I might take it over here.
No,
We've
you're
only got
okay,
10 minutes
sorry.
left.
You're very patient.
I have Mr. Aubrey, in your opening statement, you talked about the number of complaints that E1 has received since it's been established. I want to go back in time. Can you tell me, perhaps on notice, the number of complaints EnergyCo has received regarding its engagement with landholders over projects, whether you do it via a REZ basis or a project basis? I'll leave that up to you in terms of what data you have available.
I'll have to take that on notice, but happy to do that.
Sure, thank you. Who handles landholder engagement for EnergyCo? Is it employees of EnergyCo, or do you contract that out?
Look, there is a central agency, a central part of our business that's community engagement.
Yep.
We then contract some roles out through the project teams. However, we're going through a process now of bringing that all back into in-house at the moment.
Okay, and can you outline the reasons why you decided to bring that back in-house? Was it because the contractors weren't actually doing the right thing, as what's been reported to me?
No, what I would say is that we feel that it's something that we should be taking control of as the agency, and have a better look at how we do community consultation.
Okay, and in your engagement with those contractors, were they ever instructed to do such things like trespass onto people's property before actually going through a proper engagement, or did they take that up on their own initiative?
Look, we would never to ask someone to trespass on someone else's property. That's not the position of EnergyCo.
So what have you done with those contractors that have done that?
But what I will say is that in stages where that has happened, on those occasions, we've found out that has been accidental in those cases. We have apologised to the owners, and we've also spoken to those contractors about how they should be better managers of those things.
Yeah, okay. I'm not too sure you accidentally trespass on someone's property, but anyway. Mr. Brayshaw, you were talked about the number of projects in the REZ, and you gave a figure there of 22 solar approved, and I can't remember how many wind. I think it was 11 or something like that. Can you give us a sense of what that equates to in terms of number of panels and number of turbines across the Central West REZ?
I'd absolutely...
I'd be for you to take that on notice.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Sure, thank you for that. What assessments have actually been done on, I guess, long-term socioeconomic impacts of the REZs and their associated projects on local communities, particularly in terms of job displacement versus job creation? Do we have an assessment on that, and can you table that for the committee?
So in terms of each renewable energy zone, when the electricity infrastructure roadmap was first released, we had estimates of the jobs that would be required in the construction and then operation and maintenance of the transmission and wind and solar projects. And since then, a couple of times, the University of Technology Sydney has released its forecasts of those employment figures, although they're not broken down by each renewable energy zone. The Department and Energy Co are just completing an update to, I guess, because we haven't done that sort of analysis, and now we have more information about the number of projects in each renewable energy zone. We're just in the process of updating our estimates from the year 2020. Sorry.
Does that study include things like cultural impacts in terms of changes of land use, job disbursement versus job replacement?
The figures I just referred to.
Impact on farming communities.
The figures I just referred to are about the jobs involved in the construction,
right.
And I think they do include some induced employment as well, but not the. It's not a broader socioeconomic impact assessment. It doesn't contemplate, I guess, cultural impacts.
Is the government planning on doing a broader socioeconomic impact assessment, or we're not going to worry about that? What's the policy of the government?
I might need to take that question on notice.
Sure.
I'm not aware of a study being commissioned like what you've described, but I'll have to get back to you on that.
Sure, thank you. I might just pick up on some of the other questions, Mr. Aubrey, around the consultation and engagement, and how you've changed a bit in regards to that. Can you talk us through why you've moved away from town hall meetings and gone to this drop-in centre approach? Because that's caused a lot of angst in the community, particularly when media are locked out of those town hall community meetings as well. It creates an air of suspicion. And
I appreciate what you're saying there. Look, in the Central West Arana, for instance, we did 115 community information sessions. We did 850 direct stakeholder meetings. We met with councils on 172 occasions or more. And, there was 10,000 individual stakeholder interactions. The reason that we've kind of moved away from town halls, and when a community, if we are doing a drop-in centre and our community members ask for it to be a town hall, we generally have done that when we care. The reason we've gone into drop-in centres is we feel as the engagement is a lot better. We hear from individual voices that probably aren't as willing to speak up in a town hall situation, but perhaps we should be moving to a bit of a combination of the two.
Yeah.
Okay. And can I just touch on, when we're talking about the projects, particularly in the Central West, you spoke about that there's probably about 10 or so that you are essentially committed to in terms of them being connected to the grid, and the others, they may connect to existing transmission lines.
If there's capacity.
If there's capacity. what's your oversight on those projects? Because I think there's a lot of those ones that are causing angst within the community. For example, the solar farm out of Geary.
Yeah.
Like the approach the company's taken is pretty appalling. They've essentially just closed ranks, changed their website, have no information on it whatsoever, and just gone to ground. And that's an area that proposed to go through a biodiversity conservation zone, impacts on flood waters, whole range of issues, and the company's just gone to ground. What's the government's oversight on these companies that just pop up and propose these things and then shut their doors?
So we are not able to, and Clay may go into this a little bit more, but we're not able to stop a developer going out and having conversations with farmers, and nor would we want to community. We're not able to stop them to go out and talk to farmers about opportunities on their farm or landholders. So generally, this is part of the planning approvals process. So we just need to, they just run through that process, and it is unfortunate. But I think by signalling those 10 access right holders, we're actually starting to give some certainty to community of where some of these projects are going to be.
Yeah, look, I'd have to understand more around the specifics of that scenario you're talking about, but I would say that there are a number of guidelines that we have, including the early engagement guideline, the social impact assessment guideline.
But is there a consequence for not following those guidelines?
There is a consequence in the assessment, the merit assessment of a project. If we don't agree that the developer has followed those guidelines, that can become a reason for why a project may not proceed.
Is there weighting on that as part of your decision? Like how do you quantify whether you think they've engaged properly? They'll probably push back and say they have.
Yeah.
Like how do you determine that? How do you quantify that? Do you put a weighting on that as part of your decision?
Look, as an overarching statement, our underlying job is to weigh up the economic, environmental and social impacts of a project. So that is part of our overall assessment of any project. The word you use there, quantitative, is particularly difficult when it comes to social impacts. But that's why there is guidelines around that, and we do require the proponents to actually put forward what they view those social impacts to be. But look, I am happy to take more details on that project if you'd like and follow up, because we are worried about the way that some of these developers engage with the community. And from a planning perspective, we're happy to go, if the project is already in the planning system, we can absolutely go and speak to them about whether or not we think that they're following the proper engagement process and what the implications might be for their project. But as Mr. Aubrey referred to, sometimes these developers are actually working even before they've entered the planning system, so it can be difficult for us to actually identify those sorts of problems. But even so, we're happy to work with Energy Co and try and get out in the community and speak to the people affected by that, or even contact whoever this developer is that's causing the problem.
Mr. Bazniak, is that the Bori?
Yeah, Bori, Geary, Solar.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of media on that. We have not. I don't think we've even been consulted on that one at this stage. Just so you know.
That says a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. Just in the 1 minute I've got, just picking up on the stuff around the offshore wind, is the department totally hands off from that, and just it's in terms of studies and impacts? Is that all just in the federal government sphere, or is your department's done any work on the impacts of offshore wind? I know, Mr. Ryan, you spoke about the difference between free floating and floating. I'm aware of that, so I don't feel like you need to go into the detail on that. But
yeah, no, look, at the moment, I guess we've got a watching brief. We are actively watching the technology developments overseas, and we are meeting the developers who have an interest in the New South Wales offshore wind zones. I do know that the technical network planning team within Energy Co, I guess, is doing that work to think about how the zones would integrate into the broader network. I guess my point before was it's not an active here and now sort of priority for the work that we're doing. There's no, we are supporting, I guess, to the extent that it doesn't mean prioritising our resources away from the other things that we're doing now.
Thank you. That pretty much takes us to time. I know there's probably a lot of other questions committee members have. I do as well.
Can we bring them back?
We will be putting them, I think there'll be an opportunity to put some of those questions on a supplementary, but I do flag that, like with a lot of our inquiries, we will bring
Might have you
government
there.
witness back towards the end of the inquiry just to
Yeah, I think
follow
that's a
up
good idea.
based on what we've heard. So
Yep.
just
Yep.
prepare yourselves for that. Don't
Look
be
forward to
surprised.
it.
I think it's good to bookend it.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
have that.
All right, well, thank you for that. You have taken some questions on notice. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you on timeframes of getting them back. So thank you for your time
Thank
today.
Thanks so much.
We will now break for 1 hour.
This is our main break now.
This is our main,
because
yes,
the
this
rest
is
of
our
the
main
days are
break,
good.
which is a bit ordinary, but yeah, extraordinary. Okay, welcome back to today's hearing after that break. We now welcome
Do you want to
witnesses
ask?
from the Ombudsman, Energy and Water, New South Wales, and also executives from AEMO as well. So welcome, starting with people that are actually physically present here today. I might ask you to state your name, position, title, and swear either oath or affirmation, and then we'll go to the people on WebEx.
Great, thank you, Chair. So my name is Nevenka Kodavel. I'm Executive General Manager of AEMO Services. And just a point of clarification, we're here representing AEMO Services, which is distinct from AEMO.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kerner?
Melanie Kerner. I'm the General Manager of System Planning and Renewable Energy Zone Authorisations at AEMO Services.
Thank you. We'll now go to those online. Ms. Young, we'll start with you.
Good morning, I'm Janine Young, the Energy and Water Ombudsman, New South Wales.
Thank you. Can you swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Yeah, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Sale, can you state your position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yes, thank you. I'm Stephanie Sale. I am the Head of Energy Transition at the Energy and Water Ombudsman, New South Wales. My affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I might just circle back to you, Ms. Codeville, to give your oath or affirmation.
Yeah. Apologies for not doing that earlier. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Kerner?
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. We have reviewed the terms of reference for this inquiry and considered the matters raised in public submissions as they relate to AEMO services. And I would like to begin by outlining the capacity in which we appear before you today. We're here today representing AEMO Services in its capacity as the Consumer Trustee under the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act, which is the enabling legislation for the New South Wales Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap Policy. The Consumer Trustee is one of the entities that implements the New South Wales Government's Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap Policy. To do this, the Consumer Trustee carries out specific functions given to it under the Act. These functions are intended to help enable the investment needed to transition New South Wales electricity infrastructure in accordance with the policy and Act. The Consumer Trustee must also act in coordination with other roadmap entities who have their own specific functions. AEMO Services Limited is a subsidiary of the Australian Energy Market Operator, known as AEMO, and has an independent board of directors. Our statutory functions as Consumer Trustee are separate and distinct from AEMO, and we are not in a position to speak on behalf of AEMO, including in relation to the Integrated System Plan or the ISP. I will now briefly outline some functions of the Consumer Trustee under the Act. The Consumer Trustee produces the Infrastructure Investment Objectives, or IIO, report every 2 years. This provides an assessment of the 20-year development pathway, including the required infrastructure for meeting the roadmap's legislated targets for energy infrastructure in New South Wales. The IIO report also includes a 10-year plan for conducting competitive tenders for long-term energy service agreements, or LTEZs as they're known, to give effect to the development pathway. LTEZs are financial support contracts for the construction and operation of generation infrastructure, long-duration storage infrastructure and firming infrastructure located anywhere in New South Wales. Based on the IIO report and the legislated requirements, the Consumer Trustee designs and conducts competitive tenders for LTEZs. Specifically, in respect of New South Wales Renewable Energy Zones, the Consumer Trustee also conducts an independent review to decide whether to authorise a network operator to carry out a renewable energy zone network infrastructure project that is recommended by Energy Co as the infrastructure planner. The Consumer Trustee may conduct tenders for access rights to REZs if requested by the Energy Co as the infrastructure planner or the Minister. For completeness, in Central West Arana REZ, the infrastructure planner conducted the allocation process for access rights. The Consumer Trustee also determines the fees payable by participants in an access scheme. In exercising its functions under the Act, the Consumer Trustee is required to act independently and in the long-term financial interests of New South Wales electricity consumers, and to act consistently with the objects of the Act. The Consumer Trustee is also required to take into account the New South Wales Renewable Energy Sector Board's plan and the Minister's First Nations guidelines when exercising its tender function. We thank the committee for the opportunity to contribute and welcome your questions.
Thank you. Does either witness from the Ombudsman wish to give an opening statement?
I would like to give an opening statement.
Thanks, Ms Young.
Thank you for the invitation to speak to you today. We're joining you from the Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone. We're facilitating drop-in information sessions in Dunedoo, Golgong, Coolah and Casellas. At the time of our submission, our roles to include renewable energy infrastructure had only been in place 2 months. Now, 5 months later, we've completed several regional engagement trips and we're much more aware of what's happening. Why do we have this jurisdiction? We have over 25 years of energy ombudsman experience. We're independent, we're a trusted voice, we're dispute resolution specialists, we have demonstrated achievements in social justice and we have reputational strength. All are difficult to achieve, harder to maintain, and we believe critical to the energy transition. We've only received 24 complaints to date, and that's not surprising because very few people know who we are or what our renewable energy role is. Transgrid, Energy Co and REZ, now E1 members, have a key role in promoting their complaints processes and also advising landowners and community of their right to contact E1. That's only just starting to happen. Getting that message from energy entities is a key confidence builder for landowners and community members. Complaint issues to date include inadequate consultation, transmission line placement, lack of information and transparency, i.e. no maps, no design information, no capacity info, lack of response to concerns raised, and refusal to provide a central point of contact. Early insights from our engagement show 2 sets of the Renewable Energy Zone coin. In our member meetings, we hear about successful community engagement initiatives, low levels of complaints, and the success of negotiated land acquisition. On the flip side, community members and landholders tell us a very different story. They're often very unsure who their complaint is about and how to raise it. Some have heard from so many developers that they are totally confused. Others don't understand the different roles of Energy Co, REZ. Consultation is only directed to landowners whose properties will host transmission infrastructure. Neighbours feel ignored even though they will have visual, noise, traffic and are already experiencing dust impacts. To build trust in this sector and in the energy transition, we all need to consult, engage and share information and support each other. There are cumulative impacts of renewable energy zone developments. These are long-term projects that take years to design and plan and then take many more years to build. This is causing constant disruption to individual landholders and the community. Mental health impacts are being shared with us regularly by strong, salt-of-the-earth farmers and landowners who have experienced consultation fatigue and complaint fatigue from either an overwhelming amount of information or lack of response and information. For community members, it's not just one project, it's multiple proposed projects. Councils shared with us that they're dealing with over 30 proposed projects requiring extra unfunded resources. There are concerns that work camps in the area will exceed 4,000 people, putting enormous pressure on services and roads. With increased community engagement and promotion of E1 by energy entities and us, complaints will most likely increase. That's a good thing as it will enable systemic issues to be identified and addressed, leading to better consultation, engagement and information sharing. And that needs to start now. Renewable energy infrastructure jurisdiction is currently limited. It includes Transgrid's major projects and renewable energy zone transmission projects. We are currently working with New South Wales DQ to identify how we bring large-scale solar, wind and storage into jurisdiction. To build trust in the transition, this is also critical. Renewable generation developers are already creating a filling bucket of landowner community complaints and uncertainty. In the meantime, our focus is to get out in community as often as possible, provide free, fair and independent advice and information and dispute resolution, and become that trusted voice. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, and thank you both groups for attending. The committee is resolved to have free flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere, including potentially two of our committee members that are on video conference as well. So I'm looking for someone to open the batting order. I'll start with Ms Mitchell first this time around.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here, both online and in person. I wanted to just start with something you just said, Ms Young, in your statement about the number of complaints, but also that people, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, don't know who you are and don't sort of know that you're available. I guess, where is the flaw in that system? How can we make sure that landholders know that you are an option for them if they need to escalate their complaints? What's missing in that communication space?
So as I mentioned, Transgrid and REZ and Energy Co are now promoting that they are members of the Energy and Water Ombudsman Office, and that people can come to us. In Transgrid, it's in their project reports that they put out each quarter, but it needs to become just more of a regular message from them. And as well as for us, we have a role in promoting what we do. Everyone in the sector has that role, I guess, which is why we're out in community at the moment. So it's critical that we all work together on that. Firstly, promoting the complaints processes of REZ, of Energy Co and Transgrid, because they should be able to resolve their own complaints, and it's only when a consumer needs to go to an ombudsman for that they should be able to do that. But we can, of course, provide independent advice and information at any point in time to any landowner or consumer, and we'll continue to work with the members of the scheme to promote that, and with any other stakeholders, so we can get that message across.
And in terms of your funding, I noted in your submission, I think you said you funded, is it for 2 financial years? Is that correct?
Yeah, the New South Wales Government provided $1.3 million of funding for us to set up this jurisdiction, completely standalone from our 25-year-old business as usual Energy and Water Ombudsman jurisdiction. So FY25 and FY26. Okay. And what we're currently working at E1 is the funding model, the industry funded funding model, so that REZ, Energy Co and Transgrid will self-fund both our fixed fees and our complaint fees from FY27 onwards.
Right, okay, so the government funding has basically helped you establish, but then you would, the other chambers sitting, so if bells ring, we can ignore them, just so you're aware. I don't know if you can hear them on the, and for those in the room as well. Okay, so then from 2027 onwards, you'd be looking at sort of industry, or through Energy Co. Yeah, okay.
We're an industry-funded ombudsman, and from 1 July 2027, we'll revert to that model with, it could be just, the entities I've mentioned, it could also include by that point in time some companies, developers that are putting in solar, wind farms, storage.
Okay. You also, in your submission, talk about beginning a co-design process with DECU to talk about renewable energy generation and storage infrastructure. Can you talk us through that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, so we've had, I think, around about 3 working group meetings. Steph will correct me if I get that wrong, with them, working towards getting agreement about how they would come into jurisdiction, so that we can set up a point where there's a trigger that requires them to be members of the Energy and Water Ombudsman Scheme Limited.
Them being who, sorry, the developers or the operators?
The developers of wind farms or developers of solar.
Okay.
We'll also talk to DQ about, all the existing wind farms and solar farms that are out there, and all of the wind farms and solar farms that are not attached to the REZ. They might be linked to the distribution line within Central West Arana, or they might be outside of that. We've got to create that level playing field.
So trying to, I guess, have at the beginning the processes in place and the responsibilities and rights sort of understood earlier on in the piece to try to limit the amount of potential complaints. Is that the intention?
That's the intention. And to try and the role of an ombudsman is actually to work with its members to encourage them to have best practice dispute resolution complaints process and therefore not need my office.
Yeah.
And that's what we do day in, day out as well.
Okay. I just have one more, if it's right, Chair, just to the witnesses in the room. I was interested when you talked about in terms of the role of access rights, but also the fees payable under the scheme. Can you just talk through in a bit more detail how that process would work? And I guess I'm thinking more for like an individual landholder. I think someone mentioned neighbours and the concern about whether you're directly impacted or not. But I suppose if you are an individual where a company has come to you and said, we want to do this, what role do you play in terms of that advice around the fees payable, and how is that calculated, I guess? Yeah.
I might ask Melanie perhaps to talk about the calculation of the access fees and then maybe to the second part of the question around landholders, and we can talk more specifically.
That would be great,
about that.
thank you.
So we have a requirement under the Energy Infrastructure Investment Act to set access fees. We have to, in doing so, set access fees with a component for community and employment purposes, and there are minimums for those components that are set out in the regulations. We also have to adopt certain principles when we set access fees. We have to maximise the financial value for New South Wales electricity customers by enabling those connecting to the access rights network to contribute to the cost of the network. We have to consider the optimal use of the existing and planned network infrastructure in the REZ, and we also have to provide transparency in the total determined or expected access fees payable under the REZ access scheme. But within those principles we have discretion around how we set access fees, and we do that by balancing the maximum financial value for New South Wales electricity customers and ensuring that optimal use of the network, so trying not to set them so high that we're going to discourage generators from connecting, but also seeking to get a contribution from the generators connecting to the cost of the network infrastructure.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and then so I guess from the landholder perspective as well.
More just picking up the second part of your question in the context of our tender function as well. One of the things that we do look at in our merit criteria is community engagement and also community benefits and benefit sharing schemes. So they are part of our merit criteria when we're looking at the LTESs themselves. So it's just to round out both the access fees part and also the LTESs.
Okay, and when you're setting the access fees though, is there any consideration for, and I see your sort of macro point about cheaper power or better reliability, etc., but is there anything for the immediate community around? I guess I'm particularly thinking about, if you're living within the REZ, if your property's impacted, is there any guarantees around cheaper power for you as individual landholders? Is that part of the discussion or consideration, or not at this point?
So it's the role of the infrastructure planner to then administer the funds that come through for the community and employment purposes. So when we set the access fees, we consult with the infrastructure planner, as well as we're required to consult the Employment Purposes Advisory Committee, which is established by the Minister under the Energy and Utilities Administration Act. They're the two bodies that we consult in setting those at the levels that will then allow the infrastructure planner to administer that fund.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry.
I might go to Ms. McDonald and then come back to you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I was wondering what mechanisms, can you hear me, are in place to ensure that EWON remains independent when, as you said, initially funded by government and then by industry and possibly developers?
Yeah, it's a key point we get asked about our independence, but that's through the structure of... Oh, sorry, were you asking me that question?
Yeah.
That's just through the structure of an industry ombudsman scheme. So we are funded through the day-to-day work we do with energy and water billing, retailers, networks, distribution companies, water companies. They all fund the Energy and Water Ombudsman New South Wales. We have fixed fees and also variable fees. The variable fees are based on the number of complaints, and they cover all of our operational work, which includes our complaints work, our outreach and engagement, our submissions, our systemic issues work. So it's on a user pays basis. Now those complaint fees or those variable fees are aimed at sending a message back to industry to resolve their own complaints, learn from our complaints, and therefore ideally put us out of business. We'll take 28,000 complaints this financial year, so obviously that still needs a lot of work. But we maintain our independence. We have a board that has an independent chair, 5 directors that come from the different sectors of industry, 5 directors that come from and represent consumers right across New South Wales. I, of course, have never worked or don't work for an energy company. I'm an ombudsman. Our staff, we make sure we have no conflicts of interests. We can't buy shares or anything else like that in any energy or water company, whatever it might be. We maintain our independence through our complaint handling manual, guidelines and procedures, and we have an independent review every 5 years to make sure that we meet the Commonwealth Government benchmarks for consumer-based industry-funded ombudsman schemes, one of which includes independence.
Thank you. And so in order to kind of put yourself out of business, as you said, what kind of changes could government or renewable energy companies make to reduce the number of disputes and or help to resolve those that do arise?
So that's why our systemic issue role, which is in our charter, requires us to report systemic issues back to the members of the scheme, to regulators and to government. So through doing submissions and having workshops. So we're continually working with our members to report back what we're seeing so that they can improve further the transition, their consultation processes, their engagement. I mean, it's great to have an ombudsman because people have got someone who's independent that they can go and check what they're being told. But we will work very closely with the members at arm's length to improve their outreach engagement and their complaints handling so that they can reduce the number of complaints over time.
Thank you. And now that I've got everyone in the right, how does AEMO see New South Wales renewable energy zones fitting into the energy system over coming decades, and how essential are they?
So one of our functions is to prepare a document called the Infrastructure Investment Objectives Report, which is a 2-year publication that sets out the development pathway for the infrastructure that New South Wales needs to meet the infrastructure investment objectives, which includes generation infrastructure, long duration storage infrastructure, and underpinned by network infrastructure, including the renewable energy zones. The infrastructure investment objectives that we have to meet, that we have to show we need to meet through that report, there are minimum objectives to 2030, including an equivalent amount of 12 gigawatts of renewable generation by 2030, 2 gigawatts and 16 gigawatt hours of long duration storage, and then by 2034, 28 gigawatt hours of long duration storage. So we prepare this report to meet those minimum objectives, and then overall objectives to minimise cost to New South Wales consumers, meet the reliability standard and meet the energy security standard to provide for reliable energy for New South Wales consumers. The REZs that we model through that process, we do identify that they are required to meet that development pathway and meet the infrastructure investment objectives.
And so if they're delayed or not delivered, what would be the impacts on the rest of the energy system?
So through that infrastructure investment objectives report process, we do look at sensitivities and scenarios, including the potential for infrastructure delay. So through that process, we're able to identify what might need to happen if certain projects are delayed. And generally, what we find is that the REZs are critical for to minimising costs to New South Wales consumers. Where they are delayed, or if they don't go ahead, then there is the potential. Then the generation still needs to connect, but will do so in areas that potentially have lower resource potential and have potential constraints as well, and represent lower value for New South Wales consumers. So that IAO report does identify that there is a need for the REZs to minimise cost to New South Wales consumers at the lowest cost to consumers.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got some questions for AEMO Services. Just continuing with the infrastructure investment objectives. How are we going in relation to meeting those objectives? Are we making good progress or?
Yeah, so we are making good progress on the infrastructure investment objectives. AIMA Services, we're currently in the process of preparing our 2025 infrastructure investment objectives report, which we intend to publish in Q3 of this year. That report will set out the progress that we are making and then revise our development pathway and our new 10-year tender plan for how we intend to conduct tenders, the long-term energy service agreement tenders, which will then identify to what extent we need to increase those.
Is that the way you decide whether an energy or REZ network infrastructure project should be authorised? Is it through a tender process, or can you take me through how you decide whether to authorise one?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So, in general, all the decisions the consumer trustee makes need to be independent decisions and in the long-term financial interests of New South Wales electricity consumers. We have a decision-making power to authorise REZ network infrastructure projects, and we do that in consideration of the long-term financial interest to New South Wales consumers. What that means is that we consider the direct and indirect financial outcomes on electricity consumers that might result from the authorisation decision over the long term. We assess whether the direct financial benefits to customers are likely to outweigh the cost to customers, the cost-benefit analysis essentially, and we consider whether the decision will deliver an outcome that is likely to help manage the risk to achieving the Act's objectives as they relate to the long-term financial interests of New South Wales electricity consumers. And having to regard to these matters, making a decision, we need to be satisfied that it's likely to be in the long-term interest of New South Wales consumers.
And is the mechanism for that putting out a call for tenders? Is that how you do
so
it?
we undertake the mechanism for authorisation. The infrastructure planner, Energy Co, provides us a recommendation about the network infrastructure project that they think should proceed. And Energy Co, in the case of Central West Orana, ran the tender for the network operator. They recommend the project to us, and then we decide whether or not to authorise.
So you decide after that tender process has taken place. Have the tenders that have been run to date been successful, do you think?
The tenders for the long-term energy service agreements that we run.
Yeah, so the long-term energy services agreements that we run, they're for the generation, the firming and the long-duration storage tenders. So that's separate to the tenders that Energy Co run in relation to the networks itself. So we've run 5 tenders at the moment and awarded 20 contracts to 20 projects, 7 of which have been within REZs.
Okay, thanks. They're the questions I've got, Chair.
Thank you. I might just throw a couple first to E1. Out of the complaints that you've received with your expanded role, so just isolating those complaints around the REZ and the associated projects, how many of them have led to binding decisions being put on the developer?
Yeah, given we've only received 24 complaints to date, no binding decisions, we've been able to negotiate or conciliate outcomes, which is the best outcome. A binding decision is, when we can't get a member to meet what is a fair and reasonable outcome that we've been able to conciliate. That's a much better outcome, particularly for this work, because of the long-term relationships. But if necessary, I will make binding decisions over time.
Okay, and I guess my next question, in the event that one of those developers doesn't want to comply with the binding decision, what power do you have as the Ombudsman to enforce that binding decision?
So that's why we need members, whether they're the Authorised Energy Co, Transgrid, ACE-REZ, whether they're developers in time. There's got to be some regulatory framework that holds them to account, so that I can make a binding decision, and that their ongoing, ownership management of that solar farm or wind farm would be at risk if they don't abide by the Ombudsman's.
So what I'm hearing from you is that framework doesn't exist at the moment, that to actually make them adhere to the binding decision, that needs to happen to give you the power to do that.
That's what we're working with DQ to find out what that leverage would be to make that happen. The other thing I should mention is my binding decision powers are $100,000 up to or including $100,000. in total settlement. So my office can't stop any of these projects. It can't, slow them down. They're critical to our goals, to the country's goals. But we can make sure that landowners and community members are looked after through that process and the right consumer protections in place.
Sure. Is it your vision that some of these binding decisions may be able to be done on a systemic or in a systemic way? You talked about systemic issues. If there are those systemic issues, would it be your vision that a binding decision could be made on those systemic issues across all participants?
A binding decision would be only applicable to an individual complaint, but it comes with a media release and it comes with an information paper for other members so that they can have regard to it and prevent the same detriment reoccurring.
Okay, and we've heard from other government witnesses today that the Central West Orana REZ obviously is expanding in terms of the projects that are being put forward. Obviously some of them have the approval of Energy Co, as Energy Co identifying 10, but we've heard there's over 50 or close to 50 in the pipeline. Does your budget allow you to, you think, adequately deal with over 50 projects that may be causing complaints from community members?
The government funding for FY25, FY26 will enable us to set up a jurisdiction and bring them in as members, and then they will fund it. So if we had any developers that were really out of kilter and causing complaints after complaints, then quarterly they will be getting a bill for those complaints from my office. We will be increasing resources and they will be wearing the cost of that.
Do the developers, will the developers have to join this body or this group, or will they be able to opt out?
That's the bit that we're working through with DQ, and some of the things being discussed are voluntary membership, but I will be strongly opposing voluntary membership because that means that a developer who's not doing the right thing can walk away. So that's why we're working through with DQ at the moment, what will be that leverage so that membership will be mandatory, and then there will be ramifications either through binding decisions or through government or regulatory oversight.
Okay, thank you. I might just go to AEMO services. So can you provide any examples of successful cases where local New South Wales communities have benefited significantly through your tender requirements?
Thank you for the question. So maybe take a step back and talk a little bit about the merit criteria themselves, and then we can talk about some of the tender outcomes. So with the merit criteria, it's effectively there's eligibility criteria, which includes submitting a community engagement plan. Then we have a Stage A assessment. That Stage A assessment is largely non-financial, and in that includes an assessment of community engagement, shared benefits and land use impacts. And then the third stage is the Stage B, which is the financial value assessment. We have a tender assessment committee that assesses all of the bids that come in, and then if the LTESA is awarded to a project proponent, then whatever commitments have been made as part of that tender process are reflected in the final contract, and there's contractual measures to ensure enforcement of commitments that have been made. In terms of outcomes, there have been good outcomes on a number of our tenders, and if I have some figures to date, if I look at across the 5 tenders, the supported projects that we've awarded LTESAs to, they're expected to contribute approximately $6.7 billion in investment in local supply chains and local steel, $186 million in commitments to First Nations businesses, and around $108 million in commitments to shared community benefit initiatives. So we are seeing commitments to benefit the local community coming out of our tenders.
And are you, in terms of those community benefit projects, are you the only ones that are looking at and making the assessment on whether they get the nod or the approval, or are there other parts of government that are also looking at that? And I guess what is the weighting of your opinion on those projects?
Yeah, so projects undergo many processes to bring a project to life, including planning, environment, etc. The part of the process that we engage with developers on in this context is purely around the award of the LTESs, that underwrite contract itself. So we don't duplicate other processes out there, but we really are simply assessing the merit criteria and the bids that come to us, and we assess those bids against those merit criteria with a view to awarding the LTESs to the most meritorious projects. Okay.
In terms of those LTESs, I think I note in the Hunter you went with, I think it's Transgrid or Ausgrid, where they're utilising for their transmission lines the existing easement as much as possible and existing lines as much as possible. Can you tell us why you haven't looked at that for other areas within the state as a good model in terms of reducing impact?
Yep, I'm going to hand, that's in the planning space, I'll hand to Melanie.
So that competitive process was run by EnergyCo as the infrastructure planner, and it was their decision to recommend that Ausgrid carry out the Hunter Central Coast REZ network infrastructure project. Our role is to assess the generation and long duration storage projects as they come to our tenders for the long-term energy service agreements, as opposed to network infrastructure, which is the role of the infrastructure planner.
Okay, I'll circle back around and ask them that question then. No, whether anyone else has any other questions.
anyone on the line?
No, Ms Hurst doesn't have any questions, so if anyone else has some extras, I'll go to them.
Hang on, let me see what else I have.
I do.
You go, yeah.
I just, while others are looking, you talked about benefits to local suppliers in terms of steel and other materials. Is there anything particular in terms of frameworks or actually binding policies that actually guarantee that local businesses and local suppliers will get benefit from these projects, or is it just sort of at the blessing of the developer?
So maybe the way we do our assessment, we take into account the Renewable Energy Sector Board plan, as well as the New South Wales First Nations guidelines. So we take those into account, but we also have in our tender guidelines indicate that there are other things that we look favourably upon. So when it comes to land use, New South Wales circular economy policies, etc. But it's the project proponents that will come to us and put together in their bid what their commitments would be vis-a-vis the local community. And those commitments may also be picked up in planning processes or other processes they're involved in, but what we take is on face value the bid as it comes in. But as I mentioned earlier, if they are successful in getting an LTESA, then those commitments are embedded in the contract themselves, and there are contractual remedies if they fail to deliver against their commitments.
Okay, thank you. Ms McDonald?
Yes, to Ms Young, I was wondering, does E1 assist developers in improving their internal complaint handling and consultation process at all? And if they do, what would that look like?
When they become members, we would have a big focus on it. When becoming members, they've got to display to us that they actually have an internal dispute resolution system and a complaint system. We worked through that process with REZ and with EnergyCo before they became members from the 1st of December last year. And if we get that jurisdiction for solar battery storage for the developers to come in, we would certainly make sure that they establish their own and that we provide input to make sure that it meets the complaint handling standard of Australia, the international standard as well as that it has reference to external dispute resolution or our office as it needs to have also.
And can you intervene in disputes related to benefit sharing or VPAs between communities and proponents?
No, that would be outside jurisdiction, but one of the things of being a member of an ombudsman Office and Industry Ombudsman, and part of what we provide for community is we provide a no wrong door referral service. So when complainants, landowners, community members come to us and they might have a complaint, for example, that should go to the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, we would provide them with direct contact information and refer it to them and let the ARC know that that complaint's coming their way. Likewise, we can do that for other entities as well, so that landowners and community members are not going round and round in circles trying to find out where to go and getting frustrated through that process.
Any other questions? I have just one more. Have you seen examples where there's been poor community engagement and that has led to disputes or complaints?
Well, that's what we're getting complaints about. And actually yesterday in Golgong, we had a couple of community members come in and just talk to us about the fact that they hadn't been consulted with at all, including one gentleman, and it was around a developer. He was working with a developer about getting a solar farm on his land. And then he raised issues and he needed more information, and it ended up going on his neighbour's land, and then all communication with him shut down, even though from his land he's looking at all those panels. So we're already getting those complaints. So, they need to be able to go somewhere. We need to be able to really shine a spotlight on them. So we're going to work hard with DQ to make that happen.
And are there any emerging trends or concerns that have come out as a result of the early complaint process, or?
Yeah, it's early days, but it really is about consultation and engagement, and particularly with neighbours. Whether that's neighbours of REZ with what's happening out there, and we know that they are looking at that and improving that, and we'd certainly strongly encourage, Transgrid as well, just to continue that work, because it's critical to get trust in the whole transition.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Sure. And just briefly, what's the timeline for bringing on other members into the Ombudsman? Because I note some of these developers or companies behaving quite poorly right now, and probably are sitting outside your ability to really tackle them. I use the example of Ven Energy in the Boree and Dewey solar project out there. They've shut down communication entirely with the community, even with the people that are surrounded by those solar panels on 3 sides of their property. They won't engage with them at all. So I'm just wondering, what's the timeline for you bringing in these companies and making them accountable in terms of those fees that you said you were going to charge them for not adhering to complaints or managing complaints well?
Yeah, I take my hat off to DQ for working with us last year. They approached us in March last year about expanding jurisdiction to include renewable energy transmission, and we had that signed off. We had the funding agreement by the 30th of June. We had jurisdiction by the 1st of December. That was really fast and really good collaborative work. We're currently working with DQ. As I said, I think there's been 3 workshops. I think I'm due to go to a workshop that's aimed to be the final workshop around decision making sometime in July. So I trust that we can look to be bringing this jurisdiction in, I would hope perhaps from 1 January 2026. If we can get there, I think, I don't want it to extend much beyond that, because as you've experienced, we're hearing from people that need assistance with dealing with developers right now. So we want to progress this work. We've got to do it. We've got to take the time to do it right, so that those new members join the scheme, understand their membership obligations, and work to address the issues. So we've got to get that regulatory framework, or that overarching framework right to do that.
Okay. Well, thank you all. That's taken us right up onto full time for you guys. So we will bring forward our next witnesses, but there may be some questions that you've taken on notice, or some supplementary questions. The committee secretary will be in touch in terms of timelines for answering those. But thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
witnesses from the Net Zero Commission as well as the New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner. Starting with you, Ms Stone, can I ask you to state your full name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Thank you. Alison Stone, New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Smith?
Will Rayward Smith. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I'm the Executive Director of the Net Zero Commission.
Thank you.
I'm next.
Yes.
I'm Meg McDonald. I'm Interim Chair of the Net Zero Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, would either of three of you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions? Starting with you, Ms Stone.
I would.
Thank you.
Right to go?
Yes,
Yep,
please.
thank you. So I was appointed as the first statutory New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner 3 months ago on the 13th of February 2025 for a 3-year term under the Agriculture Commissioner Act 2024. The Act sets out the functions of the Agriculture Commissioner, which are to undertake reviews and give advice on agricultural matters, monitor an issues relating to agricultural matters, make recommendations to government, identify opportunities to improve agricultural matters, promote a coordinated and collaborative approach across government for agricultural matters, and finally to prepare and publish maps of New South Wales in relation to agricultural matters. Under the Agriculture Commissioner Act, I report to the Minister for Agriculture. On my appointment, the Minister and I discussed the following areas for me to focus on over the next 12 months initially. And the first two are also functions under the Act. So I'll just go through them quickly. Assist the New South Wales Government in developing a system to define, identify and map significant agricultural land in New South Wales. Promote a collaborative and a cooperative approach across government on agricultural matters. To test the use of a New South Wales Farm Practices Panel to minimise land use conflict between farmers and rural neighbours, starting probably with a volunteer agricultural industry. Ensure agriculture is balanced with policy development and decisions on the renewable energy transition, including working with the Net Zero Commission, and to promote a cohesive approach to policy making in that regard. And finally, to provide advice and input on the challenges and opportunities of delivering that critical infrastructure for primary producers. Under the Climate Change Net Zero Future Act 2023, the Net Zero Commission must consult with me as Agriculture Commissioner in the development of their annual report. We've established a regular and solid working relationship to commence this process and to also promote that cohesive approach to policy making. In terms of the terms of reference for this inquiry include several areas which are relevant to the stakeholders that I am engaging and working closely with, including, as I've mentioned, the Net Zero Commission and Energy Co, relevant state and federal government agencies, local government and local government New South Wales, so that cohesive approach through the levels of government. Importantly, New South Wales farmers, individual farmers and farming enterprises, and more broadly people engaged in the agricultural sector. Since my appointment as the Agriculture Commissioner, I've had initial meetings and established regular meetings with many of those key stakeholders and have attended several events where I've spoken directly with a lot of farmers, landowners and leaders in the agricultural industry. During these discussions, I've heard firsthand a broad range of views about some of the issues, challenges and opportunities in relation to the matters set out in this inquiry. Thank you.
Mr Smith.
Thank you. The Net Zero Commission welcomes the opportunity to provide feedback to this inquiry, so thank you very much for inviting us here today. So the Net Zero Commission was established through the Climate Change Net Zero Future Act 2023 and was formally founded in mid-2024. So we are responsible for providing expert advice to government to ensure New South Wales is more resilient to a changing climate and on a clear path towards net zero emissions. So the Commission operates independently but is accountable to the New South Wales Parliament, and the Joint Standing Committee on Net Zero Future monitors and reviews the Commission's functions under the Act. So the Act defines the functions of the Commissions. One of the Commission's functions is to monitor and review action currently being taken in New South Wales to address climate change, including the environmental, social and economic impacts of action. As outlined in our submission, the Commission is required to take the guiding principles set out in the Act into consideration. Section 8 of the Act outlines the guiding principles, including that actions addressing climate change should take into account the need to support local communities, including Aboriginal communities who may be affected by the action. Action to address climate change should also take into account the knowledge of rural, regional, and remote communities. Section 21 of the Act outlines that in preparing our annual report, the Net Zero Commission must consult with the Agriculture Commissioner. So electricity generation is the single greatest contributor to New South Wales' emissions, and electrification underpins many emissions reduction measures, especially in transport, industry and buildings. And the delivery of the renewable energy zones in a timely manner is foundational to decarbonising New South Wales' electricity supply and ensuring energy security, and will set the foundation for new economic opportunities and jobs. To achieve the 2030 roadmap target of 12 gigawatts of renewable generation capacity by 2030, almost 9 gigawatts of generation capacity still needs to be commissioned. And within our first annual report, the Commission highlighted that unless the pace at which renewable generation is built and connected to the grid, the targets set by the New South Wales Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap will not be achieved in 2030. Our annual report also noted the importance of securing community support and sharing the benefits more equitably within local communities. And as a Commission, in our first year of operation, we're developing our approach to how we can best contribute within our legislated remit. The success of the renewable energy zones will depend on strong and meaningful engagement with local communities, and this means coordinated and meaningful engagement by all involved: government, developers, contractors, operators. And robust mechanisms to appropriately share the benefits with communities and impacted landholders at different stages of the life cycle are essential. In summary, it is the Commission's role to provide independent expert advice to ensure New South Wales is on a clear path towards net zero, and the electricity sector plays a major role in achieving this goal and is an area of focus for the Commission's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I might start off before passing to others. Ms. Stone, hearing Dr. Smith's statement there about meaningful engagement with the community being a key part of the process in achieving net zero, based on what you're hearing talking to New South Wales farmers and individual farmers, do you think we've reached that point where we are having widespread meaningful engagement between developers and individual landholders and farmers? Are we there yet?
Consultation, I think, is a bit of a vexed issue sometimes. There is a lot of consultation fatigue out there in the community, so it's about how it's effective. I heard or listened in on the session this morning, and certainly understand through my discussions with Energy Co the extent to which they're looking at being flexible and adaptable and changing how that they go through their consultation processes to get deeply engaged with individual landholders and affected communities. I certainly know that there are still remaining issues out there. My broad perception and understanding is really that big change does take time, and certainly all change, and land use change in particular, does mean that there are people that take longer to come on the journey, and there are some people that will continue to object to some of the outcomes that are being sought by government through the transmission to renewable energy. Are we there yet? I think there's never an answer to that. I think you can also look at how you do things better. But certainly as the Agriculture Commissioner, I will certainly remain committed to hearing from farmers through New South Wales farmers, but also regional site visits to really understand some of the issues as they affect individuals on the ground.
Are there any examples of, I know it's been a short time since you've been in the role, but are there any examples of conflicts that you've helped address between these stakeholders? Can you point to anything where you've been able to address some of those conflicts or challenges?
Not at this stage. As you say, I've been in the role 3 months. I've probably had about 40 separate briefings and meetings, and I've attended large events where I've been able to speak to individually to more people. I've been on site a couple of times, but I have got a series of regional visits now being scheduled for the next few months. So I look forward to hearing in more detail some of those issues. I will advocate where necessary across the various parts of government, and also be providing separate advice to government as I see those issues become relevant and become more real for me as I get out and about a bit more.
Yeah, sure. And I guess you talked about some of the negotiated goals you've had with the Agricultural Minister. Is some of that work going to look at doing an assessment on the cumulative impacts of these projects, in terms of agricultural productivity? We heard this morning that the Central West REZ has sort of ballooned to potentially close to 50 projects across the area. Are you going to do some assessment on the cumulative impacts on you talked about the prime agricultural land? Is that going to be part of your work?
Yeah. So I'm greatly assisted by the work of the former New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner, who did 2 reports. One of them was specifically about the complementary pathways for renewables and agriculture. The issue that you raise around cumulative impacts, I think sometimes that's a bit of an academic exercise up front. It's only when it becomes real, so quite possibly those cumulative impacts both at the landscape level but also at the community level or valley by valley is certainly something that I'd be very interested to look into.
Sure, thank you. And just one final question, maybe to Dr. Smith before I pass to others. You spoke in your opening statement about, I think it was 9 point something gigawatts of extra power or capacity we need to reach by 2030. What does that look like? Can you give us some sort of sense of, I guess, the totality of projects or totality of wind turbines or solar panels or other potential power generating devices that we would need to reach that? Give us a sense of how much we need to build.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. So I suppose the 9 gigawatts that I mentioned there, quite often a project may be of the scale, sort of 500 megawatts. Even there are some projects in the state which are 100 megawatts. In terms of the land area associated with those projects, there are actually some statistics that the Net Zero Commission, together with the Agriculture Commission, has on hand. We can provide those following today. Happy to take that on notice. I think with regards to the 9 gigawatts, we know 9 gigawatts are still required. Only 4 gigawatts of those are currently committed according to the latest update that we have, which is from the Energy Data and Analytics team within the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, who is tracking the status of those different projects. There's also the storage capacity target of 16 gigawatt hours by 2030 and an additional 12 gigawatt hours by 2034. We know that outcomes from the 3 long-duration storage LTESs, the long-term energy service agreements, under the roadmap are expected to contribute roughly 40% of the 2030 minimum objective and more than 65% towards the 2034 minimum objective. We have the 850 megawatt Waratah super battery expected to be operating this year, which will be a real milestone in storage capacity. And then just very recently, just within the last few days, AEMO Services have released their latest competitive tender for long duration storage, which is under the roadmap, and that's aiming to contribute roughly 8 gigawatt hours of storage capacity.
Okay, and how much of that is actually like guaranteed, locked in, and do you look at AEMO's fuel mix dashboard when you're factoring or doing your calculations? I looked at it yesterday afternoon, and 0% was being generated from solar and 5% wind. So if we're talking about locked in reliable energy, are you looking at that dashboard and running the calculations? Because those sort of figures don't really paint a good picture in terms of energy reliability across the state, if that's what we're pulling out.
Absolutely. We're right into the numbers with regards to overall energy contribution from renewable energy, but also looking at any point in time renewable energy penetration. So we are developing as a commission our methodology for measuring progress in terms of the rollout of the renewable energy zones. We're working with the department to access updates to the renewable energy zone project status and pipeline. And actually in our current consultation paper, we have questions that are in relation to the rollout of the renewable energy zones. We've also had the benefit of reviewing the submissions made to this inquiry, and we'll obviously be taking inform our work, the findings and recommendations and your report. Within our current consultation paper, we're including questions on the sufficiency of measures to ensure community engagement and benefit sharing. And we're also asking if First Nations communities are adequately engaged and included in sharing the benefits of the transition. And we're going to use the feedback from this engagement to inform our assessment and recommendations in this topic ahead of our next annual report.
Okay.
I have some questions.
Ms. McDonald.
Dr. Raywood Smith, how does Net Zero Commission see the tension between delivering on the state's emissions reduction targets and making sure that regional communities are not adversely impacted along the way?
Thank you. So we certainly recognise the role of the renewable energy zones in enabling decarbonisation of the electricity system. And we know that to achieve our legislated emissions reduction targets for the state, that we need a rapid transition in this sector. But we absolutely understand that regional and rural communities need to be brought on board, because if they are not justly treated, the durability and acceptance of the transition is very much at risk. And from our perspective, that means strong and meaningful engagement with local communities, absolutely essential, and that is also along with robust mechanisms to appropriately share the benefits with them.
Okay, and so in that, how do you ensure, or how does the government ensure that regional communities and agricultural, say farmers, experience the renewable energy rollout positively?
Thank you. So we have our current consultation, which is with a lot of these communities, these local communities, and I don't want to front run the recommendations that we have as a result of that consultation. We are also very much working with the Agriculture Commissioner to understand the views of farmers in the regions. And since the Agriculture Commissioner was appointed in February this year, we've had a kick-off meeting and a now meeting on a monthly basis. We're very much working to ensure that we understand each other's work plans, including in the space of understanding the impact of renewable energy zones in rural and regional communities and industries. There will be areas of collaboration and coordination, such as consultation activities in the local areas and synthesis of findings. And as I mentioned, in preparing our annual report, we must consult with the Agriculture Commissioner, as outlined in the Act under Section 21.
I have just two more questions, and I'll turn to Ms. Stone. So, what are you doing to ensure that, say, farming continues as normal around renewable energy developments?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question?
So, what are you doing, or what is the government doing to ensure that farming continues as normal around renewable energy developments?
Thanks for the question. There's a couple of points I'd like to make here. I think any land use change often has impacts into agricultural land, so expansions of cities, townships for housing or industrial development or major infrastructure. So I will say that it's a change like that. There's also, and I will refer back to the former Agriculture Commissioner's report, which was titled Complementary Pathways for Agriculture and for the Transition to Renewables. There's evidence, and there's both anecdotal and some reasonable evidence around the ability for farming practices to continue as normal. That changes whether you're talking about wind towers versus solar. More research is being identified, and it is probably something that is needed to understand better around the grazing opportunities or the opportunities to for horticulture or viticulture to coexist with solar farms and the benefits of that or otherwise. So there's a number of strands to making sure that we can take the opportunities as well as making sure that there's not an unfair impact on agriculture, because I think that's the part that we need to make sure that we're live to and looking at ways to address that. I do make the point that we are utterly dependent on farming, agriculture, farmers for all the food that we eat, shelter, and the way that we use materials for clothing and other products. So we can't diminish the value of agriculture in these big land use change projects, and I think that's we've started, and I think there's a work in progress, if I can answer it that way.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, so following on from that, say coexisting, you know, those two projects, I was just wondering what your views on farmland being taken up by renewable energy projects. And we have to say that some land will be lost to renewables. What are the plans to manage this shift?
So land use change has been in existence for a couple of centuries, if like since colonisation of
but
the
then
country.
you also said we need it for food and
yeah. And so how we are looking to manage that is making sure that we understand where the state strategic agricultural land is and looking at ways to make sure that we can minimise the impact through those processes, but also looking at are there other opportunities. Certainly the location of the big footprint of the renewable energy zones, not all land in those zones is obviously going to be taken up for individual projects, but looking at the siting and design of those I think will be important. That is the role of other agencies. I'll be looking into are there opportunities to actually make sure that we can protect that important agricultural land through those processes.
Yeah.
Can I? Thanks, Chair. Just want to continue on with you, Ms. Stone. Just earlier, you were talking about, I think, going on some regional visits soon, and I appreciate you're relatively new to the role. But in terms of when you go out and about, and particularly, I guess, issues related to renewable energies, how do people know that you're there? Do you have sort of public meetings, stakeholder engagement? What does that process look like for you, or what will it look like for you?
So we're in the process of designing that. Yesterday I was in contact with New South Wales farmers to ask for their advice on the best way and to engage with people and issues on the ground.
Yeah.
I'm certainly live to a lot of the media around certain individuals and certain locations. So taking all of that on board, it's obviously I can't deal with every single local issue, but looking to get a broad understanding of the issues that are still coming through as the projects are in different stages of development, understanding that Central West Arana is ahead of the pack, New England's coming online, Southwest is being discussed. So they're the three areas that I'll be starting with, and certainly the Hunter is another area that I'll be looking for.
And
so each regional visit might be tailored separately and differently, but it will certainly involve some site visits, some roundtables, if I can characterise them that way. Probably not town hall meetings. I think often you get deeper qualitative information if you actually speak individually with people and see firsthand what their issues are on the ground.
Okay. And what kind of staff or resources do you have to support you in that role?
Yeah. So the department provides a secretariat to me, and I really thank them for the work that they've done to get me established and set up with all the meetings and briefings that I've had to date, and are available. And certainly I've got good support and good resources in the department.
Okay. And this is not a reflection, but it's a part-time position. Is that right? Is that what you're
my role?
engaged with?
3 days a week.
Okay. I wanted to ask, you mentioned before your predecessor doing some work in relation to particularly the land conflict associated between renewable energy and those developments on agricultural land. They were sort of publicly available reports. I think the Minister of the day, Dougal Saunders, had asked for them. There was a government response, so it was very transparent in terms of, I guess, what the Ag Commissioner's view was based on feedback, and then also what the government would be doing in response. Has Minister Moriarty asked you to do something similar in your role?
I think that blueprint is a good process to learn from and follow, and certainly my approach to engagement is exactly that, which is to be open in the first place about what are the issues, being available to hear those issues, and then making the reports and any public submissions available through those processes.
Okay. So, but I appreciate that you have independence, but has the Minister sort of tasked you to do that specifically, or is that something that you're doing as you see as important to your role?
Yeah, as an independent commissioner, and I think my 40 years experience in government is that those more open processes, and once upon a time governments used to just inform people what they were doing, much more around consultation, much more around engagement and involvement now. And I note that recently there's been a guide to effective and adequate consultation in regional and remote New South Wales. So they're the guidelines that I think set the benchmark for how we do engage, recognising that the challenges of people to actually appear in person sometimes, we're greatly aided by technology these days. So there's different ways to engage with people and then communicate and provide feedback. So putting all of that together, I'll be looking to make sure that those processes are, as I say, open, transparent, and that the findings that I would be coming up with are certainly broadly socialised.
Yeah, and I mean, and I don't mean to sort of labour the point, but I guess that particular report that I'm referring to, I think, is a couple of years old now, and for some communities, most notably those in the Central West Arana area, that I think a lot has changed and developed from when that was written as opposed to now. Is there any intention to revisit that report, those recommendations, update advice to government, learning from the period of time between then and now?
Yeah, absolutely. So the two reports that the former Agriculture Commissioner did provide, one was looking into what levers in the planning system are available to assist better understanding of the need for agricultural enterprises to exist within the landscape, if I can put it that way. And then certainly the second report on the complementary pathways of transition to renewables and agriculture. So those two reports, one had 13 recommendations, the second one had 29 recommendations. I've certainly looked at all of those in depth and looked at where progress is being made within the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, and certainly in the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, and then making sure that they're still relevant, because I think sometimes if you continue to just implement recommendations as written. A lot has changed, and certainly in this space I can see that a lot has changed, and I do point back to the ability to learn from what works well, but also what is not working well is part of, so I'm big on evaluation. So having a look at how well things, how things are being implemented, and what can we learn from that, and what can we take forward from there.
Okay. Can I ask one more, Chair?
Yeah,
Sorry.
sure.
Just probably to you, Dr. Raywood-Smith. In your submission, you say that monitoring the rollout of REZs will be an important area of focus for the Commission, and I note that you said you need to obviously consult with Ms Stone in her role, but am I right in saying, as the Net Zero Commission, sort of first and foremost, your priority is making sure that those targets are hit and that those projects roll out? Does that kind of supersede, I guess, the Aboriginal or the agricultural or sort of landholder concerns from your perspective? And I know it's a bit of a vexed question, but
so I think as part of the Act, our sort of requirements to monitor progress of the state towards the legislated emissions reduction targets is set out very clearly, and also to monitor action that is taken, but also to consider it from a social perspective. And critically, it's Section 8 within the Act outlines the guiding principles, and we must consider those guiding principles in the way that we perform our duties. Within those guiding principles, we know that it clearly outlines actions addressing climate change should take into account the need to support local communities, including Aboriginal communities, who may be affected by the action. So we see it very much as part of the work that we do and an integral part to it.
and also for, I guess, agriculture and sort of landholders, where's that balance in terms of your work as a commission to hit the targets versus community concern and progress of rollout of projects? How do you manage that balance?
Thank you. So I think sort of ultimately we are aware that the speed at which we can have this transition is significantly impacted by acceptance by communities and the considerations that they have. Ultimately, if they do not feel like they're justly treated, the durability and acceptance of the transition is at risk. So we see it very much intertwined.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Chair. Thank you.
No, that's fine. And just picking up on that, Dr. Smith, do you think, based on the Commission's assessment and measurements that you've done, do you think you have that broad acceptance of the transition, noting the impact it will have on rural and regional people? Do you think you have that acceptance from rural and regional people, noting the progress or lack thereof in terms of hitting our targets?
So I suppose, as I mentioned, we're undertaking our consultation currently, that will conclude in sort of early July. So that is going to be informing our understanding of the acceptance of communities around the transition. So that's a key piece. We're also conscious that New South Wales Government released its renewable energy planning framework in 2024, which included benefit sharing guidelines for solar and wind developments. And we are very much, as a Commission, supportive of steps such as these, and absolutely recognise the importance of engaging with communities and securing broad community support. And in addition, we're also supporting policies that increase the uptake of consumer energy resources, such as rooftop solar and community batteries. So these can reduce the pressure to build new large-scale infrastructure.
Picking up on some of that, do you think the fact that the government's implementing all these different things like frameworks, guidelines, we now have broadened the scope of the water ombudsman to include energy? Do you think that's, I guess, creating the perception that a lot of what's happening within government to push towards this net zero goal is very reactionary, and you are on the fly responding to issues as they crop up, when if we'd actually set these guidelines and set these frameworks in place before we pass the legislation, or as soon as we pass the legislation, we might not be having these roadblocks and having this resistance and these land use conflicts. Would you accept that fact that a lot of what's been put in place is reactionary to the problems that we are now facing as we try and roll out these renewable energy zones?
So I think as a commission, we are still undertaking our assessment of the effectiveness of the landscape of different policies and frameworks in this space. So I think in our next annual report, we will be able to provide commentary as to that. I think in many ways, New South Wales is leading with regards to the coordination of the renewable energy zones and the policies and frameworks that it's put in place, and is seeking to do that in a manner that can work with communities. But as part of our consultation, we are looking to hear from stakeholders with regards to their perspectives on that.
So when you say they're leading, are you saying that we're ahead of other states in terms of? That's a frightening thought.
Chair, could I just add that I think one of the benefits of the Climate Change Act is that it does make a requirement for consideration of this on a whole of government basis, and that is one of the areas which is puts New South Wales ahead of many other jurisdictions in actually having that enshrined in the Act. And a lot of those guidelines that you're seeing being that you're mentioning are ones which are being put in place in pursuit of that recognition that it is a whole of government effort, not just individual portfolios and individual actors within the transition.
But you can see that it from the outside looking in, that appears to be reactionary. Okay, we're rolling something out. We found a problem. Oh, we've got the power within the Act to create a guideline or a framework. Here it is to fix the problem, when we probably should have identified the potential problems when we were passing this legislation and put those things in place straight away. We might be in a better position in terms of reaching the Commission's targets if we put those things in place. Would you agree? Prior to rolling out the REZs.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but I think you could also regard it as the government being responsive in a timely fashion to a number of these issues as they arise, and trying to put something rapidly in place to actually address some of those issues.
Sure. Can I just go back to you, Ms. Stone? Did you mention the New South Wales Farmers and Government's Guide to Engagement? Did you have any involvement in that development at all? The development of that.
The guide, the Landholders Guide that we've just launched? No.
Yes, no.
I did attend the launch of that, got that guideline, but no, that was done prior to my appointment.
Okay. And you mentioned in your opening statement, you talked about the Farm Practices Panel. How would that work in relation to renewable energy zones and projects? Would the Farm Practices Panel have a place in negotiating conflicts? And I guess the additional question to that is, how are you interacting with this new process that's been put in place with the Energy and Water Ombudsman, New South Wales? How are you fitting in with that? And the Farm Practices Panel, how does that fit in with that process?
Yeah, I'll just note that I'm still yet to set up a meeting with the Energy and Water Ombudsman, but would be very interested to see what sorts of issues and complaints are coming through there, or what they're dealing with in relation to the renewable energy zones. But in terms of the Farm Practices Panel, the intent in the first instance is really to look at where there is a current push against the land use conflict around the more intensive agricultural uses, and the complaints that get raised against compliant industries by people who move into the area.
Okay.
So try to reduce the conflict in that area, but also try and reduce the complaints. So I've already had a meeting with a consultative committee that's in existence, that's got the heads of all the major agricultural industries, planning, EPA, New South Wales farmers, local government, to actually start to look at the how do we work together? How do we get the best brains around the table to say, where do we go with trying to make sure that compliant existing industries, if they want to continue to expand and continue to feed New South Wales and indeed contribute to, I guess, the export market, how do we make sure that they have quiet enjoyment in the work that they're doing, and that those neighbourhood disputes and complaints are better managed and reduce the level of conflict. To add to that, that may provide a blueprint to shed some light on the renewable energy area.
Okay, and just probably finally, given that these renewable energy zones and their associated projects are classified as state significant developments, do you think you have enough scope within your powers and the legislation around that to, I guess, adequately represent farmers' views and landholders' views back to the Minister around state significant developments impacting agricultural land?
Yeah. So I don't have any direct role in decision making in those areas, but what I do and what I will commit to is making sure that I certainly advocate into all of those avenues and then provide advice if there needs to be recommendations made to actually make sure that there are ways to address some of the persistent, I'm going to call it concerns or outrage, that might be of assistance to dealing with that land use conflict. As I say, land use conflict's not a new issue.
No, but it seems to have accelerated since the announcement of these renewable energy zones and transmission lines. I think I've noticed it's certainly become more front of mind for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, and I will refer back to the answers that my colleagues at the table just gave, but I think sometimes the frameworks and guidelines are all established with great intent. It's only when projects and issues come to light that people really see either the scope and scale of it or, oh, I didn't think that's what it was going to be. So I think being able to be flexible and adaptive in what do we do better next in the next footprint of land that we're dealing with is where we need to be thinking, because there's certainly good examples that we can look at what's worked, what hasn't worked, and certainly in that area I'll be looking at how do I take those lessons and advocate for farmers, agricultural sector and our productive land use.
Thank you. That takes us bang to 1 o'clock. So thank you all for your time today. I think you might have taken some questions on notice, and there may be some supplementary questions that come through from the committee. So the Secretariat will be in touch regarding those. But thank you for your time, and we'll bring forth the next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness, Dr. Richard Parsons. Dr. Parsons, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
Yes, my name is Richard Parsons, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to make a short opening statement before we progress to questions?
Okay, thanks very much. So I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me to give evidence at this inquiry. I'm a social research practitioner and I specialise in social impact assessment and community engagement. I am also one of only 2 practitioners in Australia and 4 globally to have professional certification in SIA, social impact assessment. That doesn't make me special, that's just a comment about my peer recognition of competency and ethics. Today I'm speaking in a personal professional capacity and not representing any organisation. But from 2016 until the end of 2022, I was employed as the internal SIA specialist within Department of Planning and Environment, as it was then, DFI now. In that role, my responsibilities were twofold. Firstly, to lead the development of SIA guidance. So in that capacity, I was responsible for the technical content of the SIA guidelines that we have today and that apply to all stake significant projects. Secondly, to review SIA documentation by project proponents and provide internal advice on the adequacy of that documentation and on the social merits of development proposals. In this time, I reviewed SIA reports for over 100 projects. I should note that I have not worked directly on any energy or transmission projects in the renewable energy zones, although I have obviously some knowledge of what has been happening, but I can't comment specifically on the technical merits of those projects. What I can do is provide evidence regarding the development and implementation of the SIA guidelines generally, and what good practice looks like and how this is playing out generally in the energy transition. In that vein, I'd like to share 2 thematic observations based on my professional experience and what the research tells us about what happens when rural and regional communities experience development and the SIA process associated with it. Firstly, development-induced change brings both fear and hope. People are naturally fearful that their way of life or well-being may be threatened, whether by a mine, a highway, a wind farm or transmission lines. Yet they may also hope for economic opportunities or other improvements to their overall well-being. Secondly, as this tension between fear and hope plays out, people and communities affected by development-induced change tend to view projects more favourably when 1. Change is managed through multi-stakeholder dialogue with everyone getting a fair hearing and having a genuine opportunity to shape outcomes. 2. They feel they will benefit from the outcomes and not be harmed. 3. They trust the regulatory framework to oversee the process of change fairly and equitably. So in short, the hallmarks of a good planning process from a social science perspective are procedural fairness, distributive equity and participative justice. Unfortunately, in my experience, there are rarely sufficient resources or time devoted to enabling these objectives. This brings me to a really important concept that has emerged in recent years in the context of development specific to renewable energy projects, and that is the idea of presumed benevolence, first coined by Professor Sarah Bice. Presumed benevolence refers to the unconscious assumption that something, in this case the energy transition and the infrastructure to enable it, is so universally desirable or necessary that everyone will accept it, regardless of any negative impacts. However, what we see when we apply a social science lens is that this reflects a particular framing common to policymakers perhaps and scientists and project proponents. Conversely, there are those who may fear that their way of life, health and well-being, local landscapes, livelihoods or sense of place will be irreversibly damaged. And they may view the transition through a different frame. They may feel that they are shouldering a disproportionate burden as the price for a collective benefit, even if they support climate action. So as a society, we are asking regional and rural communities to generously accept massive local change, often at substantial cost to themselves. And we can't expect that this acceptance will come automatically as a result of compelling arguments around the climate crisis. Instead, the research shows that this scale of change is more readily accepted when we listen deeply to those who have different perspectives or experiences of the energy transition, when they have agency or influence over decisions that affect them, and when we implement locally sensitive solutions. I'm happy to talk more about these processes and what's in the guideline, but happy to discuss any questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just looking for any...
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll have a go. Thank you, Dr. Parsons, for coming today. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about best practice, and I was interested in your opening remarks there where you talked about the sort of social merits of development proposal and that fear versus hope kind of push-pull. In terms of the renewable rollouts, and I'll pick, I guess, the Central West Arana REZ as one we're talking about a lot today, what does best practice look like in terms of that consultation piece, and where do you see potential gaps from, you know, your research and your work?
Yep, thanks for the question. Best practice in relation to engagement and consultation is a really important thing to understand. I think there's often a misunderstanding about the role of engagement and consultation in social impact assessment, because often people misunderstand engagement as a substitute for good social impact assessment. Social impact assessment is an applied social research exercise, whereas an engagement is a communication exercise, but there is a close link between the two. The guideline goes to some lengths. There's actually an appendix devoted to how they interact, or how they should interact. And the way that it should work is that the outcomes of engagement should inform or be an input to the social impact assessment. So when you do the social, or when someone does a social impact assessment, what they should be doing is undertaking that engagement, or what we would call primary research, and documenting the findings of conversations in the community and other engagement activities, and using those to really understand what people's subjective experiences are. So what you want to see in the SIA report is an explanation of how people have talked about how they expect to experience and go through a process of change resulting from the predicted impacts of the project. So there are different ways that the engagement should happen. You may be familiar with what's called the IAP2 spectrum, which is the International Association for Public Participation, IAP2. That's a well-used framework for guiding different ways of doing engagement, if you like, and that has different levels of engagement, from informing through consulting, through collaborating and participating, and the most powerful form is called empowering. And so what that is talking about is where communities are actually empowered to shape decisions that affect them. And that's in terms of what your question about what best practice looks like. You would expect to see that happening. Now, that doesn't mean that every SIA and every engagement activity should be an empowering one, but it means that when you are expecting people to undergo significant change, then you should be undertaking engagement that's more towards that participatory end of the spectrum, if you like. Whereas what we've actually seen in a lot of cases is more at the lower end of that spectrum, where it's informing and consulting. And you might often hear people actually using the word consulting as a proxy for any form of engagement, when what we really need to see is different types of engagement, different levels, in order to have a robust process that enables people to, yes, be informed, really important for them to be informed and to really understand what a project means for them, but also at the other end to participate in those decisions meaningfully. And in fact, meaningfully itself is a bit of an overused word, because what do we really mean when we say meaningfully? What I mean is that people have an opportunity to have agency or influence over those decisions, as opposed to being told what's going to happen.
Yeah, and then just in terms of, I guess, the sort of procedural fairness or equity piece, and trying to work out how we take, I guess, the theoretical components of what you're saying about what best practice can look like, and transfer that into actual lived examples for people. And we're heading out into the community later this week, and I'm sure we'll be hearing a bit from people who've been through this. But one thing that I find a bit challenging is, particularly for an individual, say, landholder who might be impacted, I think you mentioned neighbours or people as well who might not be directly impacted in the same way, but there can be other, concerns, or I guess they are impacted in a different way, would maybe be if I rephrase that. In terms of, again, best practice for that procedural fairness and equity, not just for an individual, but for a community or a group of landholders, what should that look like if a company was following best practice, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's another great question. I mean, really what we're looking for in good SIA practice and good engagement practice is locally tailored process is.
Mm.
So it should start with a process of really trying to understand who are the people in the community, what are their different aspirations, concerns and needs, and then designing processes to suit those needs,
okay.
as opposed to saying, okay, this is, you know, the kind of process that you should roll out in all circumstances. But you know, in terms of those different levels of impact, and as you say, you know, landholders or people who are hosting wind turbines, as an example, or hosting transmission lines, will experience those impacts differently to people who live a few kilometres away, but they might also will also have an interest in it.
Yeah.
So it's about offering different mechanisms for those people to participate. So what we sometimes see, unfortunately, in less good practice is, we're going to have an information day, or we're going to have a pop-up in the shopping centre, and it's going to be there between 2 and 4 p.m. And anyone can come along and ask some questions about what this project looks like. Well, you know, if you've got family responsibilities and 2 to 4 p.m. isn't actually very appropriate, then you probably won't have a chance to engage in that process. So it's about providing different mechanisms for people in different circumstances. And what about people with disabilities? What if they can't get to those things? So it's also about actually going to where the people are and making things as easy as possible for people in different circumstances to be part of that process.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Could I just ask as a follow-on, do you think the New South Wales planning processes are striking the right balance between the need to get the projects done or built and the needs and rights of communities?
Well, that's a big question. It is, I guess, a balance. I mean, I think from a social science point of view, rights are something that you can't trade away. So it needn't necessarily be a trade-off. And so I think sometimes we need to be careful about talking about a balance, because that inadvertently can imply that there is a trade-off and that we can maybe set aside some people's rights in order to pursue the greater good. But that's maybe from an ethical perspective, the risk there is that you're treating people as a means to an end as opposed to ends in themselves. And ethically, we want to treat people as ends in themselves and respect people's individual and collective rights. Having said all that, obviously we've got the imperative of the energy transition or transformation, and any kind of transformation involves positive and negative impacts. And so we need, what I would suggest is maybe rather than seeing it as a balance or a trade-off, is trying to find ways to ensure that we are looking after people as best as possible and maximising benefits to those people, but that disproportionately we want to make sure that the people who are most adversely affected are also those who might benefit the most. So maybe looking at the way that we design benefit sharing mechanisms to ensure that they are, and this is what I would mean by equitable, ensuring that those who are most disproportionately affected adversely can also receive disproportionately the benefits of those projects in some way or another.
So as follow-on, so what changes would you make to the New South Wales system based on your research and experience and you know, from other jurisdictions?
I think there are a couple of things. I think we may need to look at the whole SIA process, which is now, the first guideline came out in 2017, and that applied to just resources projects, and we've now had the one for all state significant projects since 2021. And I've undertaken a review for the department of the effectiveness of that guideline, and the same shortcomings come up again and again. Inadequate engagement is a key one, and a lack of attention to intangible impacts as opposed to things like noise and dust, and not looking at things like social cohesion. So there are lots of deficiencies in the way that has evolved, and we could look at a different kind of process that focuses on fairness and equity and justice. and there is some international effort going on in that regard, trying to rethink how SIA looks. But I think another thing from a departmental point of view is that the department needs more internal resourcing. And I say this having spent 6.5 years there as the only ongoing person in that role, and it was obviously not feasible for one person, or as it was a couple of times, 2 or even 3 people, to adequately oversee and scrutinise the social impacts of state significant projects across New South Wales, and the adequacy of the implementation of this guideline. So what happens, of course, is that work becomes outsourced to consultants sometimes, and sometimes it's done by departmental officers, and to the best of their ability they are assessing the multiple impacts and reading all the reports in the environmental impact statement. But since I left in 2022, they have not, as far as I know, replaced my position. So as far as I know, currently there is no specialist social science capacity within the department to scrutinise SIAs. So that is a recommendation that I would definitely endorse, is to fill that gap, so that departmental decisions or departmental advice that's going to the consent authority is adequately informed by a real understanding of how these impacts are playing out socially in communities.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So just picking up on some of those comments, if we've got people within the department not properly qualified to, or experienced enough to properly scrutinise SIAs, even though they're have been mandated to do it since 2021 for SSDs. What does that mean for the quality of the process for a lot of these renewable energy projects, which are all SSDs?
Yep.
Is it safe to assume that the SIA process that's been mandated is a bit Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, look, I wouldn't probably call it Mickey Mouse, but I think what is fair to say is, and I don't want to criticise any of my ex-colleagues in DPE or DeFi as
You don't
it is now.
You don't have to name them.
I think I know that they do their best within the constraints that are handed to them, and they work really hard to evaluate the impacts of these projects, and I'm sure that they are massively overworked. I think that the challenge comes when basically you've got people who are maybe environmental scientists or geologists or maybe planners. They will come from various backgrounds, and the department might be doing their level best to put together teams of people to assess all these projects and to write their assessment reports. But the SIA, in my experience, was always the poor cousin, if you like, and it was the one that was considered to be, in a way, the least important because in my experience, social impacts were dismissed as not really that important because they were misunderstood as being all intangible or all about. I recall conversations about social impacts being, or social impact assessment being something that anyone could do because it's not really a skill, and so I think there's a real misunderstanding there, and it probably stems from the fact that social impacts are indeed often experiential, often subjective, and it's difficult to put numbers around them, indeed inappropriate to put numbers around them, unlike things like noise and environmental impacts where you can actually measure things quantifiably. But the problem is, of course, that trying to put numbers on things can create an illusion of objectivity, and if you try to put numbers in that way, it can make it appear as though a decision is being made without any values attached to it. But ultimately, all decisions are based on a set of assumptions, and that is no less true of SIA than any other area of practice. But I think to answer a second part of your question, I think another implication of this lack of capacity is a loss of trust in communities, among communities in the process, which I think is just as problematic as the lack of capacity itself. Because if it is true that the department, despite its best efforts, doesn't have the skills to really evaluate and scrutinise these SIAs and the community engagement that goes into them, then understandably communities affected by these projects will think, well, how are these decisions being made?
And I guess given the level of angst in our regional communities, do you think that's what's been realised? That because we've treated SIAs as the poor cousins, as you describe, that has led to a greater angst and a greater mistrust in the community around these projects?
Look, I don't know if there's a direct causal link between the lack of attention to SIA and the
perhaps a contributing factor.
And the feelings, but perhaps a contributing factor. I mean, I would imagine that that the feelings within communities are based on a range of things in regard to the planning process, one of which is the SIA, but it's just that the SIA is, in theory, the one where there is the greatest opportunity for communities to be part of the process. At least that's what it's designed for.
Mm.
So if that is perceived to be not working properly, then it would be reasonable for communities to feel hard done by, if you like, that if that process isn't working as it should. And the guideline itself has many examples of what a good process is supposed to look like, and how communities are supposed to be involved in that. And I mean, for example, in the technical supplement here, I've got on page 5, it says that that SIAs are supposed to consider rational or justified fears. So that is, it's in other words not unjustified fears, but what they call rational and justified fears, which refers to psychological stress regarding the future personal and community impacts of compulsory property acquisition, which is obviously that's just an example that's given in the guideline in the technical supplement here. And there's a whole section, as I said, on engagement and how that's supposed to work. And I'll just briefly read you a thing here that's really important, which is particular attention is needed when engaging with vulnerable and marginalised groups to understand how they might experience and reasonably perceive social impacts.
Is that a public document?
Yeah, this is on the website. Yeah,
Okay.
if you just type in NSW SIA, this will be the first thing that comes up. And it says also, at the very least, where people express an interest in the project, they are identifying themselves as being eligible for inclusion in engagement activities for the SIA. So, there are no excuses really for excluding people, either intentionally or otherwise, from engagement for the SIA. And I think, to be fair, I think a lot of it may be unintentional. I think that there will be lots of proponents, whether they be government proponents or private proponents, that are trying to do a good job but just don't necessarily know how to. And then there are others, of course, that just want to tick a box.
Can I just take you back to, I think, something you said in your opening statement? You coined a phrase, something about benevolence.
Presumed benevolence.
Presumed benevolence. Do you think making the renewable energy zones and their associated projects state significant developments, which comes with it, a whole range of measures that sidesteps some of that community consultation and planning processes, do you think that's a way of sort of ramming through that presumed benevolence, or it helps, I guess, achieve or sidestep that presumed benevolence?
I think it depends. I think if it's critical state significant infrastructure, if that declaration is made, then that can have that effect. Or if any kind of fast tracking process is endorsed that says you don't have to do some of these things, then clearly that would entrench a sense of presumed benevolence. But that has applied also to other types of development. But I think, in some ways it should be the opposite, because obviously there are prescribed thresholds for state significant development and state significant infrastructure, and once a project reaches those thresholds, then it is required to go through these processes. So in some ways, the fact that something is SSD or SSI, as opposed to falling outside that, should mean that that because that triggers obviously the requirement to do an SIA and the requirement to do engagement to inform the SIA, that should actually trigger a higher level of performance in these areas. So I think the problem really is not so much that it's SSD or SSI. The problem is more about how the guideline and the requirements of the guideline are or are not implemented.
And I just finally, what advice or recommendations would you be giving either agencies or developers regarding, I guess, that loss of trust and social license with the community that they've been engaging with or failing to engage with properly? How would they regain that back?
Yeah, well, there's lots of research that shows that once you've lost trust, it's incredibly hard to get it back. So the advice is, it doesn't mean it's impossible, but clearly the further you've gone down that road of losing trust, it takes a lot longer to get it back. So the advice is always to start conversations early, and instead of saying, oh, gee, we've got to submit an environmental impact statement, we better start preparing an SIA. As it says in the guideline, you should start these processes really early. So as soon as there is a plan for any kind of project, then you should be having discussions with the community, trying to understand what are people's values, what are their concerns, what are their aspirations, and ensuring that those views are incorporated into the design of the project rather than trying to retrofit them later. And a second recommendation that flows from that is to provide considerably more time and funding for this process, because often what we're seeing is, oh damn, we've got to do this thing, how much is it going to cost us, how much time we've got to devote to it, and it's rushed through. The SIA is the last thing that's commissioned often after all the technical studies, and therefore there's not enough time to build trust in the communities, not enough time for people to feel that they have had a chance to influence the process or to have their views heard, and there is not enough resources put into commissioning an SIA report that is in keeping with the guideline.
So based on your observations with some of these developments, would you say that the government or the developers have adhered to those sort of two key principles that you outlined?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So with regards to some of these large-scale REZ projects, do you think the government agencies and or the developers have adhered to those two principles that you mentioned that they should in terms of maintaining and gaining that trust early?
My experience from what I've seen and heard is that there is not much evidence that has happened. I'm not saying that they have acted in bad faith deliberately, but I think, as I say, there's a misunderstanding of how to do this stuff properly, and I think there's a lot of rethinking needs to happen for how to undertake social impact assessment properly in accordance with the guideline and beyond, and how to engage with communities. And I use the word "with" deliberately because it should be a dialogue. It shouldn't be something you do to communities. So that word "with" is quite important. And as I say, to take more time and devote more resources to it.
Thank you. Well, that takes us right up to time. So thank you, Dr. Parsons, for your evidence. It's been really insightful and something that will definitely be useful going forward with the committee. So I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but the committee secretary will be in touch if you have, and for any supplementary questions we may have for you as well. But thank you once again for your time.
Okay, thanks to the committee.
Thank you. We'll now break till 1:45.
Thank you.
Cup of tea, I think.
Okay, we welcome back to the hearing. We have 3 witnesses now, all landowners. So starting with Mr. Barry, can you state your name, position and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yeah.
And then we'll come back to opening statements.
I'm Ian Barry, landowner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Morris.
Good afternoon, my name is Kathy Morris. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Good afternoon, Ben Turner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And now we'll just go to opening statements. I believe, Mr. Barry, you've got a pre-recorded audio statement for us. Are you able to?
I do. Maybe I can say apologise about my speech. Motor neuron disease, and so I've recorded my opening statement, which is mainly about Energy Co's conduct.
Thank you. No need to apologise, Mr. Barry. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Energy Co's situation is unenviable. Political procrastination from successive state governments has put it behind the 8 ball. In panic to fast-track infrastructure, Energy Co has abandoned ideals of empathy, compassion and morality and taken a path of ill-conceived shortcuts and oversights. Now, with construction tenders beginning aerial surveys, Energy Co's office-based theory that locked in the HTP corridor prematurely may get rationalised and addressed more accurately. When you are locked in for acquisition, you are evicted, or you get an easement deal from Energy Co with fine print that empowers construction contractors and Transgrade, who they hand you on to bulldoze roads and clear fell trees on your land, and also deny you any unapproved activity. Effectively, easement doesn't mean renting your land. It means you no longer own it. In panic, Energy Co skipped a social impact assessment before locking in a 110 kilometre corridor ploughing through bushland in 4 state forests. Energy Co's SIA indifference made them oblivious to the vulnerable and disabled and landowners engaged in valuable eco-preservation, ending much of our rural community. But Energy Co generously skirted others, ironically coal mines, Yancoal's Mount Thorley mine and the currently inoperable Ostar mine, along with the Singleton military base and the Millfield Hari Krishna group, all while the vulnerable and small landowners bore the full cost. With their corridor locked in, Energy Co began discovering who lived there. They also found their office-based theory had factored in paper roads that century-old cartographers envisaged, but for practicality, never built. A Wattigan landowner asked Energy Co to compare land truth with their line on a map theory. Eventually visiting, they discovered a vertical rock cliff, which they'd hitherto factored in to HTP plans as a flatland access road. So Energy Co will no doubt encounter more surprises as they pursue their hastily locked-in corridor through rugged ravines and rock escarpments. Our own bushland retreat became a valuable refuge following my motor neurone disease diagnosis. My neurologist still regards it as my life-lengthening sanctuary. I'd planned my last days to be in peace and tranquility at my bushland home. Then Energy Co arrived, SIA ignorant and refusing to consider me as a terminal sufferer despite 6 months of verbal and written evidence that went as high as CEO James Hay. We have a year of diary entries documenting land access, coercion of neighbours, frequent bullying, phony eco-visits, lies plus instances where Energy Co workers denied me basic disability rights, like recording meetings and withholding information, like easement details on our own land. We were devastated and completely unforewarned about a new corridor unveiled at a public meeting last June, rerouted to our very doorstep. When pressed by our lawyer, ex-CEO Hay backpedaled, admitting the sudden route change was a mistake. Mistakes through panic from skipping an SIA will persist. Rushing an EIS also. In April 2024, a liaison officer told us, quote, eco-surveys are cancelled for the foreseeable future. In our area, they are yet to resume. We were told Energy Co might just borrow forestry files. Either way, lack of time scuttles a valid full seasonal appraisal. Beyond their scheduled woes is Energy Co's staggering job attrition of senior staff, way inside a year. The CEO gone, Deputy Project Director gone, the 2 liaison officers dealing with us gone, the strategic lead for environment and community gone, Project Director Andrew Power gone, and they're just the ones who've dealt with me. Meeting the Minister, I explained how it appeared the Acquisitions Act had infected many Energy Co subcontractors with hubris and inflated authority. Energy Co's warm and fuzzy brochure blurb and the bonhomie generated in their information dispersing events, when compared with the reality of bullying in the field, were worlds apart. Given landowners are sacrificing home and land for the greater good, the very least they deserve is generosity in compensation, not mean penny pinching. Minister Sharp spoke of the Ombudsman, but with seeming uncertainty. E1, the dispute resolution body that Energy Co recently affiliated with, claims to deal with, quote, unfair, unlawful or unreasonable conduct with transparency. There seems much in Energy Co's aforementioned behaviour that might constitute unfair and unreasonable. But now E1's in Energy Co's corner, it does raise transparency and impartiality questions. Knowing planning and the Minister can't sign off on construction until an SIA is submitted, Energy Co finally hired EMM. When my wife and I had our SIA interview, I asked, given the HTP route is already locked in, what happens if this SIA reveals unacceptably impacted landowners? The interviewer shrugged, confirming that this SIA negated any real purpose other than ticking a box. At other interviews, neighbours have said that Mara Consulting, an Energy Co affiliate, has placed people in the interview for the apparent purpose of side coaching. So recurring arrogance and privileged attitude raises the real need for people skills, genuine compassion, and an ability in managing grief, despair, and desperation. Normal human responses to being dispossessed. Energy Co's website does offer psychological support. However, it leads to Converge International and production line counselling and a psychologist that I found to have little insight into the real situation. In conclusion, I respectfully offer this. Run acquisitions with sensitivity and empathy. Use staff with people skills. Pay landowners who you are forcibly dispossessing market value, at least. When you make a landowner sign a contract, don't leave them to the changing whims of construction contractors or an operator. Improve your subcontractor selection process and engage personnel that can negotiate, not incite. Follow SIA guidelines from the outset. They were created for bodies like Energy Co to prevent them going rogue and causing community pushback. Here's the thing about the important transition to renewable energy and its main current protagonist. Energy Co can either keep its bad boy image and stop filling websites and brochures with contradictory feel-good and fuzzy blurb, or grow up and evolve into a noble government department operating on principles of humanity, decency and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Ms. Morris, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Our recent experiences with the activities of EnergyCo have been of a disorganised, self-contradictory, mostly unfeeling, mostly unlistening entity that is miserly with facts and seeks to overreach and bludgeon affected landholders into submission by their seeming unwillingness to act in any reasonable way. The community engagement has been inconsistent, adversarial and unsupportive. One thing that is made very clear to us affected residents is that the New South Wales State Government, and by the extension its agency EnergyCo, have all the legal power to acquire land without our agreement to build infrastructure. That the only options available to us affected landholders are a series of diminishing returns and uncertainties, including the Valuer General and the Land and Environment Court. At no stage have we been supported and reassured that we will be taken care of. At all times we've been given the impression that we are problems in the way of their working day. We've been told that we're too emotional about the loss of our home. I have been told I am too angry. And when am I going to get over it? I have been told that I should be happy with what I get. The best understanding EC seems to offer is that our feelings are an inconvenience. We are an inconvenience in their day, and any concerns we raise is our problem. The whole approach of EC is adversarial. If you want straightforward information about how the project is carried out, you are met with questions in turn about why would we want such information, and promises it to provide it later. A later that never eventuates. I thought that EC is a public body, serving the people of New South Wales, but it acts like its activities are state secrets, and we are spies for the opposing government. They do not talk openly and honestly about with us, and these are missed opportunities as we know the land. We are actually rational people that can contribute to solving the issue that the government has in terms of this acquisition or this transmission line. As part of the Just Terms Act, there is time provided for mediation, but the approach is not an approach to see impacted landholders restored or reinstated. It is equally adversarial, and the negotiation start point is set by EC's valuer. Their valuer is nominally independent, but has been selected by EC through long practice in providing such support for the government. Their view is nearly always miserly, an unwillingness to be motivated by subsequently tendered evidence to see landholders reinstated. EC uses this valuer as a foil and hides behind their nominal independence. This independence also means there is no authoritative oversight of the valuer's work. There is no recourse to third-party reasonableness. Ultimately, the only way out of any impasse in this negotiation phase is to move to the Valuer General, who may or may not take any of the previous discussions into account. As we know, New South Wales is the only state or territory that does not offer compensation on a reinstatement basis. That enough compensation should be offered is so that displaced owners can live and work similarly in the same neighbourhood with the same accesses to services and amenity that they had previously. This should be provided as a proactive service to the impacted owners with their preferences taken into account, and alternative houses or land sought on their behalf, rather than something that landholder has to bargain with EC for and then compete in the real estate market for themselves. We are now in the stage of accepting EC's offer. This has been under duress and with veiled threats. The threats are, we are watching the market very closely, and current sales are being evaluated against the offer we have made to you. When are you going to sign? We have requested certain conditions for our acquisition. We requested a 50% upfront payment so that we can find something and start negotiating on that property, and a longer settlement as we're finding it extremely difficult in finding a place that meets our requirements. We don't have the funds to simply buy another home. One might say that the conditions were accepted. 49% was negotiated, not 50%. EC's lawyers, unfortunately, have not completed their task correctly. They've sent a defective contract for EC to review. EC didn't review the contract, and so it went to our solicitor, where we have picked up their mistakes. Why am I picking up mistakes of Clayton Utz? I'm not on their payroll. I don't know really what more to say.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Mr. Turner?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to the Chair for picking up on one of the themes that I'd like to talk to this afternoon. In November 2024, DPI issued an overview of renewable energy planning. Renewable energy planning framework. It is a framework for, and I quote, assessing state significant renewable energy development infrastructure in New South Wales. At the time of its release, around 1,300 kilometres of new transmission infrastructure was already being constructed or well into the planning phase, along with numerous renewable energy generation sites across regional New South Wales. The fact that this guidance framework was released as a postscript to the proposed developments in the ISP is emblematic of the rush in the energy transition. The rush is characterised by haste, but not by care for a good process. From cost blowouts on Project Energy Connect through to the failure to properly engage with landholders, there's an underlying theme. In moving on to the appointment of E1, I'd also like to address one of the questions on notice that was taken. Energy Co did not have a complaints mechanism on their website until December 2024. Is this an oversight, or is it emblematic that they just didn't have a process at all? Ms Young's comments were very interesting around taking the time to do it right. And that's what we're not taking in this transition. The second theme I'd like to address is the acquisition of properties. There is an inherent power imbalance that exists between the landholder and an acquiring authority. Notably, there is an inherent negotiating imbalance between a large, well-experienced, well-funded government entity and a dispossessed landowner who is not paid for their time in navigating the dispossession that they did not want in the first place. Secondly, acquiring authorities generally unconditional reliance on their own valuer and other experts, which leaves little room for meaningful negotiation or compromise in circumstances where reasonable, qualified expert opinions may differ between the parties. We note that there's a current review into the Just Terms Act, and this may go some way to addressing those issues. But what we have learnt through experience is that rather than undertaking negotiations with a view to assisting affected landowners to manage and move on from their loss of their land, acquiring authorities adopt an adversarial approach in which the affected landowner bears the evidentiary and cost burden of convincing the authority that its panel valuer of the reasonableness of its claim. This approach is not an expression of the Just Terms Act, but simply a learned behaviour of the acquiring authority and the valuation industry generally. Acquiring authorities will often cite the acquisition rates on a project as a measure of success. But these statistics ignore the experience of landholders and in the process, ignore the experience of landholders of a drawn out process, discomforting and adversarial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. So the committee is resolved to have free flow questions, and I will this time throw to Ms. Hurst, who's on video conference, so she should pop up in front of you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all of you. They were all three extremely powerful opening statements, and I thank you all for having the courage to share that with us today. It was very important for us to hear all of that. So I thank all of you for preparing and being willing to come forward. I have a few questions for Ms. Morris, and thank you for all the work that you've done for wildlife. I understand that you've sought funding from Energy Co to assist with the transition of your wildlife sanctuary to a new site. Can you give us an update on where that's up to and whether you've actually been able to secure any additional funding from Energy Co for that important work?
Okay, so just a bit of background for everyone. I am involved with Hunter Wildlife. I am the sanctuary that Emma refers to is a soft release pen that is spec to New South Wales Parks and Wildlife. So it is a 600 square metre pen, floppy top and a skirt. And I take in wallabies from around about the 2 kilo mark, so little joeys, and I feed them up, fatten them up and release them. This pen was approximately $30,000 for installation. It was installed by contractors. And Hunter Wildlife is a not-for-profit, and they fundraised a whole load of cookies to get this pen installed. Energy Co has decided that that pen is part of my fixtures and fittings. It cannot be removed. In the same sentence that they said it cannot be removed, they've also said, can't you just roll it up? So have I received any additional funding? No, it's part of my fixtures and fittings. So I need to either recompense Hunter Wildlife so that if I cannot acquire another property that meets the requirements for wildlife care of macropods, well then, yeah, I need to recompense Hunter Wildlife. I mean, and that's my problem. What is $30,000 in a $1 billion+ project that we all know is going to blow out, if not double?
Thank you. And exactly what you've said has just led me to my next question as well. I mean, clearly the financial support that you're asking for is a drop in the bucket compared to the amount that's actually being spent on the project itself. Do you think that if the New South Wales Government and Energy Co were more willing to fund and support local projects and relocations such as your own, that would go a long way in actually building community trust and support for the Hunter Transmission project?
One little wallaby pen? Probably not. Considering they refuse to answer questions about the clearing that will happen throughout the project. We were always worried about the clearing that's going to happen on our property and the subsequent properties. So on our property there'll be a 140 metre wide strip that is going to be bare earthed from north to south on a property that is 500 by 500 metres. They are just starting to consider how are they going to deal with the wildlife that are going to be displaced. Look, I really honestly think it'd be lovely if they supported Hunter Wildlife. Will it build trust? No. There's a lot.
You're saying... Sorry. No, I was just going to say, so you're saying, they would need to do a lot more than that trust has already been broken, that's one part of the pie, but actually there's quite a few different things they need to do to actually build that trust back.
Completely. I mean, Ben, what has been your experience with the koala colonies on your property?
They don't care.
Yeah, look, it's obviously there's ongoing studies, so I can't comment on it, but obviously it's a concern for all of us that the route for the Hunter Transmission project goes through native forests and plantation forests for around about 50% of its route, and the remainder through mining land, as opposed to running the project through the valley floor, which would be through disturbed lands. So what we're seeing is a much greater impact on biodiversity and species through the route that was chosen through the various state forests and private lands, as opposed to running through the valley floor. And we note that the Hunter Transmission 2 project, which will be a second interconnector between the old Bayswater site and the substations down in Araring and Killingworth, will use existing corridors to upgrade. So it's somewhat problematic for us as landholders when we can see that there are other options, but due to the timing required to get that generation into that new generation out of both the Central West and the New England REZs into the Sydney Basin, that this route's being chosen. So it's somewhat, particularly for somebody such as Kathy, who's put a lot of effort into preserving wildlife, our families, which have preserved our properties as native wildlife sanctuaries as well. It's deeply concerning.
Thank you. And just one more question for Ms. Morris in regards to the value of the land to wildlife. I think you mentioned in a media article that you felt that that wasn't being given the same recognition by Energy Co as other types of land that produce for profit. Can you talk a little bit further about that and what needs to change there?
Absolutely. Our first conversations with Energy Co, we were asked, well, what do you do on your land? And I'm like, what do you mean, what do I do? I live here. My husband and I have a huge bush regeneration project, cleared the land of Lantana. We were the poster child for local land services for the eradication of Lantana on a riparian area. So what do? We just probably give back to the land. One of my goals is to leave anything that I touch a better place, be it physical place, be it the relationships that I have. Our land has been valued at a significantly lower value than my neighbours who have 10 cows and have cleared land. So there is there is no value in a block like mine, like Ian's, like Ben's. Yeah, no, people don't believe that land for wildlife. Not valuable. Not valuable.
Thank you. And sorry, lastly, and I'll sort of open this to anyone, if Mr. Turner has anything to add in as well. What sort of do you think, in regards to, I know that there's obviously a range of different problems that have been identified here, but in regards to wildlife, what needs to be sort of rectified urgently in regards to protecting wildlife? I know that's a big question.
It's a huge question. I'll start, if that's okay, Ben. There's going to be huge displacement of wildlife. The bare earthing of properties is blows my mind. I have been told that not to worry, Kathy, we will only bring down trees that are that grow to more than 4 metres. And I'm like, I don't think I have any trees that are less than 4 metres. So where is all the wildlife going? Where is all the wildlife going? So if I've got 500 metres-ish of 140 wide bare earthed and it continues, where are they going to go? I mean, well, I have no words. I don't know what's happening on other properties. I don't know what's happening with yourself, Ian. Ben, what do you do? I don't know. There's no, is there any suggestion of wildlife spotters when they bring trees down? Is there any suggestion that they're thinking about the replanting of native bushes and so forth? I have no idea. They won't talk to you. They won't answer questions. And the people on the front line, they might not simply know.
Is that it, Ms. Hurst?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. I might just start with some questions. I noticed that I think all of you, or at least Mr. Barry and Mr. Turner, you were sitting in the gallery while Energy Co was giving evidence and talking about their approach in terms of consultation and how they're doing their best, and et cetera, I'm paraphrasing. Based on your experiences with Energy Co, do you think that's an honest reflection of the process on the ground? Mr. Barry?
In a word, no.
Ms. Morris, I'm not too sure whether you heard the evidence, but...
If that is their effort, I think they need to do better.
Mr. Simmons?
The public pronouncements are probably not matched up by the lived reality.
Very diplomatic.
And I guess one of the issues I put to Energy Co was this issue of illegal access and trespass. How many, or out of the three of you, how many of you have experienced issues around illegal access and trespass?
So both Mr. Barry and myself have had experience of that. In our case, it was how we actually found out that the project was occurring. So that was very disconcerting that's how we found out. But yeah, it's Energy Co do not issue their contractors sufficient spatial files to put on devices to be able to work out where they are in relation to state lands and property boundaries. In a lot of cases, in fact, in all three properties, there's no fences at the boundaries. They're backing onto forests and things like that. And we live in a geospatial world. That shouldn't be a problem for any entity to be able to do that. When we encountered the first Energy Co people on our property, they had, when I looked at their devices and I asked them to bring up the cadastral file so they could see the lot boundaries, they didn't have that. And that's happened twice further from that point, where contractors just didn't know where they were in relation to either forest lands or private properties adjoining.
Right. Would you, now, Mr. Aubrey from Energy Co tried to characterise these trespass issues as accidental. And given your experience, Mr. Turner, and I'm not too sure with you, Mr. Barry, that the first time you found out about this was when you found them on your back of your property.
Right.
Do you believe that characterisation, that it's a accidental trespass? Like,
an accident should happen once.
Yeah, in our case, they came on claiming to be undertaking an eco survey, and then at a certain point we said we'd already written into our access agreement that they won't trespass via our back door onto a neighbour's property. And they said, that's okay, he already is amenable to the HTP. When we found out that the eco survey was phony, and that claimed when my wife Vicky questioned them, they admitted they were on a mapping survey of our neighbour's property. And when I informed him, he certainly wasn't amenable. He phoned in a complaint to Cessnock Police. So, not accidental,
no.
Really.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, so not only are there issues of illegal trespass, but when they come to you, they're actually being dishonest about the reasons why they are coming to you and making up stories about what they're actually doing when they're doing something else.
I'd say yes to that.
So, how do you? What does that do? I guess to the trust in the process. We heard from Dr. Parsons before about having trust in a process. What does that do to your trust in the process when from the beginning they've been dishonest and they've illegally trespassed onto your property?
I think the social licence piece is, being dealt with quite significantly this morning. And I guess what I would say, and I can't speak for Ms. Morris and Mr. Barry, but what I would say is trust is earned, and it's very difficult when you're having to have conversations around, and it's highly emotive. You're being dispossessed of your land. Significant value, in all in two of the cases here today, it's partial acquisition, so you're losing value in your remaining land, and you're also losing the amenity of your land. So your trust is, it's very difficult to sustain any form of trust or willingness to move forward when you're sort of dealing with a brick wall of, well, yeah, it was just an accident, but it's happening repeatedly.
Yeah, sure. There's probably one final question before I throw to others. Obviously, Mr. Barry, you've got a serious medical condition, motor neuron disease. How has this process impacted your health, not only your mental health, but your physical health? And then I guess I'll throw that same question to the other witnesses, but I thought I'd start with Mr. Barry, given your pre-existing condition.
I've been fighting MND for over 10 years. It was fairly slow. In the last year and a half, my neurologist has said he's noted a rapid or an increase in my decline. He wrote to Energy Co. Probably 6 or 8 months ago and said, look, I'm concerned about my client. Nothing was resulted out of that. Then he wrote to the minister, and shortly after that I'd been trying to get a meeting with her for 6 months. Shortly after the second letter to her, I did meet with her. We had a chat, but short answer is the stress. My neurologist believes hasn't done me all that much good.
Ms. Morris?
Stress, what can I say? My husband, his doctor has also provided letters and documentation via our solicitor at Energy Co. to outline the level of stress that this whole transmission project is causing. We just don't sleep. What do you say? Stress is horrid. And yeah, it's definitely shown in our work. We're both self-employed. And I know if I've seen the financial impact on the level of stress. I would not have been able to hold down a full-time job. Simple.
Yeah, and look, concur with what's been said, although we pale into insignificance with Mr. Barry, but certainly very stressful. Our property is a broader family ownership, and so it is a collective thing, and it's highly impactful. And I'd go further to say that we've had significant challenges with dealing with Energy Co about issues of design and impact on our property. So, from the point of September of 2023 to now, we're still not through all that process. We're still not through the acquisition process. So I guess to Kathy's point earlier, one of the things that you were hoping was that speed, there'd be some level of, let's get through this so that we can all move on, but unfortunately that's not been the case.
Thank you. I'll pass on to other members.
I have just two, and this is, thank you for coming this afternoon, and I have just two questions, and it's open to everyone. Could you elaborate on what you believe a genuinely respectful and accessible consultation process should have looked like?
I believe, well, in my case, I think we had to, we repeatedly informed Energy Co and their subcontractors who arrived that I wasn't a well person, and I think in a fair world they would have taken that into consideration. That was never taken into consideration. And finally our lawyer, again, we have all had to retain legal defence against bad treatment. Finally, my wife and my lawyer wrote to James Hay. That I'm not sure she got a reply to that. So they're very reluctant to exercise sensitivity.
Thank you.
I would just say, be honest. We have not had a straight answer from Energy Co. Why not be honest? This project didn't start in September 23. It started 2 years before then. Budgets had to be put together. They call them desktop audits of properties that would potentially be acquired, would have had to be put together. Why not tell us and be completely honest with what is going on? There are things that are out of our control. We can't say, no, we want to move the transmission line, 100 a kilometre east or west. But if you're going to do it, be honest and be sympathetic to us and realise that this is our home. This is not anything but my home. And that I don't understand why we just haven't had that honesty. Just
Excuse the bells.
Yes,
just ignore
it's
them.
all right.
Look, it is a very challenging space, so I'm not trying to suggest that there's a panacea for any of those for this issue. I think there's always going to be, those impacts are keenly felt. I think early engagement is probably the bigger one. If I was to name one thing that would have changed our experience, and then the speed of which of that negotiation occurred. I touched on the theme of acquisition because I think it's a common theme right across acquisitions throughout New South Wales, is that government authorities acquiring do take an adversarial approach. They like to say that it's the Just Terms Act. I beg to differ. It's more around precedents and the way they behave. The Just Terms Act doesn't say anything about being adversarial. And so, I think that would be probably the two key elements that I would point out. Just engage early. I've seen it in other sectors, industry sectors, where that early engagement of a significant project, still the same outcomes in terms of impacts on people, but that has a different result to the way that people perceive that project. And then, the Just Terms Act, it's, I can speak personally that I've just found it just quite stressful.
Thank you. And what do you believe this inquiry needs to understand most urgently about the current engagement and consultation practice, and what should the government do now?
Mr. Albury made some comments a couple of months ago in the media that, you know, Energy Co had made some changes in terms of appointing making specific appointments to address issues and using a different language. I'll be blunt, that's lipstick on a pig. So I think it's about being genuine about the engagement from acquiring authorities with landholders. So I think that's what I'd like to put across to the committee, that, you know, that the acquiring authorities, whether that be Energy Co or Transgrid, need to, or the various other acquiring authorities around, need to be genuine in their engagement with people.
Okay.
Hear, hear.
Also, we've found with a few of their subcontractors, they've had appear to have a natural inclination towards bullying approach. And I think that may come out of a knowledge that they're empowered by legislation that we can't defend ourselves against, which is fine. You know, mining and security and defence all have that power, but it shouldn't have a attitudinal change in the people who convey it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for coming and being so honest about your personal experiences. I think it's very valuable for the committee to hear what you've been through, as you know, negative as the process has been for all of you. I wanted to just ask a little bit, kind of in line with what my colleague was saying, just about I think Ms. Morris, you talked about the inconsistency amongst what you're hearing from Energy Co. I think neighbours hearing different things. Mr. Turner, I think you said you found out about it because a neighbour had started engagement with projects. So
we literally found out when we found somebody trespassing on our property.
Okay. So look, this is a big issue and a big thing to grapple with. But how could there be better consistency? Noting your points around just being honest and upfront, but are there any kind of lessons specifically around that consistent information going out to everybody from your experiences that should be taken moving forward by Energy Co or other operators?
Can I just take this, if you don't
mind?
Yeah,
please.
We think there's been, I mean, this is, I can speak collectively here, we think there's been very much a individualist approach taken to divide people to ensure that we don't collectivise and have a group view.
Yeah.
So, and that, you know, from my experience in talking to people in the Central West REZ who have been affected by acquisitions, that was their experience as well.
Yeah, so divide and conquer as opposed to,
We are, the Hunter Transmission Project affects only about between 20 and 25 private landholders. So we're a very small group. You know, you're effectively here today, you've got 15% of that. So it's an interesting one, very different from the impacts of the Central West REZ.
Yeah, okay. And I don't, if you're not comfortable, any of you answering this question, that's fine. But I just wanted to ask about the personal cost beyond obviously health considerations and mental health. But I think both Mr. Barry and Ms. Morris, you've talked about engaging legal experts to help you with it. Is there any sort of ballpark that you're happy to share with the community in terms of what you think this is costing you as a community or individuals in terms of legal costs? If you don't want to, that's fine, but I'm trying to understand the scale of that personal financial cost to you as well to defend.
Okay, so it's actually, if I may start. It's actually really interesting. So part of the Just Terms Compensation Act, your legal fees are paid for by the government.
Right, okay.
Okay. So and the valuation fees. So you engage a valuer, they have their valuer. We're supposed to negotiate on that. So those two costs are taken care of by the government. Those two costs were in this for us, and now we've moved to a different solicitor because we're now into a conveyancing situation. Those two costs were in the vicinity of 50K. And we were very lucky to have a solicitor that did not require a retainer.
Yeah, okay.
So we did not outlay.
Okay.
So that, you know, that was appreciative, which I think is different for other parties. And that's the legal cost. The Just Terms Compensation Act also provides for relocation costs and some other, you know, stamp duty and so forth. A interesting point is rural properties, more than 2 hectares. When you sell, even though it's your residential, have a capital gains tax.
Yeah.
And we have requested legal advice, taxation advice, and that would be part of our compensation package.
Okay.
We were told, no, that's not part of the Just Terms Compensation Act, and so we would have to seek our own. We did finally settle on a figure of $2,000. At the meeting that this was raised, there was my solicitor, my valuer, Clayton Utz, their valuer, and 2 EC representatives, and Peter and I. So we had a 1.5 to 2 hour conversation. And in that time, I got so sick and tired of quibbling over $2,000 that I pointed out that this whole meeting was costing a stack more than $2,000. And both Peter and I are self-employed. And we're not in a scalable industry. And so if I wasn't working, I'm not making money. But everyone else in this room was making money. And so I just cannot get over how miserly EC is. And I'm not talking about specifically my compensation. I've spoken to a whole lot of different landholders for a whole lot of different purposes. And wow, I am blown away by the way they run roughshod over everyone because they can. And I just, my mind is blowing.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
That's it.
Yep.
Mr. Murphy, you have any no questions? Miss? No follow-up questions? Let me just...
Can I? Sorry, is
Yeah,
there anything
sure.
you haven't told us that you want to? We've still got you for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
We may as well utilise the time because there might be something else you want to put on the record.
comment. There was a comment from the Net Zero Commissioner about speeding up the transition. And the great concern there is that anyone that has worked commercially knows that when you speed, it's a basic project management triangle. When you speed things up, it costs more. And inherently, that cost is then pushed back to the taxpayers. So I guess to an earlier point that I made around the process, we seem to be doing things, we're experiencing problems and we're writing new frameworks. And now we want to accelerate this transition, and that will cost us more. And that's a great concern that I think that the public has been largely not alerted to, that, if we want to accelerate the transition to renewables, which, I don't have a problem with renewables, I believe in the transition, it's just the way we're going about it. And I do, to further that, AEMO in the ISP pointed out that vertical stacking of projects as a key risk for cost. And that's something that, is just not being addressed as these projects are coming through. We've already seen projects that have had significant cost blowouts, and it's somewhat concerning that there's not a great deal of focus on that piece.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't want to...
No, that's fine. Ms Morris, is there anything else you would like to add before we...
We haven't got enough time.
Fair enough. Mr Barry, is there anything you'd like to say in the last 5 minutes we haven't covered?
Well, I would agree with Ben that a lot of the charting of the corridor in the HTP appears to be theoretical. And I think now we're beginning to see that that rush to get that line drawn has to be addressed in practical terms. The other thing I would say is I'm not sure how their personnel department works, but they need a higher caliber of subcontractors. Because our experience is they've been certainly no people skills.
Thank you all for your time and very, very open and honest testimony. It's really greatly valued by this committee. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but the committee secretariat will be in touch if you have, and we'll also be in touch if we have any supplementary questions for you. So, but yeah, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we might get started. So starting with you, Mr. Reynolds, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Reynolds. I'm the Chief Executive of Local Government New South Wales, and I'll swear the oath this afternoon. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Councillor, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Yes, I'm Councillor Claire Ponton. I'm the Acting President of Local Government New South Wales, and I will do an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, please, I'll do that.
Proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry today. My name is Claire Ponton and I'm the Acting President of Local Government New South Wales, the peak body representing New South Wales general purpose councils and related local government entities. I'm also the Mayor of Mid Coast Council, but I'm here today representing LG New South Wales. LG New South Wales welcomes this inquiry into the impact of renewable energy zones on our rural and regional communities and industries in New South Wales. New South Wales is in the grip of a renewable energy boom, with nearly 200 projects progressing through the planning system. The scale and pace of development presents both opportunities and challenges. As detailed in our submission, the cumulative impact of this rapid development is significantly affecting the local labour market, housing, infrastructure, water, essential services, emergency response and transport routes. At the same time, councils recognise there are opportunities for their communities, such as economic diversification, investment and the creation of highly skilled and well-paid jobs. Local government must be a key partner in the rollout of this renewable energy scheme. Councils are well placed to understand their community's needs and the local opportunities and challenges this transition presents. Partnering with local government is also key in building the social licence for renewable energy projects. The committee will recognise from the breadth of local government submissions to this inquiry that councils have been preparing for and grappling with the rapid rollout of renewable projects for some years. They have been proactively seeking to secure good outcomes for their communities while navigating the challenges the new development brings. They are also contending with limited resources, having received inadequate funding and support to respond to these additional demands. Our submission reflects the themes we've been hearing from councils in recent years, which consistently call for assessment of cumulative impacts on local infrastructure and essential services, better strategic planning, fair compensation, and sufficient funding and support. As a final note, I would add that these issues are not limited to the local government areas within the REZ boundaries. Councils outside the official REZ areas are also seeing the effects. Our recommendations apply to all projects, whether they are located in a REZ or not. And I thank the committee for considering our submission and recommendations and those of the local government sector, and we look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ponton. The committee has resolved to just have free flow questions, so the questions will come from anywhere, including other people on video conference as well. So I'm just looking for a member to start the questions. Ms. Mitchell?
I'm happy to kick off. Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for appearing today and for your very extensive submission and the list of recommendations in particular. Thank you for someone's put a lot of work into that, so I just wanted to acknowledge that at the beginning, so thank you. I'm just going to ask about a couple of the recommendations that you've made. I wanted to tie or start with the issue about fly-in and fly-out or drive-in, drive-out workers, and particularly the impact that can have when, I guess, people are using the resources of council but not paying the rates. We did hear from some of the Energy Co representatives this morning saying some of the councils in the Central West have actually preferred the idea of kind of having village type pod housing and things to not put too much of an impact on local housing markets, and that in and of itself, I guess, encourages more of a fly-in, fly-out workforce. So how do we sort of balance what an individual council might be asking for versus that broader concept of trying to have local employment where possible? Is that something that your council's members talk about and sort of debate the merits of?
Are you happy to take that, David?
I'm happy for either, whoever, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Mayor Ponton. Through you, Mr Chair. Look, obviously, when we're looking at policy application, we're talking about an overarching principle, but the application in particular areas may vary from council to council. I think there are probably a couple of factors that I'd be conscious of and some examples there. So I think Dubbo Council, for example, has done some good work and is included in our submission of theirs around some legacy housing, so working with providers legacy housing behind. But I think one of the challenges around fly in, fly out or drive in, drive out employment cohorts is the possibility of building good community around them rather than just having them as short-term guests or short-term consumers of services in councils. So these projects are catalysts for councils to add to housing stock, to add to communities, to reset provisions for service areas in the rural and regional areas which might need some of that economic impetus to do that. And having stable and perhaps longer-term communities no doubt helps with those outcomes. But equally, we understand that they can be used as triggers to generate housing. The types of workforces that are required, certainly for the construction and installation of these projects, are not the same types of workforces that are required for the ultimate ongoing maintenance and use of these sites. So again, there's probably a couple of things. So overall, we would love to see stronger communities to build stronger resources and to build stronger fabric, but we accept that there are benefits that can be achieved through good planning and good agreements being put in place with councils around legacy outcomes, such as the housing example from Dubbo.
Yeah, and I mean, and look, you know, I certainly, as someone who lives in a regional area, advocate for if you can have sort of permanent housing that then can have future community use.
Yep.
You know, I think that's a good starting point, but I guess you've got to take into account that local consideration as well. I wanted to also ask about decommissioning. And you make a recommendation, I think it's number 50, where about having solar and wind decommissioning calculators as part of the development assessment process as well. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit more in terms of where you think that gap is and how they could be used, I guess, to better inform that assessment process, what the decommissioning might look like?
Yeah, thank you. Claire, I'm happy to take that one if you're...
Yes, please.
There, thank you, and thanks, Mr. Chair, through you. Look, I think really what we want to do is just make sure that current approvals and current consent conditions are making allowances for good management of sites and good restitution of sites at the end of the life of these projects. Some of them will have limited lifespans, they will vary in time, but we just want to make sure we're using the best information available to recover these sites. You've heard from other speakers today around conflicts in land use and issues of environmental recovery or the recovery of agricultural land. We just want to make sure that there are good processes that are thought about up front so that the conditions can be drafted and applied correctly up front, and so that those costings can be properly factored into the overall life of the project, so that not an afterthought later when someone says, oh, hang on, we've got to do a bit of clean up here, or we've got to do a bit of replanting, how are we going to do that? Well, no, it's all thought at the front. The community can have increased levels of confidence then with the council about what will be left behind. Things like roads can be repaired, land can be replanted, those sorts of things can happen, but they can happen in a managed and planned way as opposed to just whatever's left behind being used to do that, if I can put it in those terms.
Sure. Thank you. I'll let someone else have a go. Thank you both.
I can go, yeah. So in your, you probably said this, you were talking about a land late rebate for neighbours, and you pointed to, say, the Muswellbrook Shire Council. Can you go into a little bit more about how this would work, and can it be implemented under existing regulations?
Thank you, Mrs. McDonald, for the question. I might take some of the technical issues out of that about whether it can be implemented under the existing regulations on notice. I think what we're really trying to do there is acknowledge that the impacts of some of these projects are so large that we want to take proper account of their impact on surrounding community and neighbours, and so we would like to think further about ways of doing that. As I talk, I'm trying to find a Muswellbrook example in our submission, and I just can't put my finger on it. So I'm happy to return to that later if we've got some spare time, if there's another question that perhaps you had.
Yep. I just, the position is that New South Wales Government should provide funding to councils to engage with renewable energy proponents in the first instance to develop appropriate community consultation plans. Could you go into detail again about how this would work and why it would be an improvement on current practice?
Yeah, thank you. And Claire, I'm happy to take that one as well if you're happy with that. Thank you.
David, you're doing well.
I'm sure others will judge that. But look, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the committee. Look, I think really we'd reinforce firstly some simple principles around community engagement. So transparency, genuine and efficient engagement is key to developing a social licence, and that builds trust and can deliver better outcomes for communities and councils, but also hopefully for proponents who are key parts of the system here. What we are hearing, and I think what you've heard from other speakers today, and I certainly don't have their direct experience, but the engagement is at times inconsistent and fragmented. So again, that consistency of good and high standards of engagement we would seek. And partly too, I think in the opening statement you heard to us refer to more than 200 projects, which is a very large number. And so I think there's an overwhelming characteristic about lots of things happening and seeming to be, happening all at once there that can sometimes swamp good engagement. And so, yes, we would recommend that the New South Wales Government take the lead in coordinating and consolidating that engagement. And we think that would be helpful. Councils such as Hay, for example, have developed that concept of fundamental principles for successful renewable energy development. So they're trying to lead the debate in their community about what good engagement looks like and what some of those principles might be like. So that's a good example of a council trying to act there. But really, that's about a partnership between the developers, the council and the community, having good conversations early. And when I say early, we do have a view that engagement should really start back at site selection discussions as opposed to further down the line about, well, we've chosen our sites and we've sort of decided what we're going to do. Now we're going to talk to you about implementation. We think there's good opportunities for discussion further back down the spectrum when it actually comes to site selection, because we think that coordinated approach could be strengthened in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on that, what role do you think councils should play in identifying, so you've got where sites are, but also identifying inappropriate sites for REZ development?
Yeah, well, I think to come to that question, councils have incredibly good on-the-ground knowledge about their native communities, be it in terms of vegetation, so flora and fauna and protected communities there. They also have on-the-ground knowledge around which parts of their shires are, flood, or which parts of their shires are essential for certain agricultural outcomes. So I think if they're not in that conversation, there's a depth and a strength to that conversation that just can't be as strong as it needs to be. Now, they're of course only one of the voices, but we think that a good depth of practice on good strategic planning leads for enough time and consideration to be given to that range of inputs. And so we think that would be an improvement in the process.
Okay. And currently, in your consultation with, say, regional councils, how do you believe they're coping with, say, additional workload caused by renewable energy and transmission projects? And do you believe that they need more support in, dealing with this?
Thank you. Look, and I'll comment generally. I won't name particular councils, but I think that some of the larger councils that might be based around regional centres probably have the capacity and the staffing resources to deal with the level of applications that are coming for comment and the technical expertise needed to comment on them. But some of the smaller councils who simply don't have as many staff and aren't able to call on them resource-wise are very clearly struggling. And one of the factors for councils is that because council is not operating as a planning authority and is not the approving entity, it's not charging a fee in the way that it normally would to deal with either a rezoning proposal or a development application which comes to it for consideration for consent. The council process is, whether it's engaged through community engagement or whether it's asked to comment on a technical environmental impact statement, that work is not funded. And so that work is being covered by the rate base of the council. And as I said, so those ones with a broader, a larger scale are better able to cover that as opposed to the councils with smaller rate bases. So that's something that we've been advocating for, is some compensation or some funding to come to council to actually help with this technical work, which would in turn provide a better product and hopefully deeper engagement with community too at the end of the day.
Thank you. And if I move to training, in your opinion, what training initiatives are most urgently needed to meet renewable energy zone labour demand?
Well, I think a couple of issues there. I mean, clearly nationally there's a skills shortage. We've seen a focus at the federal level on apprenticeships, and we've seen, I have to say, some incredible funding at the state level, which will be a generational game changer of $252 million for trainees, apprentices and cadets. So that needs to help with this equation, but clearly some of the skills required are not there in sufficient volume. And so that's one of the pieces of logic behind needing to be able to prioritise the projects so that labour can be directed to where it's needed to go. So you're looking at trades, you're looking at electricians, you're looking at metal machinists, you're looking at a whole number of construction skills and trades that are going to be in short supply, that we will need to either catch and kill our own, to use an expression, in terms of getting school leavers or getting people who are changing career and training them properly. And of course, that makes for better local economies if you can do that. If you can upskill people, have them earn salaries or wages in communities and stay in those communities and spend where they're living, that's a great regional economic outcome for any community, and really goes to the depth and the strength of the overall benefit of the projects. To give you an example, Dubbo Council is working with providers in their area about a renewable energy awareness and career training centre. Now that's funded by an Energy Co grant and will support up to 200 apprenticeships and 200 industry and specialist accreditations per year. So there are councils that are very much on the front foot trying to do good work in this space, but clearly it's a long-term challenge.
And how do you think councils can better track and plan for project workforce needs?
Well, firstly, it's probably, if I can say this carefully and respectfully, it's probably not the responsibility of councils to track and plan for workforces, but I would argue they're very much needing to be a part of the conversation about how you attract those workforces to communities, how you provide local economies that are appealing for people to make a decision to come and live and work in that particular area. And of course, those things again go to the overall fabric of the council's outcome, because one of the great possibilities is that people work hard and do the initial setup for these projects, but then decide to stay in those communities. So they start to raise families, they start to play local sport, they contribute to the local school or the local church or volunteer organisations, but then when that critical mass of construction in the first few years finishes, they actually decide to stay and continue their life there and keep contributing to that community.
And you mentioned local then, so I'll just say, how can councils be involved in encouraging employment of local human resources as part of the REZ schemes projects?
Yeah. Look, I think councils are certainly able to be part of that local conversation around what their workforce looks like, around what their demographics are, and around helping to map careers for people into these kind of sectors. So in local government, for example, we run a service called Careers at Council, which does job advertisements, but it also talks to people about the sorts of careers and jobs you can have over a lifetime in the local government sector. Having that kind of understanding and that kind of framework very much puts councils in a good position to have these conversations, and very much if you're doing proper workforce planning, as councils do under our IP&R framework, you're looking at your local employment environment and you're looking at what the demand for labour is, you're looking at the supply, you're assessing the gaps in the middle and coming up with strategies to fix them. So councils are well placed to do that.
I think,
Yeah, sure.
I have heaps of other
Miss
questions.
Hurst, do you want to chime in?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your time today to the witnesses. What is one of the key changes that you'd like to see the New South Wales government make to really better support the local governments that are being affected by the transitions? Is there sort of a few sort of top issues that are being asked from councils?
Yeah, look, certainly, and Claire, I'll dive into that one as well. Look, there's probably 4 key points that I'll just come back and emphasise. We picked up on them in our opening address, but improvements to strategic planning and coordination across all renewable energy projects, changes to the benefit sharing guidelines, greater support and resourcing of councils in recognition of their role and impact in their local areas, and better and more meaningful communication and consultation with councils and particularly their communities. So I've really sort of summarised those down, and there's lots more to be said about each one, but if you're after our top 3 or 4, they would very much be it.
Great, no, thank you, and thanks for re-emphasising those, that's really useful. You raised some concerns on page 17 of your submission that the Department of Planning guidelines about wind and solar construction contain some important biodiversity protections, but they don't specifically address the need for wildlife corridors. And this seems like quite a big oversight. Do you agree that consideration for wildlife corridors, should be made mandatory through that planning process surrounding these REZ projects to be able to ensure that while this planning process is underway, that is a front of mind consideration?
Yeah, thank you. Look, certainly, as you picked up from our submission, and if we referenced the Department's planning guidelines there, look, certainly we think that greater attention should be paid to that aspect. Whether we're in a position to say it's one particular solution or another, I'm happy to respond further on it by way of taking it on notice. But I think what we're acknowledging is that they shouldn't be secondary considerations. They should be front of mind, as you suggest, when these things are being planned and approved. So again, to come back to my earlier point about we shouldn't be deciding things on the run or during the life of projects towards their end. We should be planning and trying to deliver these things in a coordinated way early. And I think if you look at, for example, recommendation 18 from our submission, goes to the government placing additional emphasis on improving local biodiversity outcomes. There's a lot more text there, but because of our time, I won't read through those. 19, that the New South Wales Government encourage developers to follow best practice international guidelines for mitigating biodiversity impacts. So we're certainly conscious of those issues. We're trying to bring them to the fore in that part of our submission with some recommendations there.
Thank you, no, I appreciate that. I also noticed that the submission suggests that renewable energy projects should be focused on rehabilitated mine land or mining-owned buffer land to lessen the impacts of those environmental impacts. Are you aware of any work that's actually being done to focus renewable project on this type of land?
Look, that was certainly some of the feedback that came from councils. I'm happy to take on notice particular sites and provide those to you if we have them.
Yeah, thank you. And if those councils have any particular sites that they think would be good to recommend to the government for such projects, particularly given some of the other issues with sites that we've heard before, I think that would be extremely useful. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Hurst, I might just ask a few questions before I throw back to other committee members. So, in your submission, you objected to the benefit sharing cap of 850 or 1,050 per megawatt. Do you believe that setting a minimum instead of a cap would deliver a better result? And do you think that should actually be indexed, to the local impact, not just a flat megawatt figure?
Look, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, a couple of parts to that question. I'll try and deal with them all for you. Look, certainly, we think it's not as helpful as it could be to set those benefit sharing amounts as maximums. We think they need to be increased or they need to become minimums, and so that the councils have some more flexibility there. Particularly, we would address the rates applicable for the battery energy storage systems. We think that 150 is just simply too low there. And of course, we would have a view about the compensation or the amounts for the transmission corridors as well. Over time, of course, I think what we've seen in other contributions-based systems where rates are not indexed, they simply fall behind, and in some markets they fall behind very quickly. And so, absolutely, that should take indexation into account. Whether that is indexation that's written into the guideline in advance or whether that's the publication of appropriately sourced indexes periodically, we would be happy to be part of further discussions on. But yes, they should not just stay as flat and fixed rates, and yes, we would like to see them higher.
Sure, and I guess given what we've heard today about the cumulative impact and also what we're hearing about what's happening in the Central West REZ, where we're having all these additional projects come forward that were probably unrealised when the original proposal for Central West REZ was first touted. Do you think it should be indexed against like a cumulative impact across the community?
I think the short answer is there's not enough assessment or understanding of cumulative impact. And I think if that was deepened and broadened, that would lead to an interesting discussion around whether those rates should increase in line with those particularly local impacts there. I think the other thing we would argue for too is that a greater proportion of those benefits should come back to the councils to administer on behalf of their communities, because the councils have good systems in place, there's good oversight, there's auditing and oversight controls there to make sure they go to the purpose for which they're collected, as opposed to perhaps some other utility at the time. So we'd argue just for a bit of better council control too. It probably goes to a deeper understanding, Mr. Chair, that point you're making around the local impact and how that can be offset through these contributions.
Sure. You've raised something that others obviously haven't raised, and that's the end-of-life waste planning, which obviously has a significant impact on local councils. Do you think proponents or developers should be required to hold some level of agreement or contract with recycling facilities before they get construction approval, so there's a clear path for how, I guess, the decommissioning will occur?
I think it's a positive obligation on those who establish these sites and run them to look after the end of life. If it's a contractual situation, I would suggest that contract have enough flexibility to take account of new recycling methodologies or new improvement methodologies that might come to life over the life of these projects, which might be 10, 15, 20 plus years. But whether it's a bonded arrangement, whether it's a conditioned arrangement, or whether it's a contractual arrangement, there should be some arrangement that locks in.
Okay, sure. And just finally, one of the other things you raise is concerns around inadequate firefighting resources, and you support a creation of a dedicated REZ firefighting and HAZ response team. How do you envisage that working? Do you see it as an expansion of the volunteer rescue services role, who have obviously various branches across our regions, or is it a standalone dedicated team for that?
Yeah, I think really our submission would be there's a special level of expertise that would be need to potentially applied, and so probably that's best retained within the state agency. But I'd suggest further discussion and engagement on that would be helpful with those relevant emergency authorities. But if I'm thinking of the types of sites that we're potentially talking about, whether it's large solar farms or whether it's wind turbines, I'm not sure that volunteer agencies would have either the equipment or the expertise to respond safely to the range of incidences they could be called to.
Sure, and I guess probably my final question, and it goes to, I guess, that social cohesion factor we've heard in previous testimonies throughout the day. A lot of the angst around, I guess, related to social cohesion is the private landholder agreements and the fact that there's a lot of secrecy and lack of transparency around that. So my question is, what would you suggest would be a recommendation around easing that angst around social cohesion and that secrecy around private landholder agreements?
Yeah, look, I think in a couple of parts. One, you've heard us this afternoon already argue for increased transparency and consistency of engagement right from the outset. I think that would start to help trust in these discussions and these arrangements. And secondarily, I think you've heard us argue for greater commitment to the councils as managers and receivers of the contributions that are payable under the benefit sharing guideline. I think putting those two things together, it probably reduces the opportunity for community conflict around benefits that might be seen to be flowing confidentially to some parties and not others. So I think that would help. Of course, there are potential commercial factors that might be private to some parties, but really this is government work. It's for the benefit of the state. With good engagement and good discussions, I think we can bring some sunlight to bear on those things.
Okay, well, thank you both very much for your testimony. That brings us right to the end of your time with us. So I believe you've took some questions on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch regarding them and any supplementary questions we may have. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the panel.
Thank
Good
you.
day.
Thank you.
We welcome our next witnesses, starting with my first witness on my left. Ms. Allen, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
My name is Lou Allen. My title is Advocacy Director at the Renewable Energy Alliance. I'll just read this.
Yeah, sure.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Eve Altman. I'm the Clean Energy Campaigner with the Nature Conservation Council of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Brad Smith. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director at the Nature Conservation Council of New South Wales. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Marilyn Christias and I'm the Head of Policy and Advocacy for the Clean Energy Investor Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would any of you like to make a short opening statement? Once again, starting from my left, Ms. Allen.
Thank you. Good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this inquiry. I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation as well as the traditional owners of country on which all renewable energy is being developed across New South Wales. RE Alliance is a not-for-profit working to secure a shift to renewables that delivers long-term benefits and prosperity for rural and regional Australia. My job as the Advocacy Director is to advocate for renewable energy development that makes regional Australia stronger than it was before. The New South Wales REZ framework, which was the first of its kind in Australia, gave the New South Wales Government the levers it needed to plan transmission and incentivise best practice renewables rather than the first in, best dressed approach under the NEM rules. The REZ framework has strengths. However, as it's been rolled out, a number of challenges relating to the ability of rural and regional communities to plan for their future have emerged. First, Energy Co has a narrow remit to deliver transmission lines and it does little to support regions to understand, prepare for, and maximise the potential long-term benefits of renewable energy projects. Energy Co should be expanded to play this role. Secondly, regions do not know which projects are going ahead for an extended period of time, hindering their ability to make meaningful plans. For example, the declaration of the Central West Orana Renewable Energy Zone saw over 3 times more renewable energy projects than could fit into the grid. They were competing with each other for access to the grid. This competition is completely unclear to landholders, communities, and often local government. Finally, after 4 years of that region being thoroughly over-consulted by far more projects than could proceed, AEMO services granted access just last week for 10 of those projects to connect. Regional leaders want to plan for their future. They can't do this until they know which projects will proceed. The REZ framework needs to be able to provide regions with clarity about how many and which projects are likely to proceed much earlier in the process. The third challenge is that allocation of access fee funding to local government creates a few haves and have-nots between and within REZs. This funding structure does not account for the immense amount of planning and engagement councils need to do in the years prior to access rights being granted, or to cover councils experiencing renewables development outside of REZs. I'll quickly highlight some additional areas of attention. So benefit sharing, New South Wales has a good benefit sharing framework. However, the mechanisms could be more flexible, more transparent, involve greater local decision making, and ensure that there's not a conflation with impact mitigation. And this could be improved across the current framework. First Nations justice, so New South Wales could strengthen First Nations economic participation and consent arrangements by aligning their policy and planning frameworks with the Commonwealth's First Nations clean energy strategy. For transmission payments, progress has been made in increasing landholder payments for transmission in New South Wales, but neighbour payments and community benefit programs by transmission developers requires further guidance. Agriculture, so renewables are compatible with agricultural practices. However, we need further research and incentives that guide industry to work closely with farmers and graziers to work co-location into project design. Decommissioning. So although new planning frameworks address decommissioning obligations and financial assurances, gaps remain for existing projects. There are opportunities for improvements through policy and planning requirements to reduce and better prepare for risks at a project level. And a final note to say that RE Alliance with the Community Power Agency and Yes to Renewables are calling for the federal government to support rural and regional communities with all aspects of the shift to renewable energy through local energy hubs, local outreach centres to help households lower their energy bills, businesses and farms access loans, subsidies, and also answer questions. This includes helping regions understand the complexities of things like renewable energy zones and how they can participate in local planning. We encourage New South Wales to support this initiative by working with the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council on how this can be done in partnership with states. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to talk to these and any other issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Allen. Ms Altman or Dr Smith, who would like to make a statement?
I'll start and just briefly pass to Eve. So we represent the Nature Conservation Council, which is the peak body for nature in New South Wales. We represent around 200 member groups across the state. We're very grateful that the committee is doing this important work, and NCC staff and our member groups have also been engaged in this issue because it's a very vital and timely challenge for New South Wales. We've got 3 clear messages for the committee. The first is that nature in New South Wales needs a timely rollout of renewable energy. That's because climate change is one of the biggest threats to nature, alongside habitat loss and invasive species. An example is the Pilliga Forest, which was once a koala stronghold, but droughts and heat waves have caused populations to crash by 75% in that forest. We all know that billions of animals died in the 2019 and 2020 bushfires, and we also know that fire seasons will become more intense until we cease mining and burning coal and gas and replace those fuels with clean energy sources. The second message is that well-located and constructed wind and solar farms can have very manageable impacts on nature. That's because these projects are mostly on already cleared land. Disinformation about the nature impacts only causes harm, anxiety and division in communities and makes it harder for people to work together to achieve a rollout that delivers on the aspirations of regional New South Wales. And our third message is that we can and must do better for nature. As Ken Henry's review of the New South Wales biodiversity laws found, all development must move to a nature positive framework. Achieving net benefits for nature is not yet in regulations or guidelines, and it should be. And the renewable energy transition is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to restore some of our degraded ecosystems and move endangered species like the Gangang cockatoos, not towards extinction, but back towards abundance in regional New South Wales. Eve?
So we have run in-person and online workshops in renewable energy zones to make sure that local conservation groups can share the challenges, ideas and successes around renewable energy development. As you can see from our submission, our members inside and outside of REZs want to see transition to renewable energy to fight climate change and protect nature. They want to take advantage of this transition and achieve the best outcomes for nature and their communities in regional New South Wales. 3 key themes of improvements desired by our members in renewable energy zones are clear. They want, first of all, better planning, regulation and project siting of renewable energy. Second, nature restoration and protection to be more prioritised in the process. And the third is stronger community consultation and benefits. One urgent task is to work with these communities to identify regional conservation priorities for each REZ. This would help developers, councils, community groups and planning authorities to deliver net benefits for nature. There are many examples of actions developers can take, like revegetating creek lines or restoring woodlands to bring nature back. We'd be happy to expand on any of these points for the committee.
Thank you. Ms. Prestius?
Thank you for the opportunity for the Clean Energy Investor Group, or CEIG, to participate in this inquiry. The bulk of coal-fired power plants are scheduled to retire by 2035. About 90% of those plants across the eastern seaboard of Australia are expected to close within 10 years by 2035, and the entire fleet within 15 years. So it's really critical that we replace this large generation capacity to ensure that consumers, that's households, businesses and industry, still continue to have access to the reliable power that they expect. The market operator, or AEMO, in its 2024 integrated ISP system plan, tells us that we need $142 billion of investment in generation, storage and transmission between now and 2050 to replace that generation capacity. And that planning that AEMO has done is based on the least cost pathway to enable that transition. The bulk of that investment, according to the ISP, will be in renewable energy zones, or REZs. And that's really to focus on the areas that have got quality renewable resources, that have got access to as much existing transmission as possible and a skilled workforce. The development of REZs represents a really strong opportunity for regional New South Wales, particularly around job creation, economic growth, regional development, local benefits, as well as access to reliable and secure sources of energy for New South Wales consumers. But that transition and the development of REZs must be delivered well, and that must include robust community engagement processes that starts early and that are broad, and appropriate compensation for landholders and neighbours through community beneficiary agreements that are fair for all parties, and that's for the communities but also for the developers who contribute to some of these funds. So we very much look forward to answering your questions and participating in the inquiry.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass to Ms Hurst first, then Ms Boyd, and Ms Hurst has to leave shortly. So.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Chair, and thank you to all the groups coming, and thank you for all the amazing work that you do. I have a quick question for the Nature Conservation Council, and I noticed in your submission that you said that one of the best ways to ensure animals and the environment are protected during REZ projects is to ensure we have a robust nature protection laws. Would you like to see the government really urgently reform and strengthen the Biodiversity Conservation Act? I know we've seen one small tranche, but what sort of changes into that Biodiversity Conservation Act do we need to see urgently while we're seeing so much of this development happening?
Thank you. Yeah, I might start on that one. It's a great question, and we do have a few clear recommendations in that direction. I'd like to say I think we do need changes to the Biodiversity Conservation Act, but there are also other things that can be done in the interim. So, for example, like I said in the opening remarks, we need all developments to move to a nature positive framework. So that means identifying how they're going to have net benefits for nature and animals. And we'd like to see those types of activities encouraged by the government in things like the merit criteria for tenders and access agreements, in the Renewable Energy Planning Guidelines, and in model agreements that the government includes in some of those tender processes. So that's some things that can be done immediately, and some of the examples that we would like to see government put forward in terms of ways that developers can achieve net benefits for nature are things like revegetating degraded waterways, improving soil productivity by reseeding native vegetation under solar panels, for example, investing in management of pests and weeds on sites, capping bores, establishing wildlife corridors. There's a long list of things that developers can do to achieve net benefits for nature.
Thank you. And yet, sorry, go on.
I was just going to come back to the law changes. So we'd like to, of course, see improvements to the laws as well, and we want to see the impacts on nature improved for renewable energy projects, of course, but also for all developments, which is why going through the Act is important. And I think there's a really huge opportunity for restoration. At the moment, our laws have an offset scheme where if you knock down trees in one place, you protect some trees in the other place, but you still end up having a net loss. Some trees have been knocked down or some habitat's been destroyed. And the Central West Orana is a good example because it's progressing at the moment. Boxgum woodland is a critically endangered ecosystem which is prevalent in the Central West Orana REZ. There are small patches of that ecosystem in a lot of places where people would like to build solar farms or wind farms. But there's also millions of hectares of degraded ecosystems of boxgum woodland in the area. And so I think one of the reforms we'd like to see to the Biodiversity Conservation Act is to actually incentivise that restoration. So like I said, these endangered ecosystems and wildlife can thrive.
Thank you. And just one other quick question, and I will have some other questions that I think I will put to the groups on notice. Just in regards to the wildlife corridors, I asked a question this morning to the planning department that sort of implied that that's really something for the Act and something for the environmental department. However, we have had a lot of submissions and we've had other groups suggesting that it should actually be part of that whole planning process so that it's dealt with sort of in those early stages. Is that your opinion as well? And would you like to see the government sort of urgently act on those wildlife corridors within that planning process?
Yeah, I think like so much of the development of renewable energy infrastructure, the sooner the better. And so I think it's a really strong impetus to develop regional conservation priorities for each REZ. And if those priorities are identified, it means that developers can take them into account when they're choosing where to site their projects, which is when you can have the biggest impact, I think, on reducing nature impacts, reducing community impacts and so on by choosing the right site. But to choose that right site, you have to know what those regional conservation priorities are. And so you have to identify where are places that would make good wildlife corridors. So we strongly think that those regional conservation priorities should be identified. We think local community groups should be involved in identifying those priorities because they know their local area.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all of you for appearing and for all the work you do in this space. One of the things that we've heard a lot about is obviously the need to bring the community on board whenever we're doing these developments and as we transition to more and more renewable energy. And I note that there's been mention in the submissions of this idea of the local energy hubs. Could you explain, perhaps I'll start with you, Ms. Allen, could you just explain what the purpose of the hubs are? But also I'm interested to know if there's any, I guess, progress at a federal level on those and what the state's role would be in encouraging those.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So the role of local energy hubs would be, from the community's perspective, to bring together all of the different actors that are involved in this whole process of establishing and building out the renewable energy zones. So we've heard today just in many different ways, the lack of community engagement or the confusing community engagement that sometimes looks like over consultation, sometimes looks like under consultation, but the lack of clear, where do you go, who's the one person to go to, or where's the one place that you can go if you've got questions or issues or concerns. And so local energy hubs are about establishing that for all communities where renewable energy is being developed at scale, so that they've got that place that they can go to really understand the impacts and to see the benefits as well. So it's about communities having access to the benefits of all parts of the energy transition. That includes understanding how they can lower their power bills, understanding how they can access all the different schemes and subsidies and loan programs that are available at a state and federal level. We know that those programs are undersubscribed and that the community could be benefiting more from those programs, but the communication isn't there. People don't know it exists, and it's a very confusing space. And so the local energy hub has been designed for communities to have this front door to the shift to renewables, so that they can understand all parts of it and have access to decision making around things like renewable energy zones and whatever planning or consultations might be happening at the time, for that local energy hub to be an avenue for the community to participate. And to your point about states, I think we've been really pitching this at a federal level because we think it needs significant investment. But we have been encouraging states to talk to the federal government to talk to states about how it would be rolled out and be able to work with the energy co's of the world and to make sure that it really dovetails well with the different engagement programs that are already in planning or underway. Thank you.
No, thank you. And perhaps if I could just ask one more question, and I'll direct this one to start with Nature Conservation Council, perhaps. How much do you think I guess, sort of taking a step back, a few years ago we had both federal Labor and state Labor talking about transition authorities and the sort of role that they would play. And I think some of us thought that it would also result in, having something akin to a this local energy hub sort of idea within each community as well, so it could be feeding information back, from the community as well as to the community. How, I guess, what's been the impact, do you think, of the delay in seeing that transition authority structure be developed at both federal and state levels?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think the challenge is still coming in New South Wales in terms of the need for transitional authorities. We're already seeing a lot of coal power stations close down. I think in 2014 there was one on the Central Coast and one out near Lithgow that shut down. There's more to come, but at the end of the day, the jobs impact from closing coal power stations is quite small because there's not that many people employed in energy generation. Coal mining is a completely different story, and there's around 10,000 people employed in coal mining. So I think as coal mines come to their end of the life and we start to see that transition, we need the people in those communities to already have a vision for where their region is going. And I think that's why it's really important that those authorities are on the front foot and are helping to guide the development of the skills and priorities that those regions need. So I don't think it's something that we can afford to delay, especially in regions like the Hunter and the Illawarra.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms Boyd, I might start with a few questions to you, Ms Crestius. You, in your submission, you state that REZs are becoming unattractive to investors due to delays, high costs and transmission issues. Who do you think is accountable for those failures? Do you think it's government as a whole, Energy Co, the planning system, a combination of all three?
Thank you for the question. That comment that you lifted from our submission was really coming from strong feedback from some of our members, particularly around the Central West Orana or CW or REZ. My understanding is that because the CW or REZ was the first one to be being worked on and established by government and Energy Co, it didn't have quite as many processes in place or quite as much practice as some of the future REZs will have. And so that's created delays in terms of developing frameworks to set up the CW or REZ. My understanding is also that the New South Wales planning framework, which applies to CW or REZ but also to the whole state, was in need of significant reform. CEIG released a report a bit over a year ago with HSF Legal that made some recommendations around how to improve the efficiency of the planning frameworks. We saw that the New South Wales government last year published some updated planning guidelines which should in future support more efficient planning assessments. But the planning system in itself has been a cause of delays in terms of project development, and we expect will continue to do so because not all of our recommendations were taken on board, and we expect that there will still be some friction in that space. So whilst we have made a negative assessment on the early beginnings of the CW REZ, we hope that Energy Co and the state government more broadly, together with the planning department, can have more coherent processes going forward for the development of future REZs.
With that in mind, do you think the government should focus on getting the Central West REZ right to bring confidence that the model actually works, not only from an investment perspective but an energy generation perspective, before it starts rolling out to the other REZs? Do you think that would expedite the process in the long run if we got the model, the Central West REZ right first?
Thank you for the question. I believe that we should certainly continue to focus on CW REZ and making sure that the development there is appropriate for the region and that communities, councils are consulted appropriately. However, I believe that we need to also continue to work on some of the other REZs in New South Wales. We support the government having started some work, for example, on the Southwest REZ, and that's largely because of that imperative I spoke about in my opening statement around the need to replace capacity ahead of coal closures, and ultimately the need to make sure that we have a reliable electricity supply for New South Wales consumers. And I think Ms. Allen also spoke about some of the uncertainty that the community feels when, there's those early days of consultation, but the community doesn't know yet which projects are going to be on the ground. I think pausing some of that work could potentially create more distress in the community. And so to a certain extent, whilst some processes need to be improved and ironed out, I think we need to continue to work with all the REZs in parallel as much as possible.
Okay, I put this question to several other witnesses earlier on in the day about what is exactly needed to meet our net zero target in terms of the number of panels, the number of turbines, I guess the number of projects across the state, and couldn't really get a clear answer from any government agency. So I obviously raises concerns if we don't know the scale of what we need to do, how do we plan for the potential impact, not only on individual projects but cumulative? Do any of you have any insight as to what is the exact scale we would need in terms of number of solar panels, number of wind turbines, or other generation strategies or infrastructure, and what that impact would be in terms of, you talked about the environmental impact and having a net environmental benefit. If we don't know what the gross or the net environmental impact is going to be from land clearing and what have you, how do we compensate or plan for the net environmental benefit?
Yeah, happy to take that question. NCC did a report back in 2017 called Repowering the Regions, which looked at how much renewable energy would we need to reach 100% renewable energy in New South Wales, and what would the impact be on things like agricultural land and so on. So the numbers are pretty well known. For example, the Infrastructure Investment Act in New South Wales calls for 12 gigawatts of renewable energy. Now, we think that'll, by 2030, so that's in 5 years, we think that'll fall a little short of what we need because demand is going up. So that's one of the challenges, is that the target isn't necessarily fixed, because if, for example, we have more data centre demand or EV uptake is faster than we expected, then of course we need a little bit more, and that's what we're seeing. It'll sort of go up a little bit, maybe 10%, something like that. But then to break that down, so 12 gigawatts by 2030, and around half solar and wind is a good mix in terms of achieving the lowest electricity prices, because the sun shines during the day, the wind is more prevalent in the evening. Just divide, so that's 5 gigawatts of each. A solar panel at the commercial scale is around 400 watts, so it's pretty easy maths to work out how many solar panels. The same for wind turbines, that's about 10 megawatts per turbine. So it's not difficult to work out the number of turbines or solar panels encapsulated by those targets. And like I said, there might be a little bit of variance, 10% here or there, depending on how demand changes. But I think we have a good picture of where we need to get to. In terms of the impacts that has on agriculture or nature and so on, I think we put the number in our submission, but it's something like 0.02% of...
0.012% of Australia's total land mass would need to be dedicated to renewable energy, and by comparison, agriculture is 55% of Australia's total land use. So the amount of land that actually would be used, that I know that's not answering the number of solar panels or wind turbines, but the Australian National University has dug up that data, and it's very, very small.
I guess it's a case of also choosing the right land to,
exactly,
in terms of lessening that environmental benefit.
Yeah.
I'm pleased but also a little bit disturbed that you could come up with a more coherent answer than the government agency, but we'll move on from that. Miss Allen, in your opening statement you talked about this conflation between impact mitigation versus benefit sharing. I just wanted some clarification on that. Are you suggesting that the developers shouldn't contribute to impact mitigation, or are you suggesting that there should be, I guess, two separate funds, one dedicated to maybe that net environment, getting that net environmental benefit, and then a separate fund that looks at that benefit sharing back to the community?
Yeah, I'd say it's generally a little bit clearer from the industry side of things what types of contributions might be impact mitigation, which is usually done through the planning systems, and then the benefit sharing programs, which might come on top of that. It tends to be the government framework, which can be a little bit conflated particularly when the framework is around access fee or benefit sharing contributions going to local government. It is obviously incredibly important that local government's supported in the process, but sometimes those funds can be a little bit, what is the purpose of those funds? Is it for benefit sharing, or is it for impact mitigation around making sure the roads are in a state which can facilitate the construction and also not be any worse off after the construction period? So it's really important that benefit sharing programs and funds and frameworks are kept for the purpose of benefit sharing, that is leaving the region better than it was before, not diverted into purposes such as maintaining the roads, housing the workforce, and managing activities that are essentially just doing business associated with the renewable energy projects.
Thank you. Ms McDonald?
Thank you. So my first question, and to realign, sorry, Miss Allen, how would local energy hubs differ from, say, current outreach programs, and how would they be funded and governed?
Sure, yeah. So currently different outreach programs, for example, you might have a drop-in day which might be run by Energy Co. You might also have similar types of days which are run by different developers in the region. The issue with that is everyone's only talking about their own project. Energy Co as well, they only talk about the transmission line. Okay. But from the community's perspective, this is all happening together. It's not just a transmission line, it's not just one particular project, it's multiple projects. And as I alluded to before, that competition for capacity over the grid is not seen by the community. The community does not understand that not every project will go ahead, because every project is talking to the community as if it will go ahead. It's their job. It's the job of a good developer to build confidence about what they're doing, but at the same time, that clarity isn't there from the community's perspective. So the role of the local energy hub is to be able to bring everything together to make sure that communities are able to see the big picture, and also to find the parts where they can actually benefit from the development as well, whether that's the large-scale renewable energy development or potentially investing in community or medium-scale enterprises, or what agriculture might need if there are particular farmers who are interested in getting off the grid or looking at different options for their own energy needs. Being able to have a place with trusted local staff who can play that role outreaching to the community. So we see these as quite resource centres. So this isn't just a shopfront way out in the town centre. This is an outreach centre staffed by people who have the capacity to actually go out and make sure that they're hitting the rural areas as well, not just the regional centres.
Okay, thank you. And I know you've done a community sentiment survey. Are you able to share any insights where engagement has been inadequate, or maybe suggest how it could be done better?
Yeah, I think we've done sentiment. There's lots of organisations that have done sentiment. Mm-hmm. I think where engagement can be coordinated, that's why local energy hubs were really designed and developed by our organisation in partnership with other organisations and with feedback from local communities as well, because there is not that one actor who's actually responsible for the development that's happening. The responsibility is just spread so broadly across so many different actors that it is quite confusing from that community perspective. And so, yes, it takes everyone to do engagement really well, but the overall structure of the energy transition means that you've just got so many different actors all talking to the community at once with no clear one place to go with all the answers.
Okay, and I'll turn to, say, First Nation engagement. What practical changes should New South Wales adopt to align more closely with the First Nations clean energy strategy?
Yeah, I think capacity is the key thing here. Capacity for land councils and for First Nations organisations to actually have the resources to fully understand what's happening, to be spending time getting across the details, talking to developers, being able to educate themselves so that they can come to the table and negotiate with proponents and articulate what they need out of the process.
And just on that further, how can it be ensured that First Nations voices are embedded in the renewable energy zone governance structures?
Yeah, great. I think having greater participation from First Nations folks and from land councils in particular. I mean, I'm happy to get back to the committee as well on this, because I want to look at the structure of how renewable energy zones are. Look, I don't think there is that much contribution broadly from the community in the governance of renewable energy zones. I think the governance structure is different across the different renewable energy zones. But yeah, absolutely more engagement from First Nations and land councils earlier in the process.
Yep.
Yeah.
And sort of like we talk about sometimes co-location or coexisting. How can New South Wales better support integration of that, and I'll probably say the word wrong, agrivoltaic, is that practices in planning approvals? Because I've seen them, where sheep are grazing under, but I mean, most people don't see that because they're not in those communities. So how can New South Wales better support that?
Yeah, great. So I think there's two things. One is more research into how renewable energy projects can co-locate with agriculture and what potential benefits there are from that. So we know from talking to a sheep farmer in New South Wales that he actually thinks that his wool quality and quantity has increased because of the shade provided by the panels. More grass, better fed sheep, etc.
No break in the micron.
So we actually need to understand that in more detail and make sure we're doing research into this and making sure that we're taking the lessons from that and being able to apply design principles elsewhere. So, a basic thing for sheep farming is just having smaller paddock sizes, so you're more able to control your flock, easier to move them around, but that's not necessarily part of a solar farm design. So we need the research, and then secondly we need incentives for industry to actually be doing that design work with farmers to make sure that that's happening.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Smith, how do you think the government should resource disadvantaged communities to participate in REZ planning?
So how should the government resource disadvantaged communities to participate in REZ planning?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that so something that we have heard from a lot of our member groups who are engaged is that a lot of them are volunteers, and so any opportunity that the government has to provide additional resources and funding for community participation, I think would help with increasing that level of participation from all communities, and especially disadvantaged communities, because it is a really big ask to ask people to volunteer their time to travel long hours to come to a meeting once a month. And so where there can be extra support given to those folks, then I think that would help. Thank you.
Okay. And what form of, say, public assurance, short of bonds, would provide communities with confidence about decommissioning? And that can be a question for everyone. But I'll start with Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So my understanding is at the moment, decommissioning negotiations largely happen between developers and landowners. And so the extent to which the land is returned to its former state, is an agreement there. And I think that's probably appropriate. For example, wind turbine bases, large pieces of concrete, how much soil needs to be on top of those so that a farmer can go back to whatever land use they're doing before, or does it need to be completely removed, which would be obviously a big cost for the project. So I think it's appropriate that landowners do have the power and choice in a lot of those decisions. I suppose the other side of decommissioning is what happens to the components afterwards. And I'm pretty comfortable that most of the components of renewable energy infrastructure are recyclable. And we will see those industries develop. But for example, batteries, we've been recycling lithium batteries for a long time. Very high percentage of the chemicals in those batteries are recycled because they're valuable. Similar with, steel components in wind turbines. I think in terms of recycling, we will see that industry develop as projects reach the end of their lives. But, these projects, last 25 or more years. So that'll happen over time.
If I may add, I would agree with Dr. Smith, and I think it's important to also retain that flexibility to make sure that as we see innovation in recycling technologies, that we don't lock ourselves into the technologies of today, but that we make sure that we can leverage any new innovation in that space so that we recycle as much as possible. And we return the landscape to the best shape possible.
And also just that flexibility in terms of the future land use. You know, if an area has a good wind resource today, it will have a good wind resource in 50 years. It's not like a mine where you run out of coal and then you leave. That resource is still going to be great at the end of the life, and so there's a good prospect that a lot of these solar and wind farms, will negotiate being repowered, perhaps with upgraded technology, but similar land uses.
I think perhaps to add to the question around assurance, I think the community do want to see leadership from the government around assurance, and to provide that confidence that they're not going to be left with stranded assets. So currently the assurance framework across states and industry is a little bit patchy. We need a greater assurance framework to provide that confidence, and that needs to come from government as well as industry. And I think there's also opportunities in the recycling space. So we know, yes, that a lot of the components are recyclable. We need to develop the industries to make sure that we have the capacity here in Australia to recycle them. And so that's an economic development opportunity if we have leadership from government to be able to start those industries, help get them set up, and make sure that they're there and ready when we need them.
Thank you. Well, that takes us right to 4 o'clock, which concludes our time with you. So thank you very much for your evidence today. You may have taken a couple of questions on notice, and the Secretary will be in touch regarding them and any supplementary questions we may have for you. But thank you for your time once again. We'll now break for 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Now we have witnesses now from New South Wales farmers. I welcome them. Starting with Mr. Martin, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
So my name's Xavier Martin and I'm President of New South Wales Farmers Association, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Heath?
Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just your position title for the record.
Policy Advisor in the Environment Team at New South Wales Farmers.
Thank you. Now, would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, New South Wales Farmers Association represents thousands of rural producers and their regional communities across New South Wales, and we're hearing loud and clear that the rapid and apparently increasingly urgent transition from fossil fuel power and its substantially coastal generation locations to spreading across these now inland renewable energy zones and outside them is shockingly poorly planned, poorly communicated and poorly located. And this is causing economic and social hardship and serious concern with the utility of this reckless rush both nationally and globally. The New South Wales Farmers supports alternative forms of energy. However, our critical role is ensuring and supporting viable and sustainable production of food and fibre. As with this comes viable and sustainable regional communities, towns, villages and a nation. Farms produce food and fibre. They are not solar and wind farms. They are industrial complexes. In some areas of New South Wales, in particular the renewable energy zones, there are real and present threats from these industrial complexes. In our submission, New South Wales Farmers has endeavoured to present the experience of rural people in New South Wales, identifying the impacts and potential impacts of the botched planning and implementation of the renewable energy zones and the lack of respect for the short and long-term impacts on rural land and their communities. It's nothing like best practice, and rarely is there any compatibility with ag land. There's hardly any utilisation of degraded land in the process so far. We understand it is complex and that there are opportunities, there may be opportunities for rural landholders and communities to obtain benefit from these changes. There have been numerous inquiries, notably that by the former Federal Infrastructure Commissioner, that have highlighted the problems that have occurred. It is our firm desire that the inquiry draws a line under the poor performance to date in giving informed and thoughtful consideration to the importance of getting it right in the regions to prevent long-term economic and personal harm. Members are completely over the theories and superior tones from those it doesn't even affect. The New South Wales Farmers submission sets out recommendations for the New South Wales Government to reset the energy transition processes and implementation before too much more damage is done. There are a wide range of impacts not envisaged in this reckless rush to convert regional land use. Land values have been impacted by locations of renewable energy generation and grid lines, and areas of rural land are being lost from production to offsetting of the biodiversity obligations of these developments. We are also observing an increase in social dislocation with the impacts on areas of infrastructure and lack of equity and compensation, and where highly inadequate neighbourhood agreements are simply a perfunctory way to demonstrate engagement and hence a planning approval. It has been clear in the narratives to date from all forms and all sides of political decision makers that the increase in renewable energy generation is here to stay. What has been equally clear is that the commitment to getting into the detail on how to effectively go about that in rural and regional Australia has been in the too hard basket. Government has left the power imbalance unchallenged that favours big corporations and government itself in determining the siting of generation and grid lines, and swamps local landholders with unmanageable, complicated planning requirements. Make no mistake, continuing on this path will delay the effective implementations of renewables that lost cooperation, that increase in cost, and leave a legacy of damage and discontent. It is not impossible to change this, and we seek that commitment from our state and federal governments that the time to listen, change and adapt are now. So, Chair, I've got a number of points out of our summary of submission that I just want to quickly run through. That we're seeing the eroding of long-established social cohesion. We're seeing landholders excluded from key decisions. We're seeing a tick-box approach to social licence that has failed. We're seeing a lack of holistic assessment on cumulative impact. The impact of the developments on actual farm equity and prices is grossly misunderstood. Community benefit sharing schemes do not compensate for the potential or real on-farm losses. At our local fire service level, volunteers are hesitant to engage near these complexes and their transmission easements from a safety point of view. Public liability insurance is another complete no-go zone in terms of trying to manage that risk of having a neighbouring renewable development. It's totally insufficient for the elevated risks of these fire-lighting devices. The financial costs and competitive concerns are just a wide range of poorly thought through realities and experiences. Land acquisition processes are skewed in favour of authorities. Compensation payments trigger unpredictable tax liabilities and change the nature of the title, triggering one-off CGT exemptions. Housing shortages are acute. The workforce numbers are dysfunctional. The double standards that are coming out of the environmental approach. I mean, as we sit here today, there are bulldozers scalping the top of hills and mountains and pushing works up those slopes that if any farmer did anything like that, they'd be in jail before their next birthday. And yet farmers can't even manage the weeds on their farm without running afoul of regulations from this House. So the contrast, the hypocrisy that's coming out of this House is being felt by my members. Chair, there's a range of other issues around the dynamics that my members are experiencing, but they are very clear that what is needed is alternative energy options for sure, but these include, as well as solar and wind, gas, smaller modular solar facilities than what's been rolled out haphazard across the landscape, and small modular solar. These are all the policies of New South Wales Farmers Association. And Chair, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. We'll start with that and throw to Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martin and Ms. Heath, for being here and for your comprehensive submission and opening statement. There's a lot in there and a lot I want to ask, but I'll try and confine it to a couple of questions just so others have time. Mr. Martin, you just spoke in your opening statement about, I guess, concerns, or I think you said basically there's hardly any compatibility with ag land and some of these projects. Other witnesses today have given sort of contrary evidence, but can you speak from your perspective to what farmers are saying to you about the ability to coexist and if it's having a positive or a negative impact on their farming practices?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know there was any other farmers here today, so that what they were speaking about.
Well, there was evidence before about, I think, better yields for wool producers if they've got solar farms. I just thought you might have a view on that you'd want to share with
Oh, look, I did hear that speculation, and look, the sooner they fund this R&D that they touched on that needs to be done. I mean, what my members are saying to me is they don't trust the composition of these artificial structures in the landscape. They're typically shown to leach. It's not recommended that we put them on our roofs for drinking water. So why wouldn't it be the same for sheep or goats? You know, like if they're going to drink, if they're going to eat feed that's run off those, whether it's heavy metals or whatever results over the years or decades that infrastructure is in place, we know that the science globally now can just about locate any molecule that is in the wrong place at a particular time. So the reality is we do not want to jeopardise our food or fibre reputation out of our green nation. So look, does it surprise me that one farmer thinks he's on a winner? No. I think this House needs to be aware that tens of thousands of farmers are quite sceptical about that concept.
Mm-hmm. And then in relation to the issues, I guess, around uncertainty for the scale and location of some of these energy projects, when we had EnergyCo and others here today, I asked some questions just about the number of projects, particularly in the Central West Arana REZ, that are going through the planning system, even though I think only 10 have been approved or that have access agreements, but there's almost 50 still in that planning phase, and the uncertainty that gives. As an organisation, would you support or look favourably on almost a moratorium or sort of stopping the number of projects that can go through that planning process within a REZ, so that uncertainty can maybe be removed for local farmers and landholders?
Absolutely, there should be a pause for no other reason except that we've been disconnected right across rural New South Wales with this so-called telco upgrade. I mean, literally, my members in the Arana region cannot attend to these multiple consultations. They cannot log on.
Yeah.
They can't even get SOS on their phones. I mean, it's become highly dysfunctional the last 6 months. So it's quite the nonsense. I mean, you refer to a zone where they were completely mutilated by this House's strategy around supplying coal for Lithgow. You know, we had, 40, 50, 60 properties resumed in that region for brown coal or whatever it was to go to Lithgow, and then they decided they wouldn't go ahead after they'd smashed the villages and towns and the farming community. And then the community's just recovering decade on decade, and here comes another one called renewables. I mean, they're completely over it.
And just one more and then I'll hand over. You also touched in both your submission and in your opening statement about some of the tax implications around compensation, but then also the impact on land value, not just for those directly impacted by the projects or transmission lines, but neighbours, and what that means in terms of long-term, I guess, financial planning for a farmer impacted in that area. Can you just talk a little bit more what the main concerns are coming from your members about that, how they see that impacting their sort of financial position in terms of their farming businesses?
Well, look, the typical experience is that one or other landholder is approached, perhaps at the sale yards or perhaps at the pub, varies from point to point, farm to farm. But to the extent that one or other gets tempted to take their 20 pieces of silver and retire to Merimbula, the reality is they're left with a whole lot of neighbours that just can't believe that this is what's happening to them, whether it's wind or solar or both. Then you've got this rollout of this special fire lighting device called an overhead transmission line. I mean, it's just extraordinary what's going on out there.
And the concern around that would be, like, obviously something that's of prominence in your membership at the moment. Is this your most talked about issue for some of your members?
It's certainly in the top half a dozen, and where it's in the REZ, where branches are in the renewable zones, and I've just done 50 or 60 branch meetings in the last 2 months, and those that are in renewable energy zones, this is the only thing and to see the mental health stress, Sarah, that I've never seen. I've never seen the dynamics that I've observed in those branch meetings. They are under huge distress.
Thank you. I'll let someone else. Thanks, Chair.
Sure, thank you. I might throw a few out and then might go to Ms McDonald if you've got some. So you talked about, I guess, that widespread breakdown in trust between rural communities and EnergyCo, and just that it's a tick-the-box exercise and it's not really genuine consultation. Do you think there should be a formal appeal or review mechanism for landholders who've been misled or unfairly treated during that consultation?
Oh, there absolutely needs to be a form of redress. There also needs to be proper probity assessment done of this whole. It's just such a mess. It's not orange lights flashing, it's red lights flashing. And, we can't trust the statutory authority or all the consortia hanging off them to go about doing their own sample and testing. We have to have an independent probity review of just where we're at, because it is such a shambles.
Yeah. And look, I guess you've spoken about the impact on land use, the social cohesion, social fabric, property prices. Can you give us a sense of, I guess, how that rise of land banking and speculative development has impacted land values? And and impacted the ability of young farmers or young potential people to get into farming. We've spoken about many times, Xavier, about the need to encourage young people into farming. How is this process impacting that?
Well, what happens is that, there's a theory trotted out about, a so-called REZ, what a great spot to have it. And it doesn't really matter whether it's first spoken of out of this place or out of a tower not far away. It immediately has a sterilising effect on the area that's been recorded, the area that's been reported. So, farms in, whether it's hundreds of farms in a particular area, all of a sudden you've got a serious problem with succession planning, like who wants to move into a whole pile of complex, fields of glass and hilltops with fans all over them. No one's desperate to do that. So for a start, you've got a problem with succession planning. Then you've got a problem with your partners or shareholders or lenders. They start saying, well, what's it really worth? And it isn't worth more, it's worth less. Apart from the few that take their 20 pieces of silver, and I'm starting to hear from some of them that have really regretted signing their contracts for both wind and solar because they now realise that their title is going to be worthless at the end of life because they don't have any real remedy for decommissioning. They haven't. Just on that alone, it'd be worth having a pause to review and do the probity around just how they got the weasel words through the contracts that they've got.
Can we touch on insurance? You mentioned in your opening statement something we haven't really explored thus far in the inquiry. What are your members saying about their ability to actually get a policy at all, or whether it's an increased rise in premiums because of the increased risk? Is there a policy that will cover them?
Haven't found one yet. What the typical farm pack is 20 million public liability.
Yep.
It's prohibitive once you start looking for multiples of that, and I'm not aware of any of the major insurers that do offer that. What I hear meeting after meeting is members say, hang on, what they're proposing next door to me is hundreds of millions of dollars, Are the rest of you in the room going to, we're all going to man the truck and the fire trailers and get there and get it out, before it gets into those solar complexes or wind, it burns one of those wind complexes, or vice versa. If they light the fires, just who's going to get the blame and how do we know, how this is all going to work. So there's a massive gap in liability cover. It has a significant impact on volunteerism. What I noticed these industrial complexes do is just put a sign on the fence saying, ring AAA. Well, they're just magically transferring to all my members the responsibility of trying to manage fire when they're probably the greatest fire lighting device in the landscape with their overhead lines, transmission lines and what have you. And, we're starting to see the fans catch on fire in Victoria and other parts of the world. We're seeing batteries exploding. Who knows what solar panels are going to do down the track, but we seem to be seeing time after time that this dysfunction is added onto dysfunction.
Sure. My final question before I pass to Ms McDonald. You talked about the social cohesion and division, and you made reference to the 20 pieces of silver several times. Do you think, the secrecy around individual landholder agreements and compensation is exacerbating that social cohesion coming apart in rural communities? And what do we need to do to rectify that?
Oh, look, it's an extraordinarily corrosive component, the NDA approach to, some of my members are realising now that contracts were signed 2 or 3 years ago for their neighbours. And, so to find out all of a sudden that not only do you have this complex next door, but it changes all the hydraulic, all the water flows off those lands in the case of solar, in the case of wind. As I said earlier, they managed to be able to bulldoze a road right to the top of those hills and mountains and scalp the top. That changes all the hydrology. All those things just create so much distrust and dysfunction in the community. And, you know, for farmers to see their landscape where previous generations have nurtured and cared for centuries-old currajongs and gums, that's just all clear-felled in the name of renewables. It's just extraordinary.
Mm.
I would just picking up
Yeah.
on the decommissioning point, because I meant to ask about that. In your submission, you put very strongly your position is that you'd like to see legislated decommissioning bonds. Is that something you've raised with the relevant ministers or with government, and what sort of reception have you had in terms of that policy position?
Yeah, look, we have raised that with relevant ministers and other decision makers, because we've been down this dry gully before with the extractive mining industries, you know, where they've got a well-known method which this House had to come up with a solution to. And quite frankly, this sort of consortia that are hanging off this whole renewables projects, they need the same method applied to them sooner rather than later.
And are you finding that people who've signed earlier agreements are now worried about what will happen at the end of their project, particularly given that it's very much between the landholder and the company, and that there might be inconsistency in what happens in terms of decommissioning and what that will mean going forward?
I'm privy to serious private reservations that I can't put on the record.
That's fine. Yeah.
But I think the simplest answer to your question is there's gross dysfunction out there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And just so following on from my colleague's question about decommissioning, and you've said that there should be mandatory decommissioning bonds, but it appears that the government doesn't support that. Is there any other way to give certainty to landholders that decommissioning will be carried out as specified in their contracts with developers?
The short answer is no, because there's nothing stopping them from using the method that the extractive mining industries used to use, where you'd be familiar, they just on-sell down. I mean, some of these projects have been on-sold virtually on an annual basis already. You know, there's one near Wellington that I think's on its third owner in 3 years or 4 years. You know, they've got the method worked out. So until this House responds to that, my members are seriously exposed.
Okay, all right. And would local energy hubs in regional towns, as suggested by Realliance, be helpful for farmers looking to engage with renewables?
Look, to the extent there's a subset of landholders, and we certainly don't try to tell farmers how to run their farms, and to the extent that there's a few, think it's a jolly good idea to engage with, you know, wind or solar or both, or even, I'm not sure I've met anyone yet who really wants to host a transmission line, but anyway, you know, to the extent they think it's in their interests, well, we live in a free society. But what I'm seriously concerned about, and what my members' policy is seriously concerned about, is getting this planning right. And it's such a mess. As we sit here this afternoon, it is just such a mess.
And you also note in your submission that landholders in renewable energy zones have access to more support and more structured payments than those outside the REZ zones. What do you think can be done to improve the experience for landholders or that want to host outside REZs?
Oh, look, it's a serious problem. It's definitely been gamed outside the REZs. Certainly the consortia that are involved have worked it out, where to engage and get action in their interests. And to an extent, it's become more and more difficult for my members in those zones. And that's why we've gone to some trouble to update this renewable energy guide. This one was from 2018. We've just brought out the latest one. To us, it provides important information for landholders, whether they're thinking about involving themselves in renewables or not. It's unfortunately 80 pages. I wish it was only 8, but it is such a dysfunctional mess. It takes 80 pages to explain.
Yeah, okay. And on page 12 of your submission, you say suitable alternatives to traditional renewable energy sources such as large-scale wind and solar. I'm just wondering what policy settings could there be to support this diversified transition to alternatives without stalling the REZ rollout?
Well, the first thing you'd do is you'd start listening to those in this nation that produce the food and fibre, despite the misleading and deceptive interpretation of data from your previous witnesses. The reality is we've only got about 2% of this island that's actually good land. And at the moment, we're smothering some of those best lands with glass and fans and concreting towers into the hills and mountains. It's a serious problem. There may be a case for listening carefully to just where local knowledge would say, and I know that MPs from this place have been out in the landscape and been shown by some of my members where you could put solar, and you know, it's a sort of shotgun gravel ridge that even a merino sheep would need a packed lunch to survive up there. But no, that's not where they want to put it. They want to put the solar, put the glass all over the best, you know, canola and wheat lands and barley lands. That's way easier. Let's bulldoze all the Currajongs and all the gum trees, and that's apparently, you know, environmental success. So just crazy. And look, I don't want to go into a whole litany of the failures, but I do want to draw the inquiry's attention to one that I see as just a standout of the sort of behaviours, and that is the REZ and their consortia desire to build works across the Talbragar floodplain, the Talbragar River floodplain. I mean, on what basis, when my members are caring for the environment, managing that floodplain, on what basis does someone with, you know, what is it, state significance, turn up and decide to build a work that concentrates flows, increases velocities, changes durations and depths of water, and somehow say what a ripping good environmental outcome this is going to be? So just that one example of that authority engaging with that Marothery Road should set alarm bells running in this place that, hang on, we haven't got this right.
Okay. So on that, how can consultation processes be legally strengthened so that they do include that landholder input I was going to say before route selection, but also in terms of where projects are installed?
Look, there's actually practical men and women out there. They're not actually in the towers just nearby here. They actually know what parts of the landscape would be suitable for solar and wind complexes. They're typically lower value lands. And the reality is, at the moment, we're just rolling it out across some of our best food lands on the east coast of Australia.
Okay. And I have one final question. Do you have any evidence of tourism decline linked to visual amenity changes or construction disruption? You might want to take that on notice.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that on notice. I've certainly had members emotionally upset about their farm stay B&B thing. So I don't want to disclose personal information similar to Mrs. Mitchell, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just one final question from me that closes off. It ties in with what Ms McDonald was saying about, and what you've been saying about appropriate land for this, and what's being done is done on inappropriate land. And you talked about a red light, green light, and the red lights are flashing. Should we have a set of lands that we just go, no, we don't develop on this land, like the floodplain land that you mentioned, like, you know, critical agricultural land that's important for our nation's food security? Should we just say these are the no-go zones? Build over here, not here.
Absolutely, Mr. Banasiak. We do have a relatively good understanding about the biophysical within the strategic ag lands, and that just seems to be just cast aside in this unfair dysfunction that we're engaging in around renewables.
I think it's lost in our government draw.
That's out there.
Yeah.
That's out there. This House just needs to use it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We've only got 1 more minute. Is there anything else you think you want to add before we close
look,
off?
Please don't underestimate the whole dysfunction that is visited upon our communities. I mean, whether it's the volunteerism around our rural fire service, our SES. I mean, once you degrade and cause a lack of cohesion in a community, it is so hard to come back. I mean, I used the example of Dunedoo earlier because it's had the double whammy of that nonsense around Lithgow coal that I referred to. But look, it's just such a complicated matter, and it's just so galling to my members to hear people turn up here and give witness to you who are just completely impractical. Like, surely, I know they're goodwill people, but they've got these theories that my members are just exasperated. My members have got the common sense to get their boots on, get out the door, get the job done for yours and my food and fibre, and when they hear this sort of nonsense that I've had to try not to laugh too much through today, it's just exasperating to them. So please consider just how unfair this has all become and do something about it.
Thank you. I do believe you've taken a couple of questions on notice. The Secretary will be in touch, and if we have supplementary questions, they'll also be in touch. But yeah, once again, thank you for your strong evidence and strong representation of the farmers of New South Wales. Thank you for your time today. We will now bring forth the next witnesses. Next witnesses, so starting with the first witness on the left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Thank you. Andrew Abbey, Policy Director, New South Wales Minerals Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter?
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Bob Hawes, not Hunter.
Oh.
I'm CEO of Business Hunter.
Sorry.
There we go. And today, I thank you for being here. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I'm going to say Miss Tucker, but I'm not too sure. We might have that.
My name's Leah Tucker and I'm a Senior Policy Manager at Business New South Wales. Thank you for having me here today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just starting down from my left, do you want to make a short opening statement?
Yep.
Mr. Abbey?
Thank you. Andrew Abbey, Policy Director with the New South Wales Minerals Council, correct? The inquiry is timely given the number of renewable energy projects being developed across the state. Our industry recognises the importance of renewable energy projects as part of the pathway to transition. In fact, a number of mining operations use renewable energy, and other operations are either in the process of developing or considering renewable energy opportunities on their sites or former mine sites once they close. Our submission focused on the impacts of these projects on resource exploration activities in particular, which is an important issue for our members, and existing New South Wales mining operations which occur in regional areas. We also noted in the submission opportunities and challenges of locating renewable energy projects on former mine sites once operations have ceased. I'd just like to quickly emphasise the following points. Firstly, there is a real potential for conflict to occur between renewable energy projects and mining exploration activities, particularly for metals and minerals resources, many of which are likely to be required to facilitate increasing global decarbonisation efforts going forward. There have been cases where renewable energy projects have been approved without any consultation with the exploration licence holder, who has a legal right or interest to explore for resources, and that has impacted on their ability to continue their exploration activities. This can impact on exploration efforts, making it more complex and expensive, and at worst case impact on the future viability of extracting the resource. It's not suggested renewable energy projects shouldn't be able to proceed, or that the land property owners' rights are impeded, but rather with early consultation and much better collaboration between all parties, the risks of impacting on exploration efforts or sterilising the resource can be minimised. Whilst we note recent positive changes to the Planning Department's Renewable Energy Planning Framework released in November 2024, and more recently assessment requirements have increased the emphasis on consultation with exploration licence holders, we would like to see this consultation made mandatory where renewable energy projects overlap an exploration licence area. And further, where the development of a renewable energy project means exploration activities can no longer take place, or sterilisation of the state's resource, and an exploration licence holder has been left out of pocket through no fault of their own, they should be reasonably compensated for expenses that have been incurred as part of its exploration activities to that date. Secondly, the proliferation of renewable energy projects is and will continue to impact on existing mining operations in the short to medium term. At the moment, these impacts are largely associated with the forecast number and size of vehicle movements, which will pass by a number of mining operations, which may sound relatively minor, but when you have things like shift changes, blast patterns and multiple oversized overmass vehicles moving past your site, and potential risk of emergency service vehicles not being able to access a site, it becomes a challenge. There is also, and a number of other witnesses touched on it earlier, transmission lines, touching on a couple of mine sites, which various respective mining companies are working through the process of the appropriateness of their location. As noted in our submission, it's imperative there is strong government oversight and management of these logistical issues, and that all persons impacted during the construction and startup phase are not forced to deal with multiple separate dealings or approaches from renewable energy developers themselves. Agencies like Energyco and Transport New South Wales should take a much stronger coordinating role in consultation and coordination. Finally, and I'll touch on this briefly, former mine sites provide a significant opportunity to locate large-scale renewable energy projects with minimal land use conflict. Previously disturbed and rehabilitated land, including voids, can be used, and existing mine infrastructure, including transmission lines, can be repurposed, thereby minimising new or additional impacts elsewhere. The recent New South Wales Parliamentary Standing Committee on State Development into Beneficial and Productive Post-Mining Land Use recently considered this issue in considerable detail and reported its findings on 14th April 2025. Our submission to the inquiry provided extensive overview of the significant opportunities and regulatory challenges associated with delivering renewable energy projects on former mine sites. We're pleased to note the committee, amongst other things, recommended the government undertake a review of the post-mining regulatory framework and processes to make sure it's fit for purpose to facilitate, or basically make it much, much easier than it currently is, to facilitate alternative land uses on former mine sites, including, and importantly, renewable energy projects. This is a positive first step, and we look forward to the government's response on the issue. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hawes.
Thank you. As we've introduced, Leah Tucker is the Senior Policy Manager, Energy and Infrastructure with Business New South Wales, and I am Bob Hawes, CEO of Business Hunter. I commend the Business New South Wales submission to you. and in the context of how we fit together, I'll give a quick explanation. Business New South Wales operates across 9 regions in the state of New South Wales and has around 50,000 members and affiliates within and across those regions. Business Hunter is dedicated to the interests of the Hunter region in New South Wales, currently still one of the power sources for energy in New South Wales. We have around 4,500 members and affiliates across businesses within that region. We made 15 recommendations within our submission, and we're happy to explore those with you. But we do appreciate the projects and processes across the renewable energy zones are moving very, very quickly. There are certainly elements of the plane being built as we're flying it, and we're doing our best as a business community to try and work with all the stakeholders to get that happening. The Business New South Wales submission points to shortcomings, challenges, and also opportunities that are arising from the delivery of the REZs, and we believe that those issues are well documented across many of the other submissions that the inquiry has received, and obviously from evidence being given by people that are appearing before the inquiry. We're happy to discuss those, as I said, today as the committee members see fit. However, we do recognise and acknowledge that since our submission was drafted in December 2024, we have seen or become aware of steps that departments and agencies are taking towards reconciling and resolving some of those shortcomings and challenges. Yet, if the proverbial child was sitting in the back seat of the car bleating, "Are we there yet?" the answer is definitely no. Looking ahead, we know that the business sector is very keen to work with and constructively with stakeholders to ensure that we make the best of the opportunities offered in the creation and development of the REZs, and we look forward to the work of the inquiry concluding and moving ahead with practical recommendations that could emerge from your work. So thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you. Ms. Tucker, do you have anything to add to that, or we go straight to questions? I might throw to Ms. McDonald to lead us off.
Yep. So you mentioned the circular economy in the Business New South Wales submission. What are the barriers to a circular economy emerging for renewables, and what actions would you recommend government take to encourage it?
Yeah. So to answer that, at a high level, to talk to the barriers, I think one of the biggest barriers in planning for a circular economy is the technology for renewable energy, whether it's wind or solar, is moving at a rapid pace. So to plan for a circular economy, that is proving quite difficult for the private sector, and I'd say that would be a barrier. The cost as well associated with those technologies is changing at a rapid pace, and the way that you dispose of them the same. So in what the government could do, we recommended that they could develop and implement a circular economy framework to guide the private sector on how you develop a circular economy, for the REZs and for the renewable energy infrastructure. And we believe it's the government's sort of place to do that. I think they're best placed to guide that private sector for that.
Okay, thank you. And in your experience, what are how are regional businesses experiencing the renewable energy rollout? And do you believe that they're benefiting from increased economic activity?
I think that answer is variable. We've got a lot of businesses that want to engage and join in the opportunities that the development of the REZs are offering. And that in and of itself is not universal and completely open-ended, and there's a lot of rhetoric going around about how that might happen in relation to engaging businesses right across the state of New South Wales. And then there's the businesses that are in those areas that, particularly the Orana or Central West and New England Northwest, that sometimes the opportunity is overwhelming. And one of the previous witness, you asked about tourism, for example. Some of those towns, in and around the industries that are around those towns are supported by opportunities in the visitor economy. However, just about all the accommodation in those places is now taken up by the itinerant workers, and I'm sure you've heard that from others. So businesses that that are directly impacted, getting the benefit of having full houses are fine, but all the flow-on effects that go, in case of, say, Mudgee or some of those areas out there where they would get visitation to their vineyards and so on, it's become variable, unpredictable and uncertain. So how long that will last, depends on the extent of the construction. And when you come back into the places like the Hunter region, there's a bit more of a capacity to be able to accommodate that. But as I said, it's not open-ended and it's not universal, and it really does deserve more examination as these things go forward, as difficult as that process might be.
And just what can the government do to encourage more regional businesses or manufacturing alongside these renewable projects?
That one. I think there's steps being taken, and by Energy Code to try and do that. But as I referred to earlier, the situation is, or the difficulty is, that the scale of some of the work within the projects is just completely beyond some of the small businesses and the small manufacturing businesses that exist in these towns and regions. There isn't a transformer manufacturer in New South Wales, let alone Australia, that can build the requirements for that end of the scale that some of the equipment that's being built. And that goes on for a lot of the main components of what we're seeing. However, Energy Co is doing its best to try and break that down. But in the other sense, and the realisation of that, realising the government can do so much to try and compartmentalise or elementise, if you make elements within those construction pipelines, at the end of the day, there's a head contractor appointed. That head contractor doesn't want to be constrained by a whole bunch of rules and regulations other than getting the job done for a price, and that part of that system is yet to be tested, although particularly in places like the Hunter, where we are trying to engage to make sure we get that opportunity. But having said that, sometimes you don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, because there aren't businesses sitting there with 200 people doing nothing and a piece of machinery waiting for someone to come and knock on their door and say, can you build this for the REZ?
Yep.
So it's this work that's happening is fantastic, and it's an enormous wave of opportunity. It's an enormous economic wave, but it's come in addition to what we're doing in the economy, not instead of. And that in itself puts stresses and strains on the business community, the local communities, no doubt you've heard, and the agricultural community, which we just heard from the previous witness. So it is a vexed question to try and get that right, but I must say there are now steps happening in that direction that we are seeing that engage. They're trying there in a proactive sense to get that engagement working so that local businesses do have an opportunity to participate.
Yep. And you mentioned in one of your previous answers about housing for locals as well as the workers that are coming in. What measures would you see best address that temporary housing needs of REZ workers without displacing the local residents or creating rental pressure?
You go, Philip.
I guess this is something that's been widely addressed, but one thing which was mentioned to look at was to look at modular housing, temporary modular housing,
yep.
To put in the areas which doesn't add to local residents and, as you said, put on rental pressures as well as put property prices up. That's something we suggested to look into, which I know the government is supporting. We just saw as well the federal government from the last budget was also in support of modular housing, so I'd say that's a really good solution to look at.
Okay. And I think you're supportive of legislated decommissioning bonds, saying that they're necessary. What would be the risk of relying on voluntary or case-by-case arrangements?
So, as I suppose the previous witness is also saying, that you have a risk of change of ownership of your renewable energy project, wherever that is. You also have a risk of the company or the person who's doing that project going, financially, either they're bankrupt and therefore they won't be able to pay that. Legislating it up front means that they have no other option. They won't look at any other options. It's just a very straightforward way, and it follows. If I just have a look at, it does follow. I think it was the offshore electricity market framework. They do the same in this country, and that's working really well. So we use that as an example for you to look at, because I believe that as that's working well, why wouldn't we follow the same?
Thank you. And if I could turn to you, Mr.
Yep.
So New South Wales, would you support mandatory inclusion of mining data in renewable energy zone route and infrastructure planning stages?
Absolutely. I think it was AMEC that in their submission included better mapping of renewable energy projects or proposals, transmission infrastructure, etc., overlaid with the state's resources. So yes, we would support that, and particularly where those resources are. Like all the resources, obviously important, but where they're critical minerals or the like, they should be given a heightened level of protection and seat at the table in terms of discussing what the impacts of a renewable energy project would be over an exploration area that includes those resources. And as part of that deliberation, making sure that the viability of extracting that resource isn't compromised.
So what are the current gaps then in that coordination between, say, Energy Co and the resources sector, and how could that be resolved?
I think a theme, having watched a number of witnesses and heard the previous couple of witnesses, I think the most consistent and common theme is better, earlier, more detailed engagement, communication and collaboration. Better sharing of information. A number of parties also mentioned the breakneck speed at which this is all happening, making sure there's enough time to the last thing I want to do is suggest that projects should take longer in the assessment system. We're one of the biggest users of the assessment system and have very significant concerns about the time taken. Nonetheless, this is clearly having an impact on property owners and others, including the mining industry and exploration industry. So anything that can be done to improve communication, engagement, and the like. One of the areas in terms of the impacts on explorers. Whilst there have been steps put in place by the Department of Planning in its renewable energy planning framework, we still feel that it's a great first step, but it should be made mandatory where the resources are important and there are explorers who have a legal right to that resource or to look at exploring for that resource, subject to land access agreements and dealing with the landowner, obviously, that there should be mandatory consultation and engagement requirements, and if that doesn't occur, then the project should not be able to be approved or determined until such time as that occurs. Often these issues will, 9 times out of 10, the issues will probably resolve themselves through better engagement, better consultation. But I think there's enough examples out there, and I think you've heard enough examples where there's concern about the level to date.
Yeah, and I understand that there's sometimes workforce competition between the two sectors. What kind of strategies would help avoid that between, say, the renewable energy sector and the mining projects that are in the same region? And is there the possibility that there might be some existing government programs or initiatives that could be scaled to meet both sectors?
So my answer would be all of it, everything, as much as you can do. The mining sector's hungry for people. I think somebody misquoted the number of coal mining workers. It's 28,000. Some at various times it can be 30,000. There's 8,000+, and these are direct jobs, not flow-on jobs. There's 8,000+ direct jobs in the metals industry. The Minerals Council over the last number of years have run its own careers campaigns to try and increase the awareness of mining as a viable career, well-paid, viable career, and increase the number of people flowing into it. The last thing we want to do is compete or cannibalise other industries. So we're attempting to look after our own patch, but I think it's incumbent on government as well, if we want to take advantage of the benefits that can flow from the billions of dollars of the renewable energy developments that are going to occur in the next X years, then there should be programs in place, whatever can be done.
Okay.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
I know that question, but it's a really good point, because we traditionally saw competition between industries. The mining industry was always regarded as this opportunity where they could afford to pay, had a good capacity to pay, and they were taking people from one industry to that industry. What we're seeing now, as this work's happening in addition to what, instead of which I said earlier, is within industries, people are now being pirated or poached. So it's not necessarily going from the renewable energy industry to mining. It's from people who work in the renewable energy industry or other allied industries that are now pinching people. So it's not just a skills problem, it's a people problem. We simply don't have enough. The businesses that are going well are screaming for people. Some of these regional areas in which these work is happening, their unemployment rate has a 0 point in front of it. We don't have pools of people just swanning about, waiting for someone to knock on their door to work for these businesses, and businesses are getting exasperated. And this is why some of them get into trouble in the end. They make commitments they can't meet, and the results are devastating. And as mining, we know in the Hunter region, there's mines up there that are now doing short shifts because they simply cannot get enough people, even though the time's right to be able to make money and mine their product. Instead of operating 3 shifts, in some cases they're only able to operate 2. So it is a universal issue about that whole thing about workforce, and we do need to plan. There's not enough we can do in that space really to try and motivate and mobilise a workforce to be able to deliver what's been asked.
Just to add to your ad, we similarly in the mining industry, there was always a sort of an agreement not to attract workers to your mine site from other mine sites, but it's getting harder and harder because of the sheer, the hunger for workers, or the appetite for more people, particularly in the Hunter.
And I think you mentioned in your opening statement that there's the potential for renewable energy to use former mine sites. How much potential is there?
That's a very good question. I'm pretty sure the submission we put in on the other inquiry relating to post-mining land use included that.
Yep.
We keep a very good database through our Upper Hunter Mining Dialogue of the rolling rehabilitation program and land that's coming online. When they're operating or operational mine sites, it's challenging to use some of that land because you need buffer distances, there's environmental outcomes, etc., etc. But once a mine does reach the end of its operating life, there will be lots and lots and lots and lots of hectares of land that has very, very close proximity to, it's in the thousands of hectares, that has very close proximity to power sources, infrastructure, road, population bases, etc. And we made the point, you don't have to start chewing up or eating up good, valuable agricultural land. This is disturbed land. But we did make the point, and I think to the credit of that other committee, they heard it loud and clear, and it was relatively universally agreed that the existing regulatory framework is too hard to easily turn it over to an alternative use for a whole host of reasons, which we could go into as part of another inquiry, which indeed they did.
I have one more question, if that. How should REZ planning better account for existing mining leases and exploration titles to avoid future land use conflict?
Well, with existing mining leases, I think once you've got an up and running mining operation, there's enough grunt with those entities to look after and deal with themselves. But notwithstanding, there should be very clear transparency of information and very, very strong communication guidelines. Our primary concern at the minute is the explorers who aren't, they're not, they're lower cost operations, particularly out in the central west and the western regions of the state. They're not cashed up, for lack of a better term. They need to be consulted with early and engaged with, and a meaningful dialogue between them and the proponent to work out what everybody's thinking about the location of things and where the location of the resource is. I think you made the question earlier about the mapping of the resource. That would be a good start as well. The worst case would be that there's a really, really valuable resource that's economic and it's covered with 15 or 20 wind turbines that cost, I think it was 480 or 500,000 bucks a piece to pull down. Next thing you know, extracting that resource, or even continuing with exploration activities, because it would be an important structure that you might not necessarily be able to work with as part of the exploration activities. Next thing you know, that resource could be sterilised. So better communication, and also made the point in our submission, I made it earlier, about mandatory consultation being required as part of the assessment process. If that consultation doesn't occur, the project shouldn't be able to be determined until such time as it occurs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just go to the topic of rehabilitation standards and decommissioning bonds? It's been a bit of a theme today. We heard from the government in their argument against decommissioning bonds that they said that it shouldn't be the same as mining, because decommissioning of a mine in terms of environmental rehabilitation is so much more complex and potentially so much more costly that it's not necessary. I just want to get your comment on that as to whether you agree, or do you believe there should be an equal requirement for the developers to make good?
So I'll answer it in a couple of ways. First and foremost, the mining industry is obviously very comfortable with rehabilitation bonds. We get on with it. We have problems in terms of sometimes how they're structured. There's always questions about the cost estimates, how much money is required up front, at what point in time, the cost of providing that, etc. But at the end of the day, it's a well-worn path and we get on with it. In terms of renewable energy projects, clearly property owners, and I think the farmers pointed this out very, very clearly, that people are aggrieved at the idea that if there's 4 or 5 changes in land owner or project ownership, or indeed, if I think Leah pointed out, if the company goes broke, who's going to pick up the tab if it's removed? If it's just left there, or stranded asset. The only other point I would add is we're also loath for any industry to being exposed to unnecessary cost and regulatory burden, purely for the fact that we want to see projects proceed. We know renewable energy projects they're going to occur. They're on a pathway to occur as part of the transition thing. So there needs to be a very delicate balance here between what is the cost to the actual project, but importantly protecting the landowner's interests. In answer to your question about the environmental impacts, clearly a solar farm sitting on top of the land is probably different to a open cut mine. So yeah, I think there's probably some reasonableness to that argument.
In terms of, I guess, resource supply chain and critical minerals, we've heard the Minister in charge of mining talk about that we need to mine our way to a renewable future, which is a nice motherhood statement at a Minerals Council's dinner. But how is that how is that being actualised in reality, given that 79% of our solar panels come from China, and also our 10 out of the 15 suppliers of wind turbines are also from China? Are your members actually seeing an uplift in, I guess, the uptake of critical minerals for renewables actually being used in our domestic products?
Well, I think as a starting point to answer that, more approvals and more certainty in the approvals process. We had you had the McPhillamys gold mine out at Orange that fall over for various reasons. You had the Bowden silver mine out near Louis fall over for various reasons through a court process, notwithstanding the fact that the New South Wales government approved it. There's a whole bunch of projects in the pipeline. There's a few projects sitting around that are fully approved and looking for investors. So unless the government gets its skates on in terms of approvals and creating an attractive environment for people to actually want to throw money into these projects to get things going, New South Wales will fall behind in terms of its capacity to be able to provide critical minerals as part of the transition and decarbonisation efforts.
Yeah, the hypocrisy that Greens want renewable energy but don't want the mines to deliver that. Can I go to Business New South Wales? Do you, in terms of that circular economy discussion and waste management discussion, do you think some of those obligations should be built into the developer proposals, in terms of that they have contractual obligations to invest in the circular economy in terms of end of life?
Yes.
Yeah. Nice and easy. You also talk about benefit sharing needs going beyond landholders to support local businesses. What kind of business-specific benefits would you like to see?
I think to answer that, I'd go to thinking of more legacy projects. I think that's what that was pointing at. So I'm not going to talk to a specific business, but the community and business as a whole in the area, making sure that some of the benefit sharing goes to, legacy projects for the community that would otherwise fall on council to pay for, who can't. And if these impacts are going to happen in those regions, let's benefit local businesses. So whether that be upgrading your local council pool or recreation areas or parks, just making sure those are there where businesses can then grow off.
So I guess with those comments, is that an admission that not an admission, but a reflection that the current benefit sharing scheme has missed the mark with regards to that a little bit?
I think the current benefit sharing scheme doesn't have a good focus on small business and the diversity of small business. I do acknowledge that is very hard to cover, but when you read the benefit sharing scheme, it does seem to focus on landholders and not so much on business and the opportunities business could get from it.
Yeah. So do you think potentially each REZ might need some sort of standalone regional business participation strategy that's directly, I guess, designed by those small business owners and chambers of commerce and local business associations?
Yes, and I think that goes back to the thorough consultation that I think is the theme's been brought up here today, and each region has different characteristics and different strengths, so definitely.
Yeah, awesome, and some transparency in that. The difficulty is we understand about the communication of that message, and there's a willingness there to do that. But many businesses that are in, have a particular focus in a particular area, and not always getting it. But certainly that should be something that we give a red hot go at to make sure that there is some inclusionary elements about the outcome of what those plans might look like.
Sure, and just moving on, you talked about concern around the unmanaged cumulative impacts, and we've heard that quite strongly with the Central West Arana REZ, with the proliferation of projects that aren't necessarily approved by Energy Co or have access agreements, but they're just popping up. And do you think we should have some sort of carrying capacity figure for our REZs, and once we know what that figure is, some sort of cap
or pause on any projects above that carrying capacity.
Carrying capacity in the sense of
I guess, the number of projects across the landscape contributing to the megawatt requirement, or the gigawatt requirement that net zero was set and energy carrier was set in terms of what they want to reach.
Yeah, I think that is a tough nut to crack, in that you're dealing with market mechanisms around people who have got or been awarded contracts and trying to get on with life, etc., etc. In a sense, we're seeing some self-regulation in that the market's not able to cope with all the work. It's like some of the infrastructure projects on roads and things at the moment that have to be slowed down simply because there isn't enough machinery, isn't enough people around to do it. And I think that's what we're worried about, the experience with the renewable energy economy, is that when you get that lack of control or that lack of knowing, even if it's just a global idea of what that cumulative operation looks like, there can be better certainty about outcomes in people being able to better recognise what's being delivered and who's delivering it and how. And you see similarities in the property industry when things go boom, everyone's in there doing it. But the other side of that is the bust, when they all went in there with best intentions and in good faith, but the outcomes aren't very pretty.
Yeah, well, I guess the concern, to pick up on that, the concern from residents and community we've certainly heard in the Central West is that there hasn't been that natural market reaction. The proponents or the developers are still putting these proposals forward and going forward as if they are going to happen, and causing that stress on landholders, causing that social cohesion breakdown in communities, and then the market might fix itself later down the track, but they've just essentially tore the community apart in the process. I think that's what the community is trying to explore, as to whether there can be a mechanism that maybe causes that the market to correct itself earlier before that damage is caused.
Some of those mechanisms that were spoken about earlier in terms of zone, having an idea where projects are going to go, and those things in and of themselves can be assistance in that process. We're seeing in the Hunter region, or we have seen, there's some projects around there that have been on the books for 10, 12 years and nothing's happened. Why? Well, they're not in the right spot. They're nowhere near infrastructure. They're nowhere near, and they're waiting for that opportunity to come along to plug in. And in other cases, we're seeing, as the previous witness attested, prime agricultural land being taken when that's not really what we want. We've got other opportunity, and we take a breath and stand back and say, well, where is this best to happen? But at the end of the day, it's a market mechanism, someone selling their land and someone buying it, and then coming forth with a project on the basis that there aren't any guardrails to stop them doing that. So those sort of things are big lever things would be helpful to improve that certainty, so that people know what's going on.
I just finally, you argue for REZ projects to be classed as critical state significant infrastructure. Do you think local councils or communities should have an ability to appeal those declarations?
I'd take that on notice.
Okay. I'm looking
I have one
Ms.
question.
McDonald.
In the Business New South Wales submission, they recommend reinvesting the REZ access fees into local infrastructure and manufacturing. What governance and accountability mechanisms would ensure that the funding delivers long-term regional benefits? You can take it on notice if you think.
I think I'd take it on notice to give a better detailed answer.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, you go.
I'll just going back to your question about the state significant. There's two elements to that, and one we will take on notice in relation to that first. But I think the other element was that the rapid pace in which we need to deliver projects as a community, as an economy, was also a suggestion to try and help put certainty and fast track some of these mechanisms without necessarily rolling over local communities. Absolutely not. But the fact that there was an unequal planning pathway for these based on those different elements, different agencies involved, different local governments that's involved, to get certainty out of the projects and investment in what the government's trying to do in terms of the energy roadmap and deliver a renewable energy project, which is ultimately up to the private sector, that sort of pathway would help that.
Sure. Ms Mitchell, you have one final...
I just wanted to ask, and you touched on it a little bit, it's probably for you, Mr Hawes or Mr Tucker. In your submission, you talked about the potential to see renewable energy as tourist attractions, which I found interesting. I'd rather go to the beach probably than go to be near a solar farm. But is that something you talk about? Some research in Europe and you cite some evidence. I found that to be interesting and a bit curious that could potentially be a positive. And I know you said before, Mr Halls, that it's a bit mixed in terms of community views. But is that something that people are talking about in the tourism space that could be a plus?
I think to answer that, it is very mixed, and there is a lot of negative, but we didn't want to put in a submission just to focus on the negative.
I appreciate that.
The one example I know that was put in was around Goulburn, and that is already happening where they're taking tourists as well as schools to educate them on renewable energy and how it works. And it was more just to put that positive in that there are opportunities. There's opportunities for small business to do that and work with businesses who are developing, renewable energy projects. I'm not saying that it's not, going to take over the tourism in those areas. It's not going to beat your, going to the vineyards in Mudgee, but I am saying that there's opportunity there, and it would be great if it was, investigated and looked at with, I don't know how it would happen or how you can coordinate it, but some sort of coordination and collaboration, with the tourism industry and those renewable projects is an opportunity.
Yeah. And can I have a quick one, sorry, to Mr Abbott? You talked a bit about this before, and I apologise, I'm not on the State Development Committee.
That's
but
right.
Super high level,
what
is the main sort of one or two barriers for an old mine site becoming a renewable site?
The number of regulatory or pieces of legislation that interplay with each other. You've got to get approvals for the actual land use, which you've got an original approval for the mine site under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. Then you get a mining licence under the Mining Act, and that has a whole bunch of requirements about rehabilitation, which links back to the original planning approval from 25 plus years ago. Then when you go, hey, a brand new use came along that's way better suited today than it was 20 years ago, we want to do the brand new, the wind farm or whatever, to unpick all those existing consents, modify the existing consent.
That could be from decades ago.
It could be from decades ago to get a new approval, and then unpick all your relinquishment and your rehabilitation requirements or change those is very, very difficult. Then there's long-term liability requirements associated with, the end of the day, so the mining company is obliged to have long-term financial liability over the site to make sure that the rehabilitation requirements are met. That provides a hindrance to any third party coming along and taking over the site and and purchasing it easier, because if you're on the hook for millions of dollars or whatever it is liability, you might not necessarily want to be exposed to that. That all adds up to somebody saying, rather than build the solar farm on that, I'll just go over here. It's a lot cleaner. I just got to get one approval. Away I'll go.
So a good idea, but red tape makes it hard.
And look, I don't dismiss that lightly. It's complicated, it's hard, but there's got to be a better way if we want to start to solve some of the problems of putting, chewing up or eating up virgin farmland. That's better served for further farmer.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
No problems at all. Look, that takes us to the end of the session, also the end of today. But thank you very much for your evidence. You have taken a couple of things on notice, so the Committee Secretary will be in touch in terms of timelines for that, and you may also get some supplementary questions from us as well. So thank you very much for your time and evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you.